administration. Or the fact that there was the Taylor Force Act, so that we don't pay the Palestinians hundreds of millions of dollars per year to give money to the Palestinians in jail who are terrorists for the Pay for Slave program. And it was
Stuff on the death
violated.
benefits issue. On the death benefits issue, could that be a conspiracy to deprive soldiers of like their like due compensation? And could he
Yes.
be? So can we get maybe the civil rights attorney Harmy Dillon to ask and look around if Maher Bitar was conspiring to deprive soldiers of their due benefits? Maybe that's like the door you open first.
There was other people involved with the Biden bridge and then the ships off of Gaza. But we had US soldiers that
Well, that's why
died.
it's a conspiracy, right?
Yeah, of course. It would be more than one, yes. Yeah. Yeah. Like all that needs to be exposed. We are supposed to be deconstructing the Obama regime so that they never return in this iteration ever again. All the people that tried to F Trump and F America and F us on the right, these are low hanging fruit. Just having these three stories in the headline would drive the left and the Obama regime crazy. We're doing nothing. We're leaving them alone. We're focusing on stupid, retarded Ukrainian biolabs that we've known about forever. Okay, so like it's so retarded on a level. How about the Georgian biolabs in 2014 that the Russians used as an excuse that they're invading Georgia because of the biolabs? Motherfuckers, those were your biolabs first. Those were Soviet biolabs, and you were doing crazy stuff. So when the Soviet Union fell, the Americans did you a solid and came in and said, no, we have all these scientists there. We don't want them doing crazy stuff. We're going to have to find them some type of jobs, or they're God knows what they're going to do to us later on.
They go freelance, and then they start working for terrorists like Gaddafi. People don't
Exactly.
appreciate this. Was the same issue with after World War II, like taking the Nazis. There was a mad dash for the Soviets grabbing as many scientists as they could,
Yep.
and the Americans trying to grab the scientists so that the Soviets and the Arabs didn't get them. And people don't appreciate, as much as we don't like having brought those Nazi scientists over, the problem was if you just let them, like if you didn't like give them a bear hug and grab them as fast as you could, they would try to defect to the Soviets, and then we would be facing a Soviet Union that had a lot more technical capabilities, and that was an unacceptable risk.
We should have just killed them, is what we should have done. We made a big
Yeah, but as
mistake.
soon as they knew you were killing them, they'd all run away and defect.
That's right.
That was the problem,
Yeah.
right? You couldn't just start killing them, because then the understanding in Europe was if you were captured by the Americans, they would treat you well, right?
Right.
Whether you were a civilian or a soldier or whatever, it didn't
Yeah.
matter what.
Yeah,
You
we
were
had
at least going
German
to be given a fair
POW.
trial.
We
The
had German
Soviets,
POW
they
camps.
torture the shit out of you. So America had to kind of make a decision about, yeah, all the terrible things that happened, and those people are dead and their memory should be blessed, and we can't bring them back. The problem is, can we prevent those same terrible people from going and conspiring with the Soviets to kill more people? And that was a very tough decision.
I think a lot of people should really read Galen's memoirs. I mean, it's a fascinating insight into the political thinking among like senior Nazi officers during the war, and they knew that they could leverage their ability to combat the Soviets as to set up a new life in the U.S. I mean,
And in South America and in the Middle East and in China.
in North
and
Africa, yeah,
in Africa and South Africa, everywhere. Yeah.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Balkans too.
And the Balkans, of course.
Hey, Stealth, just look in your
DMs?
yeah. This was just one of many.
This is not related to Maher Bitar, though, right?
No, this is the PDC thing.
Oh, okay, got it. Oh. Supposedly the parents that are right wingers and voted for Trump, her father and her mother, by the way, Dante, who are Trumpers out of Florida. Gavin Newsom's wife's parents are big.
Honestly, I don't.
You don't believe it? They are, though. They're in Florida.
You know. Actually, what's funny? Whose mother is super mega diehard Trumper?
Who?
Jack Smith.
Really?
Yep.
Does she, every time she sees him, does she cry and say, "I wish Trump
He's
was
dead
my
now.
not you"?
I mean, her social media, which has since disappeared, was all over. Like it was just MAGA, like all over it. It was super, super interesting.
Have you been following JD Vance's statements, Dante?
His what?
His statements all day long, all his interviews on The View, on Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly, who just 2 weeks ago said that Trump's a pedophile and a philanderer and a cheater and blah, blah, blah. And then JD Vance goes on her show. Have you followed that till all the statements or the G7 statements?
So here's what I think is going to happen. I think that there's going to be a certain sect which goes in with Don Jr., all those bros over there, the fucking shirkas of the world, and Naomi Malik's. I think that's probably the way Vance is going to go, and I think Rubio is probably going to take the more sensible ones within the camp. And I think
Yeah.
that's going to be 2028. They're not going to be on the ticket together. I don't believe so.
Okay, so here's Rich Goldberg. This
This is
is
Richard Goldberg, Senior Advisor for the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. He's also the former White House National Security Director for countering Iranian weapons of mass destruction. All right, Richard, given Iran's history of cheating and concealment, obviously it comes down to verification. What do you think that's going to look like? Well, of course, we've never gotten a full declaration of Iran's nuclear activities, past and present. And so when you talk to them, you talk about dismantlement or accountability, you're sort of dealing with Enron's nuclear balance sheet. So the first thing I would do is say you have to fully disclose and let us verify all that. And then you move to dismantlement. We want the enriched uranium that's currently entombed in tunnels below ground. We want underground facilities fully dismantled. That's what it means to irreversibly dismantle that program and make sure that they are committed to no nuclear weapons in the future. And I'll tell you, Jason, I am skeptical but optimistic, and here's why. I'm skeptical because we're still dealing with the Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. This is a terrorist organization until proven otherwise that says death to America. They're going to want to use any money opened up to put back into terrorism and missiles and nuclear weapons. But here's the good news, why I'm optimistic. Because of President Trump, they don't have the ability to enrich uranium today. He's destroyed that. Because of President Trump, they can't even produce a ballistic missile today. He's destroyed that. And so now, if he gets them to open up the Strait of Hormuz, keeps the pressure on in various ways, and keeps them tapped along until they actually complete that dismantlement, he will, in fact, have changed the world forever. So what President Obama, he takes this and says, oh, well, this is essentially the same. Listen to what he actually said. It is doubtful that any agreement that arises is going to be significantly different or a significant improvement from the deal that we had in the first place and had worked for a long stretch of time before the United States pulled out of it. All right, so Richard, well, here's what I'm seeing already from the Democrats. Obama. Then you have Democrats saying it's the worst deal we've ever had. So which one is it? It can't be both ends of that spectrum. I think it's an absolute joke. They were sending pallets of cash, engaging in appeasement. That is totally the opposite of the way Donald Trump has dealt with this. And now we're actually to the point where we're looking at signing a peace deal on Friday. Listen, I think you can be skeptical of the deal and wait for details, but also be rational and say there's no comparison to the JCPOA. Why do I say that? Everything that was allowed to grow under the JCPOA, the enrichment of uranium, R&D on advanced centrifuges, R&D on their ballistic missile program, it's all been destroyed militarily by Donald Trump. Now he's moving to the next phase. Yes. If we decide, you know what, you can get your enrichment program back, you can enrich at low levels, you only have to dilute the high enriched uranium to low levels, sure, we'll be going back to JCPOA. My read is that's not the president's red line. He needs to stick to his guns. Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. Richard, thank you so much.
okay. So that's we know more than that. So that's Okay, here is the ambassador. My biggest concern is them taking out the nuclear enrichment. Albright, I posted his thought process on it. We know what's going on behind the scenes now. I don't know if this is today's Tuesday, right? It's not Monday, right, guys?
Well,
Well,
now it's
it's
Wednesday.
Wednesday. Yeah.
It's Wednesday now. Okay, sorry. So I just want to see something here. So Victor Davis Hansen, which I've been waiting to kind of hear his statement. Let me just hear.
Must be preserved. ADF is approaching a critical fiscal year-end fundraising deadline. Your
Hold on, this is Daily Center. Hold on.
pays these freedoms so they may endure for many years to come.
This is a commercial.
Every
Hold
dollar
on.
you give will be doubled thanks to a special matching grant while funds last. Visit Joel 848 days of the so-called Iran war. Remember, we bombed kinetically 38 to 40 days. Then we had 60 days of negotiation. And here we are in mid-June, in which Donald Trump has announced yet another time there is going to be a peace deal coming with a 60-day period for all the elements of the deal to be enacted. A lot of people are upset. They feel that Iran was on the ropes. They're going broke. And that had we continued, or if we were to continue now, we could put them out of commission and then dictate a non-conditional surrender to them. That's absolutely true. But what this deal then hinges on, because there's no history of Iran ever keeping their word or following any agreement, explicit or implicit, is the willingness to keep maybe one carrier group in the region to ensure that the strait stays open, that the missiles are not launched against our allies, and of course the enriched uranium is turned over. And if we're willing to do that and hit them hard every time they break it, then it might eventually work. There's a lot of misconceptions, though, about the deal and the war in general. I'd like to address just a few of them. A lot of the critics of this administration are saying, I think Hiram Jeffries said that not long ago, well, the strait was open and now it's closed, so the deal didn't accomplish anything. In fact, it made it worse. Well, the strait was open because Iran had no reason, as it did now, to close it. And the reason they didn't have any reason to close it was the 7 prior presidents, Carter, Reagan, George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden didn't want to disarm Iran. They didn't want to go in there and try to stop their proliferation agenda. Donald Trump did. Anybody who did was going to be confronted with a desperate effort of Iran to close the strait. Now, we'll open the strait, but the idea that we made things worse is ridiculous. And then second, people are saying, well, it's just like the Obama deal. Why did Trump get out of the Obama deal? Well, they enriched uranium all through the Obama deal. We know that. They wouldn't let inspectors in. During Joe Biden's presidency, he begged them to go back into the Iran deal. They didn't want to do it. Why? Because we now know they had pretty much already enriched to the point 60 or more percent that they could make a bomb in a month should they wanted to. But here's the big difference. In the Obama atmosphere of that deal of 2015-16, Iran was ascendant. Everybody was scared of it. Its military was heavily equipped with Chinese and Russian weaponry. People were afraid of it. Israel didn't want to attack it. The Gulf states didn't want to attack it. Europe was advising caution. It was an appeasing deal because nobody wanted to use force. Now, whatever your disagreement is with the current war, most people, and we don't have boots on the ground, we don't have journalists on the ground, but they agree that the Iranian military and its economy are devastated through 40 days of intense bombing with probably 1,000 planes in the air at any one time. So we're dealing with a much diminished Iran that we can hit again and again because they have no air defenses. Obama was dealing with an ascendant Iran that he was scared to even mention the use of force to make them comply. There's a third misconception. People say, well, now we're isolated. We're all isolated. We have no allies. China and Russia are ascendant. Nothing could be further from the truth. This is the first time in all of our lifetimes that the Gulf Council, for all their double dealing over the years, basically are more attuned to an alliance, maybe unspoken, with Israel than they are with Iran. We know now that some of the 600 combat aircraft based in the Gulf were stealthily flying missions, and that meant alongside the Israelis. We know that there are Israeli technicians in the Gulf helping them with missile defense. We know the Gulf states and most of the moderate Arab countries believe that Iran, not Israel, is the existential threat. In other words, we've never had a closer relationship with the Gulf states vis-a-vis America, nor has Israel. As far as Russia and China, they're both shut out of the Middle East. They have lost their client in Syria. They have lost, and they're going to lose their client in Iran. They have lost their client in Venezuela. They have an enormous problem. Russia cannot sell weapons to Iran anymore. They may smuggle some in, and China can't get discounted oil anymore. There's another misconception, that is the apostate right, that is the Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens right, has said that they were going to fracture the party and maybe their influence will turn the MAGA movement against Donald Trump. Well, first of all, on all the other issues, maybe except the Iran war, most of the conservatives, if not all, agree with Donald Trump. Even Tucker Carlson would agree with Donald Trump's crime policy, his border policy, the wall, the deportation policy, the green rejection of the green energy mania. But on this question of the war, the MAGA and Republican parties still overwhelmingly 75% support Donald Trump. And the reason they do is they don't feel this is a forever endless war, as the apostate right do. They believe that we have not used ground troops and we have lost fewer soldiers than the accident rate that the military suffers daily over that period of 38 to 40 days of kinetic operations. Finally, everybody says we've lost the midterms. The midterms are 4.5 months away. If the strait is open, suddenly you're going to have a traffic jam of two things. One, tankers leaving, trying to get out full of oil, and tankers waiting to get in. But there may be 200 or 250 tankers full of 1 million to 2 million barrels at a time when the United States and Russia and the Middle East and Venezuela are upping production. So there could be a substantial drop in prices. And if you do get a deal, the left is going to be sort of flummoxed because they said that we had lost the war and we didn't achieve our objectives. But if you do get a deal and the deal is enforced by military action on the part of the United States, it wouldn't hurt Trump, it could help him. And then there's a larger context of redistricting. In this redistricting war, it turns out that so far, the Republican legislatures will outdo the Democratic legislatures, and the Republicans may pick up anywhere from 3 to 4 to 5 seats. And the Supreme Court that said it is a racial obsession, a fixation to create congressional districts on the basis of race, and you can't do it, may lend the Republicans another 4 to 5. I'm not suggesting that Donald Trump can overturn historical precedent. Remember that of the last 40 presidents, 95% lost their first midterm election. So his history is on the wrong side, but he will not lose the Senate. And it doesn't really matter, to tell you the truth, if they lose the House. It would be nice to get legislation through, but most of his legislation has already been through. He can still use executive orders, but most importantly, they may impeach him as a performance or an act, but the Senate will never convict him. This is Victor Davis Hanson for the Daily Signal.
See, he always gives a very well balanced, kind of calm analysis. The MOU is going to be, like I said, a chance to open up the Strait of Hormuz, a waiting period, and it's going to go back to kinetic. Unless, God forbid, there's another attempted assassination on the president's life by the Iranians or on his family, and then it may come sooner. So that is where we're at with everything. Is there a lot of hubbub in Dante in Europe over the Iran deal on Iranian TV and news? Do you watch any of it? It's not Iranian, on European news or TV, Dante?
Yeah, the thing about European TV, a lot of it's state funded. Like a lot of them actually got funding from USAID, and so they're whatever they can say to talk shit on Trump, they will say. I mean, it's like
Yeah, but there's like
the media
BBC
over here
Italy,
is terrible.
right? There's BBC Italy and all that, or CNN Italy, or
BBC
right?
is one of the worst ones. You have
Oh
Rai
yeah,
News.
they're the
You
worst. Yeah,
have
they hate Jews in America.
Mediaset,
Right?
which was owned by Berlusconi, which is has since also been taken over by super lefties. Yeah, I mean, there's not the only really kind
Did
of
Maloney
right
win her
wing.
elections?
Really, the kind of only right wing media that's out is like La Verità, the newspaper, but they fall kind of more within that Tucker Carlson kind of fringe camp. So
Got
yeah,
it.
there's not like anyone who's really like kind of pro Trump. I mean, maybe Giordano, but he kind of flips and flops.
California reached.
Did you see the rest of the stuff I had sent you on that? I don't know if you clicked on them.
Oh, okay. Let me go take a look because I was. Oh wow. Oh, that's good. Okay, let me take a look at that. Okay, I'll play this while I'm looking at that. Hold on.
Correctly tabulated votes, more likely you should go to the polls and you should show your California driver's license again. And we don't do that. You people conduct elections and you have no idea who's voting.
This is from
You
today.
give licenses to people here illegally, and that license is used to get a registered vote, but you don't even check if they're at the address. As we're talking, Victor, tomorrow's Flag Day. I love Flag Day. Maybe we can talk about that at the end. Jay Clayton has been named the Director of National Intelligence by Donald Trump. Elliot Abrams has written a somewhat critical article of Donald Trump's foreign policy. Get your take on that, Victor. Spencer Pratt says, I'm going to war. We have a an important piece of reporting by the Washington Free Beacon about these Hamas is turning Gaza hospitals into torture chambers. And we have plenty more higher ed topics to talk about, too. So we'll get to all these. We'll start off with Jay Clayton when we return from these important messages.
Okay, so what do you know about
Today, Alliance Defense
what do you know about Jay Clayton?
Fiscal year-end
Hold on.
debt is, you just tell me ahead of time.
What do you know about Jay Clayton? Do you know anything, Dante?
No,
Okay.
like I said, I'm really not much of a on the podcastistan circuit.
Okay, so Jay Clayton is taking over for DNI for Tulsi Gabbard, and remember
I'm
there was
supposed to go to Pulte.
Yeah, Pult was let go within 2 days after he told her to that she has to close up on Tuesday, 2 weeks before she was supposed to be gone by the end of the month. So Pulte
How
went in.
convenient.
Yeah, but so they put in Clayton, but also there was some interesting stuff that I found online. I didn't advertise it publicly, but people send me spaceos that Pulte did. And let's just say there's individuals he's involved with that are like in the Bitcoin crypto world that are like, I think they might be in jail. So, or maybe should be in jail. I'm not really sure. It's pretty bad. So, but I didn't share it very far. I can send you that stuff, but it just quickly just got disappeared. And then there we all go on a Tuesday, and she was like, but I thought I had till the end of the month. He's like, no, get the fuck out. And then on Friday she released the Ukraine stuff, and then she was gone. Like, so we don't understand what happened. I'm dying to know. So there was a piece that were put out now against Clayton because there was a lot of pushback on, I guess, on the
I don't
left.
understand how they didn't have a handle on her. I don't understand if you're like sending her out the door. Like I've fired people before. I've worked at a company. We have procedures in place to make sure they literally don't do exactly that kind of shit. I don't understand. That's the most like incompetent thing. Like on your way out the door, you just declassify a bunch of shit and throw it out into the wind. Like what
It
the
wasn't
fuck?
declassified. It's the same shit from the UN Security Council that the Russians shared
But
about 2022
okay,
bio
sorry,
bullshit labs.
correction. You go out and put out a correction. You don't declassify anything. You just go and put out a video and whatever. Like I'm sorry. This is like such a level of incompetence. As soon as you give the person notice that they're on their way out, you know that there's a liability there, right? They might act out. I don't understand how her posting privileges weren't revoked, or she didn't have like a special master type observer who had to confirm things she put out. I'm so
I
disappointed. I
must
can't
say,
even
she
put it
looks
into
very
words. Like
pretty.
anybody who's worked in an HR role knows how this works.
Listen, she looks very pretty in her pink jacket, her suit jacket, and the lighting was very
Okay,
nice.
so
I
she can
think.
start an OnlyFans. I'm sorry. That's not what she's there for. Well, she needs to raise money for her campaign, right? Come on,
Yes,
like, well,
yes.
whatever. Her husband's gonna be dead, so what the fuck? She can go and
No, no,
stunt
God
around
forbid.
with
Her
some other
husband's
guys,
fine. He had
try
surgery.
out
God
some different
forbid.
things.
God forbid her
Maybe,
husband's
maybe,
fine.
maybe Jackson Hinkle can come back and they can go surfing together.
Jackson Hinkle's currently in Tijuana with the Iranian soccer team. So he's busy. He's coaching the Iranian
Is he
soccer team.
actually in
Yeah, he's
Tijuana?
there. Yeah, he's in Tijuana. Yeah, and
Oh, a
I
Black
spoke
Hawk
to people that
helicopter can
haven't
make
picked
it to
up. Don't
Tijuana and back.
listen. I sent over his coordinates and where Halali what I said Hinkle is in Tijuana. Can we please go pick him up? Every single person I know that's a Green Beret and military wants that guy's ass. So I told the powers that be he's over there. He's running ops for the Iranian soccer team in South America in Tijuana, right over the border. And listen, there's enough Green Berets and Special Forces guys that served both in Ukraine and also served in, I don't know, like Yemen and Afghanistan. He was the spokesperson for the fucking Houthis. Okay, so I don't like. There's a plenty of Arabs in Mexico too. Okay, the Arabs do not like the Houthis, so we're like, can somebody just pick him up and bring him over the border for us so we can have a conversation? I figured he wanted to see his family because his family is I lived out of like close, so they probably drove over the Tijuana border. But yeah, I listen. I told anybody that needs to know where he's at. Like, so I'm like, hello, he's there. He's hanging out. Can we bring him? Can we bring him back stateside? He is an American citizen, and he's I think wanted and sanctioned and everything, right? So I don't know. I don't know.
If his
I,
family brought him money or something else, would that put them in trouble?
No, they
Because they
wouldn't bring
went
him
to visit
money.
a
He's got
sanctioned person?
plenty of money. He's being funded by the Russians and the Chinese and the Iranians and God knows how many other countries. No, he's fine. I don't think he needs any money. In fact, he probably wants to give money to his parents. I don't even know if they still speak to him because they've been under investigation by the FBI and the CIA for how long now, and the State Department. So I mean, it's insane. And so is his partner, who's in Michigan, the American Communist Party, because they're still running. The other guy, Halali, went and did. He was, it's crazy. He was a commie that ran for office in Maine, and he abandoned his baby mama. He's an Orthodox. He's Orthodox Christian, funny enough, but he's pro Iran, Shia, Hezbollah, pro Russia, pro China. I mean, these are like, it's such a grift. I posted a whole bunch of stuff on my feed about that. And so he was trying to come in and he puts a video, oh, I got stopped in Beijing. I'm not allowed to, I'm on a no fly list. I'm stuck at the airport. And he's on a no fly list before from Rojava because he decided to get up and go and fight with the commie Kurds in Syria against ISIS, I guess. I don't know who there. And so he was there for like 5 years and he wasn't paying money and then got another chick pregnant and was living on her land in her parents' farmland. I think he married her and then he ran for Congress and he's currently still the active assemblyman for like a whole town in Vermont or Maine. What? And he hasn't been in the 17 agencies. The commies and the lefties in America are fucking insane. Okay, and any of the states that they run are insane. It's insane. Like if you go and look at his history from the state he's from, he ran for Congress as a full blown like psycho commie. Like I can't even I can't even tell you. It's so bizarre. I can't even tell you. And he came back. And by the way, highly educated. Went to Dartmouth. Went to Georgetown. I can't believe it. And he's involved with the whole multipolar world with Alexander Dugin. These people have got balls. I swear to God. Commies have the biggest fucking balls. You think people on the right have balls? No, 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 no. Commies have balls. They will just.
Republicans have a lack of balls. Republicans have arrogance. They have hubris. They have naivete. We're gonna stand on principle. They don't have the gumption. And the left knows this. The left actually, the Republican Party does
We're
whatever the
pussycats.
fuck the
We're
Democrats
pussycats. The
tell
left are killers and assassins. I don't know what to say. Dante,
them.
I'm dead serious.
What? No, I didn't hear you. Cut out.
I said, us Republicans on the right, we're pussycats. On the left, they're assassins and killers. They're like doing
Well, they have
targeted
no
assassination.
morals. They have no morality. They have.
It's very concerning.
Oh, hold on.
Sure. Tim, are you excited about Hinkle being in Tijuana right now, training with the Iranian FIFA team?
Oh yeah, right. On another humorous note, I was thinking the really sad thing about the notion of Gabbard having doing that.
Yes, she would. Yes, she would. A lot of men find her attractive, especially CTF Key over here. Right, Key? Don't you find Tulsi very attractive, Key? He's on mute right now. He's going to pretend like he's
Yeah.
sleeping.
So I actually had a substantive comment I wanted to make about
Yes.
the Duran interview earlier.
Yes.
I completely agree with you about Duran. I like him a lot, except
On
for Turkey.
Yep.
Yeah. Dude, why are you so positive about Turkey? What the hell? But no, what I was really struck by was the guy who was debating there.
It's Gadi Taub. So Gadi Taub was a lefty who's an expert on the left, and he came over to the right, and he's not right to the right enough. Smell commies from a million miles away. Even leftover commie, because like I believe like unless you're from birth a non-commie, like I am, I'm from birth, from in utero, come out high heels,
right.
anti-communist. So I need at least 25 years for you to prove to me that there's no like smell of commie on you. So
yeah, well, that fits exactly with what I was going to say, which is that he clearly has not gone far enough away from that, because he kept contradicting himself, right? So he's criticizing what we're doing, and then when Duran says, "Okay, what should we do instead?" he goes, "Oh, I'm not a military man."
Well, no, like you can't give military assessment if you don't have military experience. I get that. Yeah.
Exactly. But where the hell does he get off criticizing what we're doing if he has no alternatives?
So you remember my space yesterday where I was screaming at all the Israelis that came in here, and they all hate me right now. Okay, so I was and I was pretty aggressive, right? Because I need to hold the line together for Americans on the right or Israelis in Israel. Pretty much everybody's on the what we would consider like on the up until this recent situation. Let's say there hasn't been any. So
be back, Claire.
Okay, bye, Dante. Thanks. So, but Gadi Taub is, first of all, he's a professor and he's more emotional. He has like an earring, right? So again, I no offense to the guys with earrings in the room, but you're a lefty until you remove the earring from your ear, until that hole closes up. And a girl like me is trained to see like the remnants of an old piercing.
If piercings let your right wing side bleed out.
That's right, sweetheart.
Don't make extra holes.
So I know a lot of guys thought they had a girlfriend and thought it was sexy for them to get an earring back in the 70s and 80s and 90s, maybe early 2000s. I don't know. But not the stretching out the ear like you're from a sub-Saharan African tribe, like where the guys put those big things inside. No, I'm talking about
the ubangi.
Yeah, but the slightest little small hole where even maybe you just joked to try with a potato and a needle because you were drunk with a bunch of guys and you're playing poker. Like I will see that and I don't know, it's like fish. Like if you leave fish in the fridge before you cook it, it's going to have a little ting of a smell, and I will smell it and I won't eat the fish.
Yeah, right.
So, but it's okay. There's plenty of women that are
Yeah,
fine with like an old remnant closed up piercing. It's okay. I'm
Some women are bisexual. It's okay if you're a little bit gay.
Yes, right.
Oh my God.
So yeah, I'm
We're
lucky
teasing,
that
I'm teasing the men in the room who
I
try
love
that.
Gadi Tal, but you have to understand, like, I respect him a lot. His interviews with Quillette and whatever, he's done a really good job.
Yeah.
But he has
Right.
he has a history, right? You can't quit OnlyFans and then just become a trad housewife.
That's right.
But the thing that really got me was, he was dismissing the threat to the Gulf Coast desalination facilities by saying, "Oh, we could have just supplied them with water."
Yeah, America could have dropped water. He wanted we would have airdropped water into the country until we could bring the desalination plants back up.
So enough water to prevent the entire countries from dying of thirst?
Well, but wait, but to be frank, the Saudis in the Gulf do enjoy drinking camel milk. There will still be camels there, and they also drink camel piss. So we know this. I'm sorry, this is like a cultural thing. So there's options. There's Diet Coke. There's a huge obesity, and I mean, it doesn't have to be just water. You know what I'm saying, Tim? There is camel milk. They love camel milk.
The whole notion that, like,
we know they have goats, Tim.
Yes, of course, yes, goats are their thing, yes. But like the whole notion that, like, we can't help them defend their desalination plants from Iran, but somehow we'll be able.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, but then somehow he expects us to be able to defend our own water delivery to
airdrops. So if you remember, during October 7th, the Jordanians did airdrops and they crushed the Palestinians. And then the airdrops that went into the water, the Palestinians went in to get it, and then they drowned. So the Jordanian style of airdrops is essentially what would be prescribed.
I'm just sitting here thinking, how many C5 Hercules we'd have to load with water pallets.
No, we'd have the Jordanians do it. We'd have the Jordanians do it because they make great pilots. The king of Jordan, who's clearly best friends with Tucker Schmarlson, and his wife, who's a rabid anti-Semitic bitch who wears.
He's 5'2". That's the only reason he's a pilot, because he fits well in the cockpit.
No, his daughter's a pilot. No, his daughter's a pilot. Remember?
I know, she's also a Disney princess. I saw the article also. It was very cute. Her OnlyFans is going to do great. Her and Chelsea can collab.
But the best part is everybody go look at the videos of Jordanian airdrops over Gaza in terms of humanitarian aid and just watch what happens. I think they killed more Palestinians than the Israelis did, Cyber, during the whole war in Gaza. I swear to God. He says 100. You see what I mean? They did. They did.
The whole thing's absurd.
It's actually a war crime to kill people with food. To use food to bait people and kill them is a war crime. So it's possible Jordan actually did commit a war crime.
But you know what? He really wants to divorce that bitch. Why don't we blame it on her? Because she was pushing for more aid and more aid, remember? And she was with Jose Andreas at the Met Gala. She went for a 3-day tour against America and Israel, and then she went to the Met Gala. I personally.
Look, all I'm saying is there used to be a time where kings like King Henry, when he wanted a different wife, he would do what he needed to do.
Yeah,
Rania.
Yeah, that's Rania, right?
Kings, they just don't know how to get rid of an annoying wife. It's really weird. You'd think these Arabs, they run around telling us, "Oh, I keep my wife in a bag. She's under my control," and yet he can't keep her under control. It's embarrassing.
Palestinian woman? Are you kidding me? That's allowed to speak? Of course not. They're the most annoying protesters in the world. They run like our fucking government right now. The Palestinian women. No, they're the most annoying. So she's pretty, but she's very annoying. So, anyways, it's okay. Their son married a Saudi princess. So the future lines of the Hashemite kingdom is done. It's going to be all Saudi anyways.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, just that really struck me. Here he has this, magic wand fantasy solution for us to their water problems. Come on.
Do you know how much aid was brought into fucking Gaza? 45% of all aid in the world has been sent to Gaza. But during the war, Americans in North Carolina that were starving and freezing when they had the storm over there didn't get not even I don't even know 0.00000. There's not enough zeros before it hits a 1 to say how much aid they had in Gaza. I wanted to airdrop, and I said this repeatedly, Ozempic, because that's how bad
Yep.
it is. That's why they're having
Oh yeah.
daily nightclubs in Gaza. You can see it on my feed.
Yeah.
Go to Imshin. Every night there's
Oh yeah.
like a full blown male discos. There's no women there, and so that they can do some cardio. It's like fucking Zumba, but in Gaza at night. And it's like raves
Yep.
and nightclubs. That sounds wild, people, but they sold you down a river.
They love
Okay.
their Bachi Bazi boys in
Yeah,
Gaza, so
it's yeah, no, I love it. It's the only ongoing genocide in the world where the primary health problem of the population that's being genocided is obesity.
Yeah. Yeah. And maybe a series of STDs, but that's a different conversation. Like, I mean, they have an insane amount of drug use there, but I don't know. And they've rearmed, and it's come through the Gaza border, and it's okay. More U.S. tax dollars under the Biden administration. I think we gave them like, I don't know, 30 billion U.S. tax dollars to Gaza, like just recently. So that's
Yeah.
all I'm going to say. For the North Carolina people, you got $700, and I hope you, just because you hate Jews, I hope you like to suck on a straw of $300 billion that we gave to the Palestinians under the Biden administration, maybe even more. Okay, I mean, under total, we've given like $3 trillion at what we have on paper to Gaza since
It's
the
probably
project in
right.
2005. Since 2005 alone, that's just Gaza. That's not
Yeah.
the West Bank. But
Right.
my point, and that's not with the EU money and the UN money and all the other European money, the Gulf country money. So they lived in paradise. Actually, I was having a conversation with Daron, who's been in our spaces, and he's an Army reservist for like over, I don't know, 800 days, and he does rescue operations, right? Also for hostages and also for soldier rescue. And I said to him about, certain areas in Gaza where the millionaires live, okay, which was untouched, okay, and they were surrounded and protected. And these are the wives that have Chanel, and they're normal and they're Americanized and whatever, okay. And I said, what do their homes look like? What do the apartment buildings look like? He's like, nicer than my home. That's what he says to me. And I'm like, well, I've gotten pictures like from online that people have sent me. It's not spread so widely because this is like kind of a well-known secret, and the Israelis didn't operate in those regions, but sometimes there was terrorists in some of those neighborhoods, and late at night, special forces has to go in, and they would go into a building and they would take an empty. An apartment there is not like an apartment in America, guys. So it's kind of like Trump Tower for an apartment there, let's say, like a condo. And he's like,
Yeah, like a flat.
yeah. Some of them are 2-story, by the way. So they had to go in, and there was terrorists occupying that unit, whatever. And it's like the most expensive Italian furniture. Now, if you're that wealthy and you can literally go through the Egyptian border and live anywhere in the world, why the flying fuck would you want to live in Gaza? You ask yourself that when they go out and travel all over the world through the Egyptian border for years, these people. It's bizarre to me, but they're there because they probably own businesses and who knows what. And they're really like for the Hamas thing. So they, like the I don't know, married couples, and maybe their kids leave and go to college and travel to south of France and come back to Gaza. Who the F would do that? These why would they want to do that? Well, because I guess life wasn't so bad there, and it wasn't an open air prison. Because when you see those pictures
Yeah.
of what those buildings look like, it's like granite tiles and everything is mirrored and chandeliers and 14 gallon gold toilets. And I'm like, what the fuck? And
Yeah.
and I even thought it was like an open air prison until I saw Imshin's account. Just type in on Twitter, IMSHIN, and type in anytime before 2023, right? And you can see like what life was there. It's like a fucking Mediterranean oasis. And yet
Oh yeah.
the morons all over, the Hamas caucus in DC and all over the streets all over the world are like, oh my God, there's only 3 Bugattis in Gaza. Israel has no Bugattis. How the F do you have 3
Right.
Bugattis in Gaza? And they brought him underground tunnels from Egypt. They have 5-story Mercedes dealerships out of glass. Like when I say these things, okay, the people on the woke right and the people on the left are like, oh, that's not possible. Yes. They had
Yeah,
they brought in
they're just
whores from Europe there, from Ukraine. There was a ton of Ukrainian prostitutes
oh
there and
yeah.
Russian
Oh
prostitutes
yeah.
there, and they're
Oh
making
yeah.
a fortune. And then they just go right out through their Egyptian border and they fly out and they go back to wherever they came from.
Yep, I'm sure. Of course,
It's crazy.
absolutely.
It's crazy. Can you imagine telling your mom, hey mom, I got a great gig. I got myself a sugar daddy. I was on an app and and I'm flying to Gaza, mom. And he's paying me 200 grand a month. Guess what? It's US taxpayer dollars. Isn't that funny? and then I have to sit and fight in Twitter spaces online with the morons and the likes of, I don't know, Amru Foodall, aka Myron Gaines, and Lucas Cage, who's now decided to find Jesus, which I don't still believe he's found the light, and all these morons who are like, oh my God, there's a genocide in Gaza. Bitch, please.
Yeah, right.
There's a 5-story Mercedes dealership and a guest house, and they live better than most Americans do. And it's off my U.S. taxpayer dollars, I don't know, for fucking 50 years. I'm done. But that's okay. Let's build them. Let's do the Gaza Board of Peace, and let's build them Mar-a-Lago, which is never going to happen. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, I mean, this also goes to show that clearly they were not motivated by a lack of wealth, right?
do you know that there's no 5-star hotels in Israel? There's a 5-star hotel in Gaza. Well, I don't know if it's there anymore, but it makes sense. Like, it's insane. Like, I don't know. I think there's one 5-star now. I think it's maybe the Waldorf Astoria or something in Jerusalem. I'm not sure. Maybe. But there wasn't before.
I wouldn't know. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know that much about what it's like to actually be on the ground there. I did have a friend who was in the IDF over there, and he temporarily moved. He was dual citizen, U.S. and Israeli, so he spent most of his life here. But he served there, and then he went back briefly. But he came back here, and he told me they couldn't get a decent apartment over there. So that's about all I really know.
Because it was too expensive?
It was expensive, yeah. And then I think he said that they got robbed right as they were moving in and stuff. So.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'd like to know what city that was in. That's unusual.
I'm pretty sure it was in Tel Aviv.
There's very little, there's a lot of theft of cars from the Arab gangs.
Depends who you hire as a mover.
Yeah, he said
someone.
Yeah, it was the movers, and I think that also happened. Their car got stolen by the Palestinians as well. Yeah.
So there's a
That's
great
why you
account.
don't hire Arab labor.
Yeah.
There's a whole pressure. There's Hakola Yudi did a whole article expose about the damage that Arab labor does when they're as contractors hired whatever to do any of the trades. They do stuff like put a Coke can in the drain pipe. So when you go and you open up the building and you whatever, just 1 in 10 apartments, just everything will back up, all the sewage and everything.
Yeah, right.
They do shit like that. So yeah, it's great stuff. It's wonderful. And then occasionally, your car will just be gone.
So there's a great account that covers all of Israeli Arabs who have papers and they're officially gang crime because they kill each other the most, the Arab gangs, and they do smuggling of drugs in country and weapons. And they just in their towns it's like tribal gang warfare, like actual tribal, woo 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 tribes. So I can't believe I did woo woo woo, but you guys know what I mean. So, but they steal all these cars. So there's one Israeli account that all she does is post all these cars that were stolen by the Arabs and how they're and these guys just post the pictures and they post their crimes because they're so retarded. And then and the license plates.
They post them for sale. They want to resell the car and it still has the license plate on it. And the fun thing about license plates in Israel is each of the segment of digits is allocated to the dealership, the make of car, and the region and the year. So you can literally tell if the car matches its license plate. And you could tell that these cars are with a stolen license plate. She'll point to the license plate and be like, it's from this car. I know this car. This car was reported stolen. This is the other car. This car I also have reported stolen. And they'll just switch the license plates and then post them for sale.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
Well,
so do you know anything about this guy, Jay Clayton, by the way? Because I have something here from Victor about this guy, so I was curious.
No, I don't.
So they cover Tulsi going out with a bang. I want you to hear this. It's 2 minutes.
Hey,
Okay.
Seth, really quick, please.
What? 1 second, Ronak. Hold on.
This comes on the heels of
hold on.
Tulsi Gabbard's resigning and a controversial temporary solution there. Any thoughts on Jay Clayton, Victor? And Tulsi's going at this time. Go ahead.
Tulsi's kind of going out with a bang, isn't she? She's releasing a lot of things on UFOs and overreach by government people. Some things on the election. It's it's exciting time. He's the ultimate on the conservative side professional. I think he was head of the SEC, and he's a Washington lawyer. So he's a professional. And I think right now, in that administration, given they've had people like Matt Gaetz, who was not confirmed or had bowed out, but it's more of a mainstream, less controversial appointment. You know what I mean? Kind of he's a very good guy. He's pro-Trump and all that stuff, but it's not going to be a Pam Bondi type appointment. And I like Pam Bondi. I didn't mean to, but someone who's familiar with Washington is what I'm trying to say. Okay. You agree? Have I ever disagreed with you about anything other than how many archangels there are? I think I agreed with you on everything, Victor. Okay, Gordon Wood, a great historian, 92 years old, well-acclaimed historian, and he was mowed down in a parking lot in Rhode Island this past week. He taught at Brown University. Victor, you must have crossed. You're a historian. I've met him 2 or 3 times. He was a consummate gentleman. When the 1619 Fuhrer came out, he was not grandstanding. He just sober and judiciously basically showed why it was wrong. And he knew from A to Z the status of slavery and how it affected the founding fathers and the Declaration and the Constitution. And he voiced his opinion. They were always excellent. I was curious about how old the person was, just because I was wondering if it was an older driver or young or what, how that happened. Because you don't hear of a person being run a lot. In a parking lot? No. Yeah. But you would think maybe it's someone, a robbery, fleeing something. It could be an old lady who, well, I don't know. You mean an old lady like my age, 72? I become very sensitive now because of old man or cancer survivor. I got a lot of whole victim status qualifications now. Elder abuse, Jack. I accused someone in my company of they had to do something for me, or it would be senior. It would be senior abuse as an official senior. Hey, Victor. Okay, well, let's talk about something serious. Not that Gordon Wood's passing isn't serious, but I thought it was pretty a long and detailed and critical piece published at National Review Online the other day by Elliot Abrams. It's titled, "In Trump's Second Term, Things Start to Fall Apart." Now, just read here quickly.
Hold on. It's a commercial.
Stairs, you close your mic.
What's up, Ronak? You're obsessed with we were talking about the cars because did you want to?
No, you closed your mic. You just silenced
yourself.
Okay.
No, I had to close the mic because it was an ad. That's why. Hold on one second.
In the 17th month of his second term, there's confusion and failure. The achievements of the second term in foreign affairs are real. The attacks on Iran in June 2025 and now in 2026 decapitated the regime, greatly diminished Iran's economy and its military power. Similarly, bold are the decapitation of the regime in Venezuela and the squeeze on Cuba. But in Europe, where the Ukraine war continues, and in Asia, where Xi Jinping continues his threat against Taiwan, there are no achievements to list. In fact, relations with India, critical during the 21st century, have been damaged, and President Trump seems poised to throw away the achievements he has made. I never thought of Elliot Abrams as someone bulwarky, John Bolton, whatever Trump does is. No, I don't think he is. I don't think he is. But I would disagree. I mean, he's talking about his second term when we came in.
Okay, so I want to say something about India. So it had to do with the Pakistan-India war. And for whatever reason, the way that ended, that upset India very greatly. And he's been propping up the Pakistanis. Yeah, what? Yeah.
So regarding to Israel-Palestine, the crime, you forgot to mention in Israel that 80% of the hard violent crime actually being committed by Arabs.
Yes, there's basically no crime in Israel. It's mostly Arab crime. Yes. That's why when somebody gets their house robbed, it's most likely that they used Arab movers, Palestinian movers, and they robbed your car and then they robbed whatever furniture you had or whatever
So it's
they
not
could.
only to house robbers, it's extortion from stores, from business owners, from farmers in the north, in
Yeah,
the
they're
south.
gangs. They're like a mafia.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, we went on just in a sidetrack because I don't know, we brought up, I don't know how we came up to Gaza, Tim. Maybe we were talking about
We were lamenting that Tim's friend was unable to make the move back to Israel because apparently
an
he
apartment.
hired the wrong people, or somebody recommended the wrong people, or maybe the superintendent at the apartment was whatever.
Okay, yeah,
happened.
just my point, it was like 80% of them that was hard crime.
Yeah,
that was
like I walked in, like I hadn't been to Israel in like over 25 years. Anyways, doesn't matter, 20 years. And I was in Jerusalem at like 3 a.m. on a Friday night. By the way, Jerusalem shuts down for the Sabbath, so nothing's open at all. And so I was walking to go to my son's yeshiva, and it's up on a hill in Jerusalem. Anyways, and I'm in the German colony, so everybody speaks English, everybody's American. It's actually called the German colony. It's very cute. The U.S. embassies, the U.S. Ambassador's house is there. Anyways, and so I walked with full clothes from the Sabbath, which are very fancy, and tons of jewelry on me. I would never do this anywhere in America, by the way. Nowhere in America would I do this. I walked by myself at 2 a.m. without a cell phone because it's a Sabbath, and I got lost like twice, by the way, to meet him at his apartment, and like in the middle of the night. And so, because I had the key and I wanted to like see if he was still awake, because I was only there for a short time, and he's in seminary there, anyways. And so I was emotional, and I just walked by myself, pitch black at night. Okay, I wasn't worried about rapists. I wasn't worried about being robbed. It's the most bizarre feeling, and I'm a very, very hawkish person, guys. Like, I don't want to go anywhere unless I have a gun. There, I can't have a gun, sadly, because I'm not an Israeli citizen and I don't have a permit or anything like that. But it is very interesting to me. There's like no crime there. Now, of course, God forbid something could have happened, but I'm walking in like a residential area of nothing but like young couples, religious people, Americans, like, even though, and there was no cars on the street or anything because everything is shut down. So, and it was like, I didn't see any homeless people, which is kind of unusual over there, but I just didn't. So it's by where the train tracks are, Ronek, you know what I'm talking about, in Jerusalem, in the German colony?
yeah, I'm actually familiar with that.
Okay. So yeah, so I had to walk all the way through there and past like the Aroma Cafe and then up the hill, where like all the young kids like live in their little yeshiva and apartments and everything. It's very cute. So it's yeah. There's other parts of Israel I'm sure I would feel less safe, but there I felt completely safe. So walking in the middle of the
I'm
night.
sure you're gonna see some beggars in the Machne Yehuda market.
That's different. That's very far from there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Very far. I would go there on a Saturday night at 2 in the morning by myself as a woman and have no problem going there either. So that's different. But I don't know if I'd wear all the kind of jewelry that I was wearing that night. I'd probably like just wear a pair of earrings or whatever. I wouldn't wear like $20,000 worth of bangles on my hand. But yeah, I didn't. I have no issue. More likely in Machane Yehuda over there on Saturday night, the Shuk, I'd be worried that we'd be dancing so much, which is amazing. You guys should look up the Shuk in Jerusalem. Everybody should go there. And it's this crowd packed with a bunch of kids and adults, and everybody's like, not kids, little kids. I'm talking about like teenagers, like 17 and above, and adults, and everybody's just dancing, and there's music, and it's the most bizarre thing you'll ever experience. And you can just go by yourself. I'd be more concerned about dancing and dropping my bangles or something. That's the worst thought I could imagine that could happen there. But for kids, it's amazing. For young people, it's like amazing to live in Jerusalem if you're religious. So it's very fun for them, and they have a whole infrastructure. Yeah. What's up, Henry?
Yeah. No, you got me kind of a little bit scared. I don't know. My nephew's moving there. In September, he got the window 28th to the 30th. Not to Jerusalem specifically, I think to Tel Aviv. Is it like I'm just, you got me a little bit afraid like that. Is there areas that I'm sure like any country, any city, there's bad areas.
It's totally safe. I'm telling you, like, girls go and walk alone on the street and go for a run like by themselves. It's completely safe.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at night.
At night. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Henry,
Wow.
I was like walking by myself through the driller on me because I was
No,
like,
no, I heard you say. I heard you
yeah,
say like you were
with
talking
no
about the other.
person, no phone. And even in America, like because I used to be on call for like, I don't know, 20 years. So I always had like a phone turned off in like in a pouch that I would zip up if I'm walking far for the Sabbath or something. And I would never walk alone. We'd walk with a large group of people. And if you have a conceal and carry, people do that too, right? Especially in Florida. So, but I would never, yeah.
I'll
But
tell you, my little brother, who I love him dearly, but he's kind of a retard when it comes to communicating where he's going to be and where he's going to go and when he's going to come back, was with my sisters for Shabbat, and then decided he was going to go and see if his friends were up at their apartment, and then if they weren't, he was if they were, he was going to come back and say like, yeah, I'm at my friend's apartment, whatever. So he tells my sisters, and he's like, I'm going to go see if they're up. If they are, I'm going to just come back and tell you, and I'll go hang out with them, whatever, let you know the plan. Doesn't tell them, whatever. Doesn't come to shul the next morning, goes to a different shul, whatever. Everyone was like, okay, he's a retard, he's going to get yelled at. But like, no one was concerned that anything happened to him. We were just like, he's about to get yelled at. And then lo and behold, each of my sisters, 3 of them proceeded to scream at him. So that when my parents called after Shabbat and they were like, I heard you didn't tell your sisters where you went on Friday night. He was like, please, I already got yelled at by your other 3 daughters. Please don't. Like, my parents like, no, we don't have to yell at you. We already know you got yelled at.
so
But
like,
like, no one was
I'll give you an
concerned.
example. My son, my son's teaching right now in a seminary for American boys. And the semester finished and he's about to run security for a very large camp. He's running the whole security operation at 22 years old. This is normally you'd hire like a 45-year-old, but no, at 22, my son is running the full security for a very expensive camp.
Good
For
morning.
what?
Good morning, Stealth.
Good
How are you?
morning.
Sorry, I'm interrupting. I have to go, and the only reason why I joined and interrupted, Miss Stealth, you know how much I love your spaces and whatnot. I just joined the space with a host named Trillion, and since I was Lebanese, he was attacking me because I'm anti-Hezbollah, and he mentioned your name a bunch of times. He was like, "Are you
Really?
one of those idiots that follow Stealth and join a room?" Some libertard named Trillion, and he's pro-Iran and pro-anti-Israel, and he's an
Yes.
American. And I just
Yes.
went argued with him. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you guys.
No,
Boker
it's
Tov,
just
all you
funny.
guys from Lebanon.
Ellie, literally listen. Ellie, let me explain to you. These guys sit, and these women too, sit and fantasize about me 24 hours a day, and I could care less because they're all like weirdo stooges that are
He
just like.
mentions you like literally every day. I was like, you should
They are
join her
so
space. Like, she's
stupid,
actually
man.
pretty
It's,
nice.
he kept pressuring me. I was telling him I want neutrality for Lebanon. I don't want to get involved with Hamas's bullshit. They're the one. He was like, "What did they do to Israel to get killed?" I was like, "You forgot about October 7th, getting raped while they're partying and whatnot, or you
Dude, don't
don't see
spike
this shit?
don't spike your cortisol over this, brother.
Dude, they
Listen.
literally
Fucking
listen to
bastards,
Stealth
man."
Space, and she lives rent free in their heads 24/7. They literally like have
Bravo. Good job then.
no
These
brain.
motherfuckers pissed me off. I just woke up. It's 11:30 in the morning in Lebanon, and like I joined their spaces because they have the Lebanese flag on. I was wondering what they were talking about.
Yeah,
These motherfuckers are worse than Hezbollah.
I know,
These
I
fucking
know,
dumb libertards.
I
And there
know,
was
I know,
one
and they're
lady.
Americans,
Yeah,
It's very.
I was like, what the fuck? I'm an American also, but when I was living in the States, we never seen any of these idiots. We didn't see them. I
Welcome to
left
the
the States in
internet.
'95.
You have to go to the
Hold
assisted
on.
living facilities for the retarded kids, otherwise you won't see them.
Listen, Ellie,
So
let
I
me
see
explain
too
to you.
many
So
of them in
if
Lebanon, so I don't want to see
none of those
the
people
American
in
ones
Twitter
either.
Spaces, if they were confronted with Hezbollah, they would bend over, bring their pants down, and
Fuck Hezbollah.
they would
These
probably have
motherfuckers
to.
take pictures of my house in Lebanon every day and post it on Twitter, Hezbollah. And all I can say is fuck them and Hassan Nasrallah and this pimp fucking Khomeini or whatever the fuck. I'm here in Lebanon. I'm Lebanese forces. Them or any other fucking Hizb devil, whatever the fuck they are, they can come and do what they want. And it pisses me off as being a Lebanese American and seeing Americans, my fellow Americans, siding with people that have been butchering us for the last 42 years. These
Yep.
motherfuckers in America need to be arrested. These are
Yes, they
fucking
do.
traitors.
Give me a list. Give me a list, Ellie.
I
I'm
gave you
down.
the first one. There was only one person in that space. Her name was Jess, and she had some Chinese writing. and she has a Jesus picture on her header. She was like, "Come back to the space. I believe what you're saying." And I was like, I don't want to fucking argue with a bunch of libertards. I'm at Stealth's space right now. I love Stealth.
I love
They
you,
Ellie,
Ellie.
the
Ellie knows.
problem, Ellie,
use
the
this
problem that
fucker.
Hezbollah, Ellie,
This
the problem that
motherfucker,
Hezbollah
all
is
he did
actually,
was concentrate on Stealth Medical.
That's all they
All
wanted to
he
talk about
did.
was about me.
Oh,
And you're
you
like,
must be
dude, let
in
me teach
Stealth
you about
Medical.
Hezbollah.
You've been getting your information from Stealth Medical. I was like, what the fuck? I'm from a village where the Palestinians butchered us, motherfucker. You're telling me I have to like them and fuck Palestine. Palestine doesn't exist. There's some fucking island from Crete, barbarian people who came to this land to trade with the Phoenicians and the Canaanites and the Israelis, and they're fucking barbarians. They were even banned from Greece, the Palestinians, the Palapalos, whatever the fuck they are.
Ellie, listen, let me tell you, super base, number one. Number two, if you were near me, I don't touch men unless they're my husband, but I would give you a big, fat, wet kiss because I'm explaining to you Lebanese. They totally get it. The Lebanese need to go into the spaces. Like there's another space. There was people. I need some people to go to Patriot Storm Space, for example, that guy's space. I was in there last night. I was trying to explain to them about Hezbollah and Lebanon. I'm like, I'm not even fucking Lebanese. Okay, my belly dance teacher, she was Lebanese. My grandfather shared a restaurant with a Lebanese guy. Since I was a little girl, we watched Lebanese music and belly dancing and TV on my grandmother's house. My grandfather played soccer, so he played soccer with Lebanese guys. He was in Greece, so like I am very cultured. I dated a Lebanese Jewish guy when I was very younger. Okay, he used to call me the Jewish J-Lo. It's very funny. But anyways, so I love Lebanese people. I love Lebanese people. What's not to
And
love?
I
I love
love you
Lebanese.
guys too. We
Yeah,
love you guys too. Boker
yeah.
Tov, everybody.
Boker Tov, Ellie. And one day things will be more peaceful. But Ellie, you need to go to other spaces. So I'll DM you. I'm gonna send you a DM. And oh yeah, I see you just sent me a post. Okay,
but I
so
need to ask Ellie something specific.
Ellie, go ahead. Hurry up. Go ahead, Ronik. Go ahead.
So Ellie, are you familiar with the Tahrir agreement, something like that, from the 80s that bans most of the militias in Lebanon, but still left Hezbollah intact?
Zigos would know more about that, Ronik. He's an expert on that. And so is Saint.
So this is the inherent problem that people are not really
I'm sorry I
talking
have to
about.
go. I just got a call, guys. But the one who really knows what's happening in Lebanon has experience, and he's my comrade. Sometimes he's co-host with you, Stealth. His name is Z Ghost.
Yeah, Zigos. My brother Zigos, yes.
Yeah, he's my brother.
Yes.
He's my comrade. I love this guy.
He's
And I
my
know
brother,
I've
yes.
asked about him in Lebanon. He's a big hero for us. He's a huge
big
hero.
deal. He's a big
Okay,
deal.
great. So Stealth, ask Zigos.
I gotta go, guys. Have a good day. I
Bye-bye,
love you
pal. Be
guys.
safe, Ellie. Be safe,
Bye-bye.
buddy. Bye-bye.
Take care.
What was
Hey, Stout, check
like
this out. Check this out quick. One of the speakers, Butlerian Jihad, he, him. I'll pronounce in the bio, of course. Okay, another pronounce in the bio. Damn cropped up kefias.
You talking about from the space that we're talking about me, or?
Yeah, I'm checking. I'm listening anonymously. I'm taking
Oh,
screen. I'm like,
that's so funny. That's so
good
funny.
host?
I like Sarah though. I mean, she's funny.
I know everybody like people are talking is still from 3 years later. Like it's wild. I don't like to talk about other accounts. Like I know who Trillion is. Like in terms of like his. Oh, you're listening right now. But I don't talk about other spaces hosts. I really try to like really not do that. That's why I laugh when they block me because anyways I never block them until they block me. If they block me and you're a dude, that means you sit to pee. And I don't take you seriously as a man, so I'm gonna block you because you're a joke. You're like a female, like it's
Yeah.
like acting like a female. What men need to block? First of all, I never DM anybody, and I never share DMs. So, and I don't call any of those people out. But if you're gonna do that, I don't know. Then you're a chump, and you're not a real man, and you sit to pee. So I'm gonna humiliate you then.
I
But
actually respect you for that because I know that is with and like the
yes,
type of messages that they like that was like confidential stuff, and it's like you could have,
put it
they
all
kind of
out
turned on
there.
you. You could have exposed them, but like you never did.
Never, not a single one. Believe me. And Carolina's begged me to get into my DMs. Begged me. Oh
She's
my
gonna
God.
end up hacking you.
And no, nobody can hack. They can't hack it. I have 2-factor and anyways, I have other measures, but no, I have DMs from all the Nazis and all the Jew haters now, because before October 7th, they were normal. but I coasted with all the people, Suleiman. I was obviously on Mario's space all the time, but like all the Mays and everybody, I just don't talk about these people. So because it's for me, it's like people are earning a living and they're internet personalities. Now, if you do something illegal, I keep warning people, you're going to go to jail. It's maybe now, later, or whatever. I'm never going to jail because I don't do anything bad. But if you're doing propaganda and you're inciting people to violence and you're engaging with terrorism, it's going to come to you eventually. Everything your hand touches is going to turn to shit. So it's very frustrating. Eli is a Lebanese Christian dude, right? And he's fights in the army. Some of them are even Shias, and they're like, we don't want Hezbollah. We just want a normal life. And a lot of people move back. They have family. They have aging family, And Lebanese people, like Iranian people, are very, very proud of their home country. But nobody goes crazy on like any of the Iranians or the Pakis saying, oh, you're Pakistani Zionists, whatever you want to call it. They don't say that, but they only say it to the Jews. Well, all these people come from other countries, pride in those countries. And some will say, I care more about Qatar and Pakistan and Saudi Arabia and this place and Russia, even though I'm an American or whatever. And I love Iran and they're American. Nobody says shit to them or the Chinese, only the Jews. So that's why I'm like, fuck you, you're disingenuous. That's why it's a joke. So I can't take you seriously because I know friends who are Irish. They're like, oh my God, Ireland. I miss Ireland. Or they're from Germany and they miss their German heritage. So what, you can have fucking German nationalism
See,
even though
my
you're in America?
toxic trait is I tell them to go the fuck back because I'm also an immigrant, but that's a whole different story.
Right. But it doesn't even matter. Like people can appreciate like Lebanese are very proud of their country. They love it. They can't go there. They want to go there. It's unsafe. Americans have gone there that are Lebanese and kidnapped and killed by Hezbollah. Even in the last 5 years, I have a whole thread. But the Lebanese people know I have their back and I love them. That's why this dude comes in here and he
Yeah,
says that.
yeah, but
So
listen, it's like to me, I have a problem with people that if you ask them, what would you pick? Like if it came down to it, would you pick the United States or Israel? And the people that say Israel while living in the United States, but also Pakistanis that are here and say, oh no, I would save Pakistan over the
that's
United
right.
States. Well, in the
That's
United
right.
States, I also tell them to F right off.
Right. That's like but see, the loyalty from the Islamic world and from other cultures is okay. But if people are worried about the homeland, there's also Christians who consider Jerusalem, they're also their homeland, right? They don't consider Rome their homeland. So
Well, it's the land of that Jesus was at. Like the trees there, I've seen that are like thousands of years old. Like they've seen Jesus walk around. So like, yeah, it's kind of has a little something special, you know?
Nazareth and everything. Anyways, so yeah, so I appreciate Eli. So I think it's funny. He's like, oh my God, he's talking about you. I went to check my DMs with Eli. I've never had any DMs with him. He just sent me one, hey, can I come up? But like everybody thinks like there's some plot. No, people come in here. I had the leaders of the Syrian army come in here before the fall of Syria. They were running an op in my space. I don't know who those fuckers were. They just showed up.
No,
So
but the space I was in yesterday said some stuff that I literally got like nauseous on the panel. I had like my other phone recording, so like I got it on tape, so I didn't have to listen to it. But I was like, okay, I'm gonna give you like the list of the names because I think you
yeah.
should know. But let's just say they said some shit that I mean, I can't even repeat it
Oh, wait, about me or about other
about
people?
you. I can't even repeat it.
Oh.
I don't even want you to listen to it. Like,
Oh no, like you send it to me. I don't mind listening. I'll listen to it.
I don't know.
People that are like, I don't. Stealth, I had no idea I'm not surprised, but I had no idea that this kind of stuff was going on.
Well,
What are you talking about for 3 straight years, Henry?
they're worthless. Nobody leftists, so it's like whatever. But
I don't know if they're leftists. I think we're talking about a different person.
the
There's
space I
somebody
sent you
that's.
yesterday, remember?
Let me see. Wait, you
You
sent me.
popped in, and I think you went on the anonymous right away because I saw it on there. But yeah,
Yeah. So that guy, Jordan, he got arrested with impersonating. Did you see the reports that came out on that?
wait, which Jordan?
Daily.
Are you?
Yeah.
What? Impersonating who?
He was impersonating Secret Service and had a badge.
Weird.
And he got picked up going into a club with Ryan. Yeah.
What was he doing? Okay.
Wait. Is this
about this?
Is this from today or from yesterday? I'm trying to look up. I don't see the DM. Did you? Where? Let me see.
That was
Let
Yo,
me
Josie,
see.
you want to check in on Jordan? Because, like, seems like a cool dude. I don't know how he ended up in that mess, but, like, we haven't
Uh,
seen him. I haven't seen him, like,
he
in
has.
spaces or
He's
anything.
been super quiet lately. Like that might. We haven't spoken in a minute, so that might be it. Like we said hi, like here and there, and just like check on each other, but nothing that deep. So yeah, I'll check on him.
are you being facetious, Cyber?
I don't know, like, being in jail for impersonating a Secret Service agent is kind of scary, honestly.
I don't think that he's out of jail. Is my point.
I mean, he posted 6 hours ago.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, because I was wondering, I'm like, maybe she meant somebody else. Because I was like, yeah, and I posted
I
like,
don't see a DM from you yesterday. Can you resend me what you're looking at?
yeah, the space has been deleted, but hold on.
They deleted it on purpose.
It wasn't. Yeah, of course. I don't even know if it was recorded, but I had the whole 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh, can you send it to me?
Yeah, I would need your email because the file is too big.
Can you do it? Can you send it on Signal or WhatsApp?
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
okay, perfect. Okay.
Cyber, do you know if you can send like big files on Signal?
WhatsApp.
I
I
don't know
think
what
is
the size limit
easier.
is.
You you can share them as a Google Doc.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
Stealth, when you were talking about this, if you're comfortable talking, we don't talk about it openly, but like you were talking about you said something to me about a year and a half ago that's always stuck in my mind, and we never followed up. But like, are the Chatter Boys? I don't want to say their names. Are they also?
I have no idea what that means. You want to DM me what you're saying?
Yeah.
I have no idea what that means. Hey, Stevenson. So my problem is you have a bunch of guys, 23 people, that were going to do a terrorist attack in DC, at UFC, and they were going to corral people by doing explosions with drones, and then corral them and wait for them with weapons to shoot all these people. And they were using the APAC tracker to target Senator Blackburn and all these pro-Israel accounts. And when Brianna was in here, Stevenson, I don't know if did you read, Stevenson, the FBI filing from about the 23 people, and I think they found 5 so far.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you heard you predicted this was going to happen, and
I
it happened. It's
and
pretty
yes,
remarkable.
yeah, and so I'm like literally 99.9% accurate on my predictions. I said, first of all, I thought there was a threat risk at the UFC, so thank God they picked it up. I just want to know if there's a couple of names because I know they have TikTok's accounts, but obviously they're on Discord and other channels. So people sent me over a bunch of like files on them. I haven't started to look yet. I'm waiting for a couple of my intel guys to wake up overseas and to be done with work in Ireland and in Italy because I want to make sure they're tracking. I have a belief that some of this stuff is being done by certain like Palestinian action groups out in Ireland with Fergie Chambers. Because I kept telling our friends over at certain agencies that they need to monitor because they were going to hit the U.S. Embassy in Ireland. And I was very worried that they're squared up. And because of my many public statements, they increased security there. So, like, if something happened, Stevenson, and I hadn't alerted people, I'd lose my shit. You know that, right? I like the guilt that I would have is like I still have massive guilt that I did not know that Charlie Kirk was going to start his college tour at UVU. Had that happened, I would have fucking burned down the world to make sure that they knew that there was a threat risk there for him. Like, you don't know what I would do. So that's how I am. That's my personality. So I would make sure that something like that would not happen, right? So that's why, like, when this UFC thing came up, I gave like a bunch of scenarios and spaces. Then I was DMing a bunch of scenarios to people in the administration, like high up in National Security Council or former NSC in Trump's first term, and I said, please, 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 something is going to happen at UFC. I know it. I know it in my bones. You gotta like. You need to be insane. I tweeted about it. I tagged Cash Patel, Gorka, like the whole anybody who's in there, and I was very fucking annoying on DMs about it, and I have all the DMs to prove it, right? And then this story comes out, and I was warning people that they were going to start to recruit. ISGAP put out a report, Stevenson, that 11 to 17-year-olds are being recruited in Europe by the Iranians and by the Russians to do attacks on churches, assassinations, bombings of places, synagogues. Doesn't matter what it is, and that's highly concerning. And they don't even know what they're being called out to do. So here, my biggest thing is American kids are just as dumb as European kids, and you're going to ruin your whole effing life because some foreign malign influence operation. And I think it's a fucking shame, and it's demoralizing. And you're an American, so I care about you whether you're a lefty or not, whether you hate Jews or not, whether you hate Christians or not. It doesn't matter to me. You're still a fucking American, right? So the whole point is, as conservatives, we're the adults in the room. We're supposed to protect even the morons on the left, because nobody on the left is going to protect us. That's for sure, right? And sometimes maybe 20% of the lefties grow up to not be morons, and they'll come over to the conservative side if we can save them. But it still doesn't mean that you want to have a bunch of white kids that get radicalized by some bullshit and get recruited to do what at the UFC? Who are you going to shoot? Americans and soldiers? They're at UFC, or the black girl that was beautifully singing, or who are they planning on taking out? Marsha Blackburn from Tennessee, like a white Christian lady, right, who supports Trump. It's ridiculous. It's just, and they're considered woke, right? But because she as donations, well, what about all the Iranian funding of Massi and Muslim Brotherhood funding of Massi? It's insane.
Yeah, and it concerns me with the other story about people faking the Secret Service credentials and the tie-in with that. It's
Yeah,
very, very concerning. And
and they're on Twitter and social media.
yeah, and they were going to go to the event also.
Yes.
So it's
I know.
crazy, but I'm glad it was stopped, and people in the administration are taking it seriously.
Yeah, but how many things have they stopped? And anyways, it's just, but what's not being corrected is that the influencers are still being promoted, Steve Simonson. They're still being highlighted, and they're still operating, and they're being given credibility. Like, we need to start calling them out. Like, I think the guys need to start calling them out on spaces, because there is information ops on lots of spaces that you and me know about. And all you need is one dummy from inside there to do something really catastrophic. So when Crooks went to shoot the president, he killed a fireman with a wife and kids. I think there's 3 people killed, right? So, he could have had some opinion about the president, but the whatever, whoever. But then the dumb mother Flower went and killed other innocent people, fathers, and it's just people don't get it. They don't get it, and they think it's a joke, and that's why the rhetoric on like the live streamers and everything, even with like the Lucas Cage thing. I listened to Lucas Cage. He did a show with the L'chaim, which is like the Chabad guys, and they met with him, and he's like, "Listen, I was getting so radicalized and everything." I'm like, "Dude, motherfucker, the FBI and the police showed up at your door, and they're like, if you don't stop, you're gonna end up in jail or dead." And it's not Jews that are going to kill you. The left Antifa will come after people like
See the
him and
one with
others.
Dan Bilzerian, who was like semi-planning a terrorist attack, and then they were all doxing each other online, saying, "Oh no, it was him. He was planning the terrorist attack first." Like, they all knew that the FBI was listening to all of them, so they were trying to blame the other person.
And a lot of these guys, Stevenson, since Charlottesville, are FBI informants for a period of time, and then they're no longer FBI informants, but their asses are being monitored 24/7, and yet they can radicalize up until a certain point. But if you don't think those guys are not turning in other people so that their ass doesn't go to jail, they are. So I'm curious how many people Lucas Cage turned in, that those people are not aware that Lucas Cage turned them in, and others. And it's going to go down the line like that. And Dan Bilzerian was right. He was stopped on a tarmac, right? So we don't know if he's an FBI informant. I don't know if he's in country. I know he got his citizenship in Armenia. All I'm just saying is, when you start to play in that world, it leads you down a slippery slope. I don't see why. You've got all this money. You're Gucci. What are you putting yourself into a whole world of shit for? Doesn't like, it's not over Israel and the Jews, Stevenson. You know that.
Yeah, I
It's
think
true.
he
And you
just
could do
lost all of his
OnlyFans. You can't
money.
go to jail for OnlyFans.
He lost a lot of his money, and he was severe. I think a lot of the paranoia is also with the legalization of like the pot and like the high strength pot, people taking edibles, they go down rabbit holes, they see things that don't exist, and it reinforces it by like the hyper acceleration of the, you know,
No, we
programming
doesn't
online.
do it to you. I'm sorry to tell you.
Pardon?
I'm saying no, we doesn't do it to you. There's a whole complete research of Professor Rafael Meshulam on the benefit of cannabinoids and
Okay,
the
so Ronak, I'm
like
sorry. So there's a 482-page book, and I'm going to tell you right now, early use of marijuana in men brings on early onset schizophrenia. Period. Full stop. Okay, so this is something
correct.
I'm a fucking
I'm not.
expert in:
Yeah, not
pediatric
not not.
neurology and brain
I'm not
development.
saying in young age. I'm not
Well,
encouraging
this is the
people in
problem.
young age to
Okay,
use it.
so Dan Bilzerian started with marijuana when he was younger and did lines of coke and was on steroids, and he's had 2 strokes. Okay, by the age of 25, 2 fucking strokes. Now, what a stroke does to your brain is one thing, and then after that, you start to sell these high dose marijuana and edibles, and I'm sorry, it does create problems. No matter what you think, it does. Okay, I'm completely
And
against
that's in
any.
regular populations. In male populations, there's a group of men who genetically they're more predisposed to schizophrenia, and cannabinoids are known to trigger it. I have a good friend who was told by his doctor, like, because these people who are your distant relatives had these mental issues, you cannot take marijuana of any type. Like, I'm sorry, not even one time. The doctor told all their brothers, listen, guys, you're not likely to develop this, but if you use marijuana, you will increase your risk significantly. If you want to drink alcohol, you can drink alcohol within reason, but absolutely under no circumstances taking marijuana will trigger it. And that's just a reality for some percentage of males. It's not fair. It's just life. So don't do it. Like,
And girls like puffing on Stevenson on those like marijuana pens or whatever constantly. It's like 24/7. They're walking around, some of the prettiest girls ever. And by the time they're like 16, 17, 18 in high school, they're addicted to those pens and all that stuff. It's the most disgusting thing ever. I would ban the shit out of all marijuana use, with the exception if obviously for some oncology patients or whatever, I would ban all of it. We don't need any of that. That's an intentional op by the CCP. But
Yeah,
anyways, nobody.
we need the
Yeah.
administration to focus on these like these they're like not even head shops, they're these like vape shops, and they're selling
Yes.
kratom there, and it's all they're involved in jihadists. You know, a lot of the money's being laundered, but they're
Yep.
destroying our children, and a lot of them are just selling marijuana. It's like synthetic stuff to kids. They're selling these vape
Highly
pens. Yeah,
addicting.
it's
I'm sorry. If it's
disgusting.
synthetic stuff, it's no longer marijuana. You guys have moved the post gold for so many times. But yeah, marijuana is really not to be used with the young people. But beyond that, the synthetics and this is where you're stretching. This is where the Americans trying to go to the extreme all the time and demonizing a plant to making the essence of it and purely all drinking all of that. Like, okay, sure.
Okay. Anyways, so I'm on the FBI report. I have a quick question for you, Stevenson, since I don't know if you talked about it tonight or anything, but I know they're looking for the other people. Did they find them?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they did.
Okay.
Or how many people were concretely involved in the plot. I saw a bunch of gear and stuff. So I mean, some of them were
Yes.
staged in DC, or was it? Oh
Yes.
wow!
Yeah. In DC. Yeah. Yeah. In Virginia, actually.
So, do you know what was the purpose? Because I heard you. I haven't heard this before. They were planning on rounding people up and kind of shooting them in some kind of.
They were planning on using drones to do massive explosions at buildings and hotels near the White House. And then everybody would start to run out from the UFC, and they were going to corral them in a certain way based on the explosive drones, and then have people waiting with guns to mow everybody down.
Okay, because I knew about the drones. I didn't understand the rest of the plot. That makes perfect. Jesus Christ! Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So it was filed in Central District of California.
There's a kid from Dayton, a kid from California, a kid from
They're
Baltimore,
not kids.
Delaware.
I mean, they're like,
Yeah, no,
they're,
no. I understand. They're not. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I'm
But so they're from,
almost 50.
there was
They're
23
kids.
people from many different states across the U.S.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it says Thomas allegedly participated in a group chat planning an attack at the UFC event at the White House in a group chat on June 7th. He wrote $1,300 gets us the drones and the charges, means the explosives. Yes, we should all pitch in and we need it ASAP. In another group chat, Thomas, under a pseudonym, allegedly described tiers of operators within their anti-government group, with tier 1 being operators on the ground, tier 2 being drivers and drone operators, tier 3 being logistical suppliers, tier 4 being social media influencers. Make sure they have all the tier 2 support we can provide. We will try to break them out of jail if we need to. In the same group chats, Thomas discussed meeting with ROA in person in Southern California in order to conduct marksman training, and reflected that the group needed to train for guerrilla style warfare. In a June 13th search warrant, FBI agents allegedly seized from Thomas's residence a rifle, 30-round extended mag for the rifle, 180 rounds of ammunition, and a pistol. Daniel Eskridge. Eskridge was charged with conspiracy to commit murder on White House grounds, according to an affidavit filed in the Western District of Missouri. The FBI identified Eskridge while reviewing electronic communications on Proper's cell phone. The co-conspirators had electronic chats on encrypted social media platforms. In those chats, members of the group allegedly discussed assassinating several U.S. senators, representatives, and prominent business executives. Members of the group targeted some legislators based on the group's perceived belief that the legislators accepted money from pro-Israel lobbies. When discussing potential targets, Eskridge indicated that the target was big and someone of a majority of the country knows. In the discussion, power grids were also identified as potential targets. On May 22nd, Estridge distributed a picture of tactical equipment, including a rifle helmet and ballistic vests. The photograph is below. Also, according to the affidavit, in a separate chat group, a conversation took place in early June when Eskridge and some of the other chat group members discussed their plan to attack the UFC Freedom 250 event. Specifically, Thomas stated Pennsylvania Avenue. Eskridge said the group should obtain $1,300 in U.S. currency, and they needed 5 teams of 3 each team, consisting of 1 sniper, 1 tier 1 operator as support and lookout, and 1 drone operator. Estridge said that the money would provide them the funding to purchase drones and charges, and encouraged the group to all pitch in. On June 13th, law enforcement officials executed a federal search warrant of Eskridge's residence. Agents recovered rifles, a shotgun, pistol, and other tactical gear. Photograph of the equipment is below. Abraham Alvarez. According to the charges filed in Nebraska, the FBI identified Alvarez as the individual using the name Shepard. Holy shit, it's not the Shepard that I know from Twitter Spaces, is it? In an encrypted chat app that was used to plan an attack on the UFC, Stevenson. Yep. UFC Freedom 250 event scheduled to be held at the White House on June 14th. The FBI assessed that Alvarez, also known as Shepard, was responsible for planning, organizing, and directing the planned attack based on conversations excerpts in June when Shepard posted, "This is the best action I see. Position your teams in the purple dots, counter sniper and drones, long range circled area, great shot, easy out into the river." Shepard also allegedly posted other measures, including replying to another member on making drones with explosives, as many and as deadly as we can get, that he was working on drones and had 1 drone and was working on more. The complaint further alleges that Shepard provided a picture and directions for a safe zone at an old church in Nebraska. He instructed the other members to take back roads or the river down to the pickup location. Later that same evening, Shepard also provided locations in the area for drone launch points and sniper positions. If convicted of conspiracy to commit murder, each defendant faces a maximum penalty of life in prison and a $250,000 fine. Conspiracy to commit violence on the White House grounds carries a maximum penalty of 5 years in prison. A criminal complaint. Okay, so I think there's going to be more coming out because people are sending me their social media handles and all their stuff. Did you talk about it, Stevens, in another space? Was Sam there by any chance, or?
You know what? I'm not sure if he did or not. I was kind of doing something else today, and I missed out. But I'm sure they probably talked about it. Sam's usually over the target with this stuff.
Yeah, let me just send him a message and see if he's around. I want to know if they were in Twitter Spaces. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, it's a scary world out here. And
I'm impressed with the organizational structure they laid out there. That's not obvious. Somebody has to have taught them how to do that.
Yeah,
Exactly.
the Russians, and online. That's the O9A. That's what's.
Yep.
This is they're being, yes, Yeah. So there's some of their, yeah. There's considered woke right. So I want to know if they're really right wing, because the fact that they were going to target UFC is a right wing event. So Steven said that's why I'm confused, because based on what I'm told that was on their socials, they were part of the woke right. So I'm very confused because, like, Alvarez is a Hispanic kid. I don't know. It's
Yeah, I
you
think they're
got
more just like the nihilistic, and they just like they might be right wing in their behaviors and stuff like that, but they just hate Trump and they hate Israel and they just want to like bring it all down. Like that's where they're.
Well, Tim, you mean like more right wing in their like base beliefs, not behavior. I mean, like trying to blow up people isn't right wing. I don't
No,
think. Do you know
no,
what I mean?
just like, they say they don't, they might be, anti this, anti that. They align with Trump, but since Trump is the dominant figure, they're against him now. That's kind of what I get from like the Nick Fuentes people, stuff like that. Like that
yeah,
whole.
yeah, yeah. That's yeah. So wait, somebody sent me earlier their stuff. Let me just see if it's here.
Spoiled children biting the hand that fed them.
I think it's a little more than that, and I don't think they're children. I'm trying to find
Yeah,
the
saying
age.
they're acting like it.
Yeah, mentally, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. To your point, Tim, it's like it's like a older version of childish trolling. You know what I
Yep.
mean? Teen boy trolling.
Yeah. Yes, just escalated way too far.
Let me see here. Hold on.
Yeah, maybe it's part of that whole extended adolescence thing, just taken in a different direction. And yeah. Some of these kids, like, they're almost 30 and they're like not even grown up yet.
Wait, Josie. This is the space that was talking about me?
Yeah, I sent it to you by
That's
the end.
so.
Those are not the people that were talking. That was just the space. The people who were talking. I mean, there's like,
Oh.
you know who those people
Oh,
are. I mean,
but this space was about you on the
yeah,
title.
yeah. But at the end, there's people that came up.
Oh,
They
got it,
started
got it.
trashing you, and some of them said shit that. I mean, I never physically got nauseous on a space. I got nauseous.
Mm-hmm. There was a whole space by a Graper account. It was like a 20-year-old that wanted to rape me and then kill me, or kill me and then rape me. I know he went to jail because he's an actual pedophile. Yeah, didn't you know that, Stevenson?
Oh yeah,
Couple.
Auntie, you told me about that. I think.
Yeah, I think he was like
No,
20.
no.
Yeah, he's 22. A couple of the guys from one of those spaces you frequent at night, a couple of those guys were his friends and they did spaces with him. Oh yeah. Yeah. So he and a couple of those other guys, Key knows all about those dudes, right? Key.
Quiet for a while. They just say stuff here and there, but you just happen to be in the screenshot with them too, and it's like shit.
Yeah. But no, but this was like a specific account, Stevenson. So a specific space that was done by certain individuals. And so listen, I think it's weird that somebody, I mean, not that I'm not attractive, but or anything like that, but I'm just saying, like, I think it's a little weird for 20-year-olds and 21 and 22-year-olds to want to do that. It's weird, Stevenson,
I
like
mean,
a
it
lot.
doesn't even matter what you would look like.
Yeah.
Like they just say stuff to say stuff because they can. Not everybody should have a mic.
Yeah. Well, they tried to do it to Carolina and her kids, that the Grapers in Detroit, when she was there at the event when America First people came there, and what's his face was there. That's when the gay Asian guy who's now Muslim was punched in the mouth. What's his name?
Sneeko.
Snooki, yeah. So the underwear model, the gay guy. So he was there, but Nick Fuentes was there, and all the crew showed up there that day, right? And so they were gonna rape Carolina and her daughters, and they posted that they were gonna do that to her. And all the oh yeah, you didn't know this,
Dude, what?
Stevenson? Oh yeah, they posted it.
What?
I have all the screenshots. They posted all over her feed. Yeah. I don't know if any of those fools were arrested. I have to see where
I
we're at
hope
with
they were.
that.
I really hope they were. That's not
But
cool.
yeah, but Nick was there. The whole America First. Remember, they couldn't afford because they didn't have enough people show up. So they did an event at the nightclub, and a big black guy did a Superman off stage and punched Snooki right in the face. Nico took out all
Yeah.
his front teeth.
I
Stevenson, do
remember
you
Yeah, I
that
remember
saw
that?
scene.
that. Yeah, that,
Yeah,
that
It
was
was
pretty
funny.
good.
yeah. So
You're
that
not
happened.
streaming this thing at teeth. You're like,
Yeah, the guy was like 260 and like 6'7", the black dude with like
6'7".
it was a big guy. So, anyways, and he came down with full force on Snooki, who weighed 110 pounds, wet with clothes on, literally, with like. Listen, I can't take no offense to any men in the room with extremely small ankles, but do something about it. Like if you're a young guy, if you're older, I get it, you're not interested. But if you got very small ankles and you want to spot off about the Jews, and I have beautiful, nice, tiny ankles. God forbid I don't have tree trunks. I'm just saying that there are women with bigger ankles than you as a dude, and if you want to mouth
That's
off,
so true.
yeah, I know it's very
Now that I
problematic.
think about it, yeah.
Listen, yes,
That dude, I
yes.
mean, stealth. I mean, I'm a dude. I don't really give a shit about, but like, he's weird. Like, I don't understand the appeal for some of these kids. They're so like, I don't want to say effeminate. They're just not. I don't even know how
You
to.
you
They're
know
so
you know how
off-putting.
when there's a car crash, everybody slows down because they have to see the crash. Like it's not a happy thing to look at, but everybody has to see it. That's the same thing.
And my wife has a saying for this. She describes these things as so putrid I can't take my eyes off it.
Yeah, exactly. So, anyways,
Yep.
so yeah, so um, I was checking. I have DMs from that junior account, the J, because he used to be on Nelson Space. He used to have like a normal account. He was just a pro-Palestinian guy with his real picture and everything. So I went to go check my old DMs from him, right? And all these dudes wilding out in my DM, Stevenson. You would be very surprised. I just never post their stuff, but it's very funny to me. Very funny to me. So, anyways, yeah, very funny.
Did you see my
Very funny.
DM stealth about from before the question I was asking you?
Yeah, just stay away from that whole. But that's not who I'm talking about.
No,
Anyway,
that's okay. But they're in a nutshell. We don't have to get into it. They are unsafe. Let's just say. Is that fair?
listen, there's very few people on Twitter that I would do business with. Let's put it this way.
No, I'm not trying to do business. I just like I getting on that app. I was just like, this is very bizarre. Very bizarre.
Yeah,
What
I
is?
know.
Sorry, I was looking something up. What is bizarre?
Just like he was talking about something else. It's like
Oh,
inside.
the Carolina.
No.
Inside baseball on another app. No, it
Oh,
doesn't matter.
gotcha.
The app doesn't
Sorry.
matter. Yeah. Like I just don't want to talk about other
Yeah, gotcha.
Spaces hosts and content creators. Yeah, Snooki is different because he went and met with terrorists in South Asia, like actual like known massive terrorists. That's like insane, dude. So I don't know how the State Department let him come back through into New York. It's bizarre to me, but
It's very unfortunate because he's a very talented kid, but he just got a lot of growing to do. I don't know if it's salvageable, but hopefully it is. I pray.
Sneeko, you think Sneeko's talented? Really?
If you go see, I don't know if you've ever seen his old content. Like he's a very good video editor, and he's got like great voice acting skills, and like his artistic skills are like pretty insane. But it's just what he makes is lol cow. I don't know. I just hope he gets on the healthier path. Let's just say and learns
um my whole thing is don't visit terrorists in South Asia,
that part too.
like designated massive terrorists that did massive terrorism in South Asia. Like
That's why I said I
these
don't
are
know if that's redeemable at this point.
yes, these are people like our special forces Delta would drop in and like take out their entire fucking mosque.
Well,
Uh,
you know what that means.
so
If they let you in, they don't let just visitor in. You have to be part of the family to get in. So I don't know if that's salvageable. If you get my drift.
yeah, he also had United Front work fake Professor Zhang from the CCP with Alexander Dugin same time on
I
his
can't
show.
believe he had Dugan on. What a
Yeah,
fucking idiot!
that's Dugin sanctioned. Like he's going to be on a watch list for the rest of his
Like
life.
what the fuck?
All his finances. He's probably going to spend 100 years in jail once they clip his wings. It's really bad, Josie. I mean,
Dude,
he should just become an FBI informant like tomorrow morning,
like yesterday.
because yesterday, and that's the only way to salvage his life.
I
And
mean, I'm like, he does that. It's like he knows, like he's not that. I don't know if he's that stupid, but I don't think he's that stupid. It's like he knows what he's doing. He just knows that the shock value is gonna be so great that it's worth it just for the fucking views. Like that's how cloud
he's
thirsty
going to
you
make
are.
an
That's mental
amazing
illness.
he's going to make an amazing girlfriend in jail. Stevenson knows exactly this guy. I mean,
You're
Snooki is not going to
awful.
he's going to be an amazing girlfriend. He's going to look great in women's clothes because that's what he's going to be when he's in jail. Yeah.
You said about Sneeko?
Sneeko, yeah.
I thought he was gay already, isn't he?
But I'm saying he's going to make an amazing
No, he just
girlfriend
likes
in
to
jail.
watch. That's different.
Yeah. So this is where these online influencers and these podcast hosts and these streamers, Hassan Piker also may end up in a Turkish jail, and he will be an amazing girlfriend also to whoever in Turkey is his
I think it's
cellmate.
gonna be someone's daddy, actually.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
He's pretty tall.
Yeah. No, I have a I have a certain kind of radar on these kinds of individuals.
Yeah,
And
he's got a glimmer in his eye. Yeah.
you know what I mean,
Yeah.
Stevenson. You know exactly what I'm talking about. He's like, oh, I'm going to DM you something. I just don't want to say it publicly, Stevenson. But oh my God. Me and you think alike on a lot of things. That's all I have to say. So whatever. Are you half Italian? Are you partly Italian, Stevenson, by any chance, or no?
No.
Okay.
No Italian, but I think like an
Okay.
Italian. Everybody should think like an Italian, you know?
What does
I
that mean?
agree.
No, if I'm 100% Italian, what does that mean?
No, but you don't think like me and Stevenson.
No, that's fine. But what is that? That's fine. I'm just asking, what does that mean? I've never heard that expression.
That he thinks like an Italian.
Yeah.
Like
Stevenson, how do you
tactically, you know, you have to think,
Pepperoni.
tactically?
yeah,
Yeah.
you don't think as what should be, you think as like what is, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes, exactly that. That's the perfect way to describe it. Stacy, go ahead, and then I'm going to say hi to Tamir. Go ahead, Stacy.
Hey, yesterday I wanted to say something, but I didn't have the time to wait, so it's very old and probably stale, but PSA about Axios, because you quoted them twice yesterday.
Yeah, I know
They're
everything about
very
Axios.
unreliable.
Yeah, I know. No, I'm not new at this. I'm not a virgin at the Axios Barak Ravid
But
infrastructure.
people are listening to you and they think that it's reliable. Just if you could give people a heads up about, their track record, which is awful. And
I
I'm
think
particularly
everybody knows about left-wing media track record. There's some things that are leaked out intentionally by the president, and he uses them to disseminate information. And then there's some things that they lie about. But this administration, for whatever reason, Trump likes to pick up the phone to Barack Ravid, and sometimes he gives them misinformation and uses them, and sometimes he gives them the truth. So people are adults, Stacey. Like if you come to my space and you have like at all like a heartbeat and brain function,
No, well, it's not just you. This is for your audience. I'm not targeting you or saying that, because other people also are quoting them, and they do say, take it with a grain of salt. But I'm particularly upset with them because they announced, and this is when I got privy to how bad they are, they announced that Trump was walking away from the anti-weaponization program, or whatever, the fund that they were trying to fund, and they are still trying to fund. Oh, they walked away, they've dropped it, which is utter and complete bullshit. It's a case I am working on, literally. So when they say shit like that, my ears pick up and I'm like, what the fuck is this?
What did Axios say specifically on that?
It was like probably about 10 days ago. I don't remember the specific words, but it was Trump admin is dropping the anti-weaponization fund effort. And it's just not true. In the Virginia case, perhaps, but I'm working on the Florida case, and it is in full force.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just pure bullshit. And just, when they say things that are just blatantly false, pisses me off. That's all.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Got it. Okay. What's up, Tamir? How are you doing? Are you still in Hungary? Are you staying in Hungary?
Hi. Yes.
Okay.
I'm here. I'm in Budapest. And I was 2 weeks in Israel, and you know what is happening usually when I'm in Israel, and so it turns out that there is some escalation with Iran every time when I'm in Israel.
Yes, you're like very
So
bad luck. Whenever you're traveling, I need to know.
I was there for the last 2 weeks, and pretty much immediately after I arrived, there was some escalation with Lebanon, and then there was this one-day bombing in Iran, which is interesting because I came for the book fairs in Israel, and because I just published my book.
Yeah, you have a
in
book.
Hebrew.
Yeah.
I have a book, and by the way, I just last week I signed a contract with an English publisher.
Oh, good.
With
Congratulations.
international
Mazel tov.
distribution. Thank you. With distribution. So in 4 months, it will be available in English as well. But I went to Israel for the book fairs, and one of the days just was canceled because of the escalation with Iran. So I realized that I need to inform the Israeli authorities before I'm coming, so they will prepare for any escalation.
Oh my God, you're like bad luck. Let me ask you, Tamir, what is it like a post-Orban Hungary for you right now?
Well, it's hard to say that we feel some. Let's say it in that way. Nothing will be changed for the people on the street. So prices will not get cheaper. No one will make more money. Things pretty much will stay as they were before.
Were you at the
there is
event?
significant.
Were you at the event when JD Vance was there trying to support Orban? Did you go to that event?
I was there. I was there, 10 meters from the stage. So I was there. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Did you tell JD Vance that he needs an expert in Sovietology and on the CCP and in Iran, so that he doesn't ruin his abilities for 2028? Because he needs some help, Tamir. He needs some help. I don't know who's his experts, but they're screwing him badly.
Well, I think that this is his concern.
Yeah.
I'm not. It's his business. I think that, but if not the war in Iran, I think that Trump will come back by himself to Budapest to try to help Orban. But I think that the biggest change that we see is mainly related to the relations between Hungary and the European Union. This is something we have to understand, that the European Union today is operating as kind of new model for the Soviet Union.
Right.
I call it, this is the transformation between the Soviet Union to the European Union. So you have central power in Brussels, as it was in Moscow before, and some satellites countries that they are obligated to this, or they are kind of how you call it, feudalic states for the central power from Brussels, and this is something that should be.
The problem with the EU is the Chinese and the Qataris and the Iranians, and so how do you
This is one of the problems that the EU have,
and Turkey.
So many problems. I think that the main problem with the EU, and this is what people must understand, because the European Union is trying to lecture everybody about democracy and rule of law. The EU is not a democratic body. It's not a democratic institution. The EU is far, far away of being such, because you have 720 members in the European Parliament, but the share of seats is not equal. It means you in the States, you have the House of Representatives, which is very similar to the way the European Union Parliament is working, but you have the Senate as well. So the Senate is kind of a balancing system or balanced body to the House of Representatives. So even though you have representation for each state by its own size, but still you don't let this unequal core case or status to discriminate the small states. and this is how you create a system, a federal system that gives every state an equal power to influence the federal state or the federal system, and this is not how the EU operated. The EU just simply has unproportional power to the big countries, and states like Hungary and let's say maybe Poland less, because Poland is a big country, but Hungary, which is only 10 million people, has only 21 seats in the European Parliament, compared to Germany, it has 97 seats. So Hungary's voice will never be heard equally to other countries. They will never
Right.
have the ability to make to lead some policy or some ideas. This is how you start with German-French hegemony in the European Union, and this is what makes it kind of new version for the Soviet Union.
So there's two paradigms. Either the Russians are going to run Europe, or the French and the Germans are going to run Europe. And then on the Russian side comes China, North Korea, Iran, and the global South and the Gulf countries, partly, and maybe even a little bit Armenia. And then on the other side, it's the French, the Germans with the Turks, and the Chinese and the Qataris.
Which honestly, I don't know what is better. I really
And
don't
the
know what is
Iranians.
better.
Yeah, neither is fucking better. That's my problem.
Because
That's
that's funny. It's funny because people used to accuse Hungary for being always in the wrong side of history, and always pick the wrong side. And on what context they are saying that? On the context of a political conflict between Hungary and Germany, which not only was in the wrong side but led the wrong side. So it's again is yeah, but people used to be very very stupid and to forget history, or to see history in a very narrow way, or a very selective way. Because
but
yeah, we have problem with Russia, but let's face it, Germany always had this kind of attitude of trying to take over Europe, and so
yes.
they're doing it now with the European Union.
But the Germans are doing it with the Turks, which is the Ottoman Empire again, and you're going to have all the Muslims that are really make up Russia. Russia is a little bit white Slavic or whatever, and the rest of it are all Muslims. I'm sorry, some are more radicalized, some are less. Obviously, the Chechens are more, but it's all so. So basically, Europe is going to there's going to be a fight between the Pakistani, Iranian, Qatari Muslims versus the Muslim Brotherhood Muslims, like from Turkey. It's or from Syria. So no matter what, there's going to be some type of a caliphate, either Sunni or Shia, with a blend of. But with the Chinese are the ones that have embedded themselves in every single country, in Spain, in the UK, even in Ireland now. The Russians are also in Ireland. That's what's causing such instability in Ireland. And the Muslims are there. And then as you sweep across Europe, I mean, it's insane what's going on, and I don't know what's going to happen with the Russia-Ukraine war, but the Balkans at some point are going to pop off. Look at the protests in Albania to the Kushner Island, which is not really the Kushner Island; it's really the Qataris. The Qataris, they're the ones backing it and floating the money for that. And then you've got Code Pink on the ground, but in reality, it's more of the Albanians have gotten very they're very Islamic, but they used to be commies, and they moved on. And I think the opposition in Albania, there's a whole weird thing going on right now in those areas. I'm not looking forward to having to study any of that. I'll be honest with you. I would love to stay out of all those countries. We have a good friend, Prodigal, who's Albanian, right? I have another friend, Anti-Commie. She's when the commies took over Albania, they destroyed and they mass converted a lot of Catholics and Christians to Islam. Albanians, a lot of them, and the Albanians saved Jews, if you remember, during the Holocaust. But the Albanians, most of them were Christians and became commies. But or vice versa, was inside the same infrastructure because of the Ottoman Empire. I don't know what's going to happen with Europe. All I know is that the U.S. and others are making sure we secure the nukes because we don't know. But it's a problem, and Germany is as socialist on the left, and China is doing a lot of crazy things in all those countries, like a lot of crazy stuff. A lot. The
To
rise
be
in the
honest,
Pakistani presence in the UK is because of the Chinese. I mean, that's very, very obvious. So,
still to be honest, I'm not afraid of China. China is not a threat from me. I understand why you see it on that way, but I'm a great fan of history, and I said that if that political behavior today necessarily based on the collective experience, that the collective DNA, and the political behavior of a country today, you must know the history of this country and what is the DNA of this nation, these people, and therefore, China is not a threat for me. But I'm much more concerned about Germany, about Russia, about you
Turkey,
mentioned
Turkey,
Turkey.
Qatar,
Turkey. These countries always had how to say this,
expansionist tendencies.
expansion nature, and they always look to expand their borders. They always look to expand their influence. They always look to occupy other nations and to spread destruction. So this is why I'm much more concerned about
But let me
Germany
explain to you, Tamir.
hegemony in the European. Sorry,
But but
yes.
but but the Chinese are also expansionist, okay? But they do things by embedding themselves with like the Belt and Road Initiative through Ukraine, through Hungary. So the Hungarians are very big on pushing out some of the CCP influence over there now. I think within a few days, the new leader was focusing on some version from the CCP. The CCP is a direct threat as well because they subvert by heavily making the left very empowered in those countries because they want all of Europe to have zero energy. That's the CCP, and they worked beautifully with the Qataris so that all the European countries are more dependent on the Qatari gas and oil from the Gulf, and the Chinese provide all the infrastructure buildup, and it's like a 1-2 punch. But the Chinese fundamentally start to change everything to be like the Neville Singham operation and what they're doing to make everything very Maoist, and it's like a fascist Maoism. It's very interesting, but it's to make everything much more left leaning. And they also cause a lot of division and tension in the communities. The Russians do the exact same thing, but they work together to cause destabilization, especially in the UK. It's very obvious in Germany as well. Germany has gone so far to the left. That is from a tremendous amount of CCP pressure to make them
I,
vote on green energy projects and on very left wing open borders. The CCP wants that because then it's more able to control inside, like they did in America. Same thing. It's
I will tell you. I will tell you something. I understand your point and your perspective about the CCP and China, because you as Americans, as the biggest powerful country in the world, you see China as your opponent,
yeah.
and I understand why you see it in that way. But for a small country, that it's not a powerful country on any aspect, like a country like Hungary, which is not a powerful country, not
But
economically.
you're part of NATO, right?
Yeah, so it's part of NATO. Yes, my Hungarian citizenship is part of NATO. But yes, Hungary is part of NATO. But that's the point, that a small country like Hungary, that it's not military powerful country, is not economically powerful country. This country is trying to navigate between the powerful countries and to build good relations to everybody, and not, we call it in Hebrew, they don't want to put all the eggs in one basket. They want to be, because you saw when they when they were more
They want
rely
to be
on
like
the
India, where they're neutral and friends with the Americans and the Russians and the this,
Exactly,
right?
they are trying to walk between the drops. They have an interest to take care for their own people, for their own country. And Viktor Orban said it very well and very clear. He said, when something is happening, my job as a prime minister is first of all to do the assessment and to understand what is the influence on me, on my country, on my people, and then to make sure that the interest of my country and my people is preserved. So when you have a situation when Hungary was too much rely on the European Union, the moment the European Union decided to sanction Hungary, it put Hungary in a very bad economic situation. So Hungary understood that they must to find alternatives for income, for economic pillars. They must to find alternative for energy, not to be rely only on Russia, not to be rely only on the European Union economically, but to build more alliances and to be able to navigate in a very stormy ocean. And I think that Viktor Orban did it very well. I understand from your perspective as Americans that China is your opponent, and when a friendly country is getting too closer to your opponent, is might be a problem for you. But from the small country's perspective, this is a survival question. And Israel, by the way, did exactly the same. Netanyahu did exactly the same back then, especially during Obama administration. Netanyahu built a very strong ties to China as well, to Russia, because Israel had the interest to do that. When Russia fought in Syria, and we had an interest to avoid Iran, to build a front base on our borders. So we had to cooperate with Russia on that aspect. This is how it works from the small country's perspective.
Of course, yeah. But there's also I'm putting out. I'm going to put out a tweet in a few minutes for you to show the information operations that the CCP did even in Brussels, because the CCP wants certain countries to vote in the UN on their behalf. So that's and the CCP brought in the very left-leaning ideology into America with the transgender stuff as well. They pushed for that. So if you see what Neville Singham operation does and United Front Workers, you'll start to see they want to make sure certain kinds of elections and politicians and everything, and they want to have a certain influence in the EU because of trade. The other thing is there's insane pressure to disband NATO, which benefits the Russians and the Chinese. What?
But you know what is the problem? The problem is not China. China is doing what every country is doing. They are trying to spread their influence and to promote their interest. The problem is not China. China is doing what every other country in the world is doing. The problem is the European Union that allows it to happen, because if you have strong identity, if you have a strong connection to your identity and to your core of existence, if you know who you are and what your values are and what you're presenting and what you are presenting in this world, you will not give a space for China to get into your decision making corridors and to make such influence. Why it's not happening in the States? Why it's not happening in Israel? Because our
it is in the States. Our institutions
Israel,
have been taken over by the CCP and the Qataris in the United States down to kindergarten. We have all this gay, transgender, weird stuff in high schools and kindergarten because of CCP influence, like this whole state of California.
So this is a point you must give attention, because if they manage to snack into your institutions and to influence so deeply,
money. Yeah, it's like Gavin Newsom, leaders, people have businesses with China, green energy deals, and they pay these people off and give them a tremendous amount of money. We have senators, congressmen, we even have potential presidents, the Bidens, and it changes every domestic and foreign policy. They kept our borders open. The Chinese wanted our borders open for many reasons, and they stayed open. And boy, are we going to suffer for the next 20 years because of that.
I will tell you something that maybe it's not easy to hear, but I said it yesterday to a good friend of mine from Greece, and he told me he is very admire Israel and what Israel, how Israel is standing strong in the front line of the Western civilization war, and how Israel achieved a very significant progress with technology, militarily, economically, everything. And I told him something. I told him, you know what is the difference between Israel to Europe? And I think that it applies for some places in America as well, that in Europe, I told him, you're raised in a bubble. You're raised in a collective bubble where you don't know what existence threat is. And when you don't know, when your life are not under a threat, you have a very comfortable life, and in some way you start to get bored. You forget who you are and what you are.
Complacent. Yeah.
And you know, the difference is that Israel and Jews in general are always under threat. People always remind us who we are, and when you are under a threat because your identity, so it forced you to get into a survival mode. And in this survival mode, you have to fight for your life, for your existence, because of your identity. So you strengthen the strengthening of your identity is part of your defense mode, your defense reaction. And I think that it's kind of your problem as well. That I don't say that war is good and that mode or something like that, but you must understand that you Americans, every nation has some place on this world, on this creation, some mission on this creation. Every nation represents something, and I think that America has a huge mission on this world. If you will forget who you are and what is your mission, what you meant to represent in this world, you will give these spaces for people from outside to get in and to fill the vacuum. Don't leave vacuum to people from outside to fill it with their interest and their identity. Keep your identity strong and deep, and never forget who you are and what is your mission in this world. Why you are here. You have a great mission as Americans. You are the greatest country in the world. You're the greatest powerful country in the world. You are the country that defeated all the evils in the last century, and this is your task, this is your mission. If you will forget it, you will leave vacuum to other people to fill it, and this is where the problem started.
The problem is we brought a lot of the evil into our own country, and now they're sitting in Congress. And under the Biden administration, a couple of them were running the White House, like literally running the White House. And they were the most powerful people in the country outside of the actual president, who was unconscious, like Maher Bitar, and they weren't even a U.S. citizen. Muslim Brotherhood, SJP, a Palestinian from Canada, and then from Gaza or Ramallah, wherever the fuck they came from. So no offense, but that's who was running our White House. Then you can understand why that 4 years under Biden, we are lucky to have survived. Because that was actually running the White House. They tried to impeach Donald Trump twice, that particular guy, as a lawyer under Adam Schiff. They sit, and he's the one who signed on the 51 people, Maher Bitar did, to say that the Russia hoax. One of the signers on it, Obama's groomed boy, started SJP in America at Georgetown. Supposedly came from two people that were like janitors in a school in Canada. Next thing you know, he becomes literally the most powerful person inside of the White House with the auto pen. And nobody says his name. And it should be on every news station, and we should be going after the Obama regime infrastructure every day. Tucker should have been doing it, and all the morons on the Podcastistan, they should be going after every freak since Obama came in office. Lisa Monaco, all of them, Valerie Jarrett, John Kerry. I don't care. I don't care if the people already are dead. Bring them back up from, resurrect them and go after the worst foreign and domestic policies I've ever seen in my life since Obama. And we're not doing it. Nobody on the right. They're just obsessed about the Jews. You hear in Twitter spaces, they're more talking about me than they're talking about Americans and elections. We had a guy in here before, Dante, who's working on the Georgia election, and Don Jr. Decides to go against his father after a different guy, and that guy is best friends with Omid Malik, who pays Don Jr.'s salary, allegedly. So Omid Malik was an Iranian, Qatari, Pakistani, whatever the freak he is, that came from the left and then came into the right and brought us Tulsi Gabbard on her head and a few other nonsenses. And so I have to deal with this guy now, and the Qataris came in through the right very aggressively to that whole infrastructure. He was representing Bernie Sanders and all the crazy commies on the left. And overnight you wake up, oh, I want to come in on the right and look who's my best friend, Tucker Carlson and Don Jr. and this person and this person. And now he's the head of Fannie Mae. Do you understand, Stevenson? He's running Fannie Mae. Do you see how crazy that is? Yeah, he runs Fannie Mae. Look it up. Yeah, just go into my search bar on mine and type in Omin Malik, see what comes up. You're going to freak the F out. So we have very interesting people that are doing things, Tamir, and it's insane that we almost lost a Georgia primary for a Trump handpicked person because instead they wanted the Omid Malik, Tucker Carlson, Don Jr. person who is working with, I don't want to say the Qataris and the Chinese, apparently with all these businesses that I don't even understand the full extent of that intel report. I have to review the whole thing that's being worked on this, but it's pretty insane. And so we have a guy all the way in Italy that's worried about Georgia elections because Jamaat al-Islami runs Georgia. Stevenson, do you know what Jamaat al-Islami is?
No, no.
Okay, yeah. I didn't fucking know what they were either, but they run Georgia. So, and the Georgia GOP. And my mouth almost dropped. And they've been here for a very long time. And they're out of Pakistan. So, yeah. I did not know that, Tamir, that was going on with our elections.
Is that Gwinnett? I was reading about Gwinnett County, like what's going on in there. It's like astonishing. There's how
Here.
many Muslims have been sent
I
there?
believe in self-responsibility.
What'd you say, Tamir? Do you have to go? Is that what he said?
I say I believe in.
Oh, we're losing him. Can you guys hear him? Okay, I'm gonna put up in the Georgia what's going on. Oh, now you're back. I couldn't hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
No, I say please look around us and say this is not okay and that's not okay. But I landed a sentence that said when you're turning a blaming finger to someone, 3 fingers are pointing on you. So I always trying to look on myself and to ask myself, what can I do different in order to make a change? And this is what leads me in my life. I'm always trying to look on myself and to try to improve myself and to take my life and the circles around me in my hands. And when I say I'm talking about each of one of us here in this space, that it's always rely on, first of all, what we are teaching our kids at home and the way we are talking with our friends, colleagues, and then it can get to wider circles and to take an actual actions. See what Charlie Kirk did is the best example to how you take responsibility and make a real change. And I think that this is what we need to do. We can speak about Tucker Carlson, we can speak the people you mentioned in the White House, or I don't know, the people that Obama brought, or I don't know, but this to point on these problems and to say that these problems exist, it will not solve the problem. People will take an action and will responsibility and to do a change. And I think that this is what we need to do. We have a problem with podcasters. We have a problem with influencers. Let's own influencers and let's up our own people and our own. This is how it works.
No, I mean, we're working on it. There's sadly the Chinese, the Russians, the Iranians, the Qataris have a lot of money, and they can prop up all these influencers in very complex ways. Even the Turks are funding them, and the Egyptians, which is shocking. And even the Saudis, and they have so much money that regular Americans, we don't have the kind of financial infrastructure to prop up. We don't have bot systems. So they're those people that are getting like Hassan Piker, the Turkish guy, right? Who's a, whatever, he's a Maoist, but he's like Turkish Muslim Brotherhood. He gets $1 million as a salary per month. And he has like 1 million people that listen to him. And he's a radical leftist, and he brings on Ilhan Omar and all these people. So and he has a whole infrastructure behind him as well, right? With Cenk Uygur, and Anna Kasparian. So because they've taken over our media. Like our media on the right was normal, and then the second that Trump came in, the lobbying efforts from the Qataris and the Russians and the Chinese was insane. And the woke right came up out of nowhere. And we did not see it coming and turned on the administration. And Tucker led the way. But there was a lot of other people, and it's very problematic. And we weren't ready for it. By the way, Jamaat Islami, Stevenson, I sent you on your DMs and I put it in the upper bubble. They created Al Qaeda and the Taliban. The creator of Jamaat is Maududi, is the grandfather of the woman currently trying to take over the California GOP. And that was on November 29th, 2025, brother. And that's how you lose Georgia. And there's more mosques being built there than churches. Forget about synagogues. I'm talking about churches are not being built. The churches are being bought by, we have like these large conglomerates to me are taking over state by state and building ginormous mosques in Utah, which was normally all Mormons, or Idaho, which are mostly like Aryan Nation, like white nationalists or whatever was over there, Christians. And now it's all Stevenson. It's like the worst kind of karma ever in Idaho, because it's literally become like a terrorist hub for Islamists. And so it's kind of like payback to the stupid Aryan Nation white nationalist guys, because now all their daughters are going to be marrying Mohammeds. I'm dead serious, Stevenson. It's like the worst payback
Yeah, we
ever.
need to get some of our
Have a
billionaires to protect these churches and keep them off the market somehow. Even if you have to demolish them, just don't let them be bought by Islamists. It's ridiculous. And we have a lot of money right now in this country. Elon and a lot of his other friends could be putting that money into saving a lot of these beautiful churches. And some of them, if they're in disrepair, knock them down and just keep them empty. But don't hand them
empty
over. Yeah.
lots. Yeah, yeah, yeah. If you even understand the amount of land that's being purchased in Florida right now by Islamists, you would lose your mind. And guess who's the Libertarian Party in Florida? The Libertarian Party is literally destroying us, Tamir, in so many ways you don't even know. It's being used. It used to be used as a hedge from the Russians and the Soviets, and the Chinese came in, and now it's Palestinians, Iranians, Muslim Brotherhood, Pakistanis, you name it. And they're even running like the AFU, America First United thing, with the Chinese and the Iranians. We are screwed, Tamir. We have no immune system, because people are more obsessed about the Jews than losing state by state by state and turning red states into purple then blue, and then we lose them. And then you get Mamdanis all over the fucking place. And Linda Sarsour is laughing from her throne in her Palestinian fake kitchen.
I think her last stand might be in West Virginia. That might be the only state left. It's pretty
You
bad.
think?
Yeah, it's like the only state that's like not being invaded.
Oklahoma, they've been
Y-
fighting. The Oklahoma people stopped a
Yeah,
60,000
that was impressive. Yeah.
acre mosque, but then they started shipping them into universities, and now around the universities, you have people running around with fucking keffiyehs in Oklahoma. Who the f? Why is a white kid wearing an effing keffiyeh in Oklahoma? Which is an entire Christian that are super pro-Israel, like they're super Zionists in Oklahoma. Right? So like it's like at every corner there's like a big mega church, Tamir, there, like not a mega church but like big churches, like these are church going people, Old Testament, New Testament people. And all the universities look like it's the American University in Beirut, that that literally, or like in Ramallah. That's literally what it is, Stephen. It's insane. And we have left-wing billionaires, Tamir, paying left-wing DSA members to move, and left-wing radicals to move from blue states like California into Oklahoma, and to get them jobs at the university so they can slowly change the university. And they have concerted efforts. It's really bad. And the Chinese have an Oklahoman guy who who they bought land from, and they have an illegal pot farm in Oklahoma. And you have a ton of CCP now infiltrating in the state. And this is state by state, by the way. This is nothing new. They did this in like the forest in Northern California. They did it in, it's not good. And they're using it for money laundering. And we have like the Chinese triad gangs. Like, it's crazy. I don't understand who's been doing their job, Stevenson. Where has been the FBI and like Homeland and the CIA for like, I don't know, 40 fucking years, maybe since 9/11? Where have they been? Did they decide to take a vacation because we're like, oh, we got hit, so it's okay, they're not going to hit us again? It's crazy, dude.
Yeah, it's been bad over the 40 years, but like the 4 years when Biden stole the election and was in office, like we literally like crime became legal, and the things that happened in this country are like astonishing. Just like foreigners just pillaged us for, for 4 years and stole billions upon billions of dollars from us. I mean, we're digging ourselves out of a hole, and we have to stay positive. But it's some days you just read these headlines and it's like, how could they let this happen?
Well, I mean, people got paid. And then if you look at Homeland Security, there was literally Palestinians, Islamists, Syrians, Muslim Brotherhood people running Homeland Security, just stamping people coming through illegally, giving them full citizenship and $7,000 a month, Stevenson. And we have not had a single investigation. Why didn't Joe Cunt and Tulsi Gabbard go through every single bit of Homeland Security's human resource files and intel and see who these people were? And we need their pictures, and they should be publicly posting them, like she posted the fake whatever bullshit 2022 Ukraine Biolabs Russian report from the UN Security Council that the Russians gave as their an excuse to invade Ukraine. Why didn't she publish every name of every Islamist working at Homeland Security that gave full citizenship and $7,000 a month to terrorists on terror watch list, Stevenson? Why not that? That's what I want. Or every Chinese military guy that came in and suddenly got full papers and full citizenship.
Yeah.
Instead, what you hear from the morons on the right is they circle Mayorkas because he happens to be a Jew, whatever, in name only, and that's who you focus on, not the hirings that went on underneath him that Tom Cotton went after him for, and Ted Cruz and a whole bunch of people, when there was literally like Black Lives Matters meets the Palestinian protester people with the DSA people, with CARE people running Homeland Security and just stamping. Just imagine like a stamp and it just going and going and going. And because they have full citizen and full rights, we don't know who they are. Because I don't know if they're doing an audit on that. I want every single person employed, and they should all be brought in. That's what DNI and Joe Kent should have been doing. He covers domestic threat issues. So why weren't your hands deep inside of Homeland Security's files from 4 years of Biden and running that up? What was wrong with that, Stevenson? I don't understand what they were doing in DNI for the last 18 months. We've lost so much stuff. He could have gone university to university and found all the commies and jihadists that are here on visas. 40,000 are here on visas that are running ops against the U.S. government, and we could just effing deport them. So Joe Kent and Tulsi could have just made that their project, and they could have won president and VP. But no, that's not what they were doing. They were worried about restraining Israel. I cannot. If you get to that position, do not ever put me in any of those positions, because a Stephen Miller type, but maybe even worse because I'm a female. Okay. And he talks in a specific way and everything like that. No, I'm much more cunty. You will not see me coming. 40,000 on planes directly. They're not going to El Salvador where the Chinese and Qataris build up their prisons. No. Black sites, Guam. Okay, maybe I'll dump you off in Cuba for a little bit so you can eat, I don't know, cockroaches. We will have conversations. You're not a U.S. citizen, so I don't have to afford any rights to you. Guantanamo Bay people that are on the death list forever, those would be gone already. I don't know why we're playing around with those dudes over there. I would make beautiful condos. I don't know, maybe 2 million American kids' minds. We would have conversations. I wouldn't do it. I don't need to do Palestinian protesters to question them because they're so fucking annoying that these people would want to just testify and be like, oh my God, send me back to Sudan. That's fine. He's literally, we have like, I swear to God, we have like professors in this country from third world countries where they've slaughtered all their people and they're radicalizing our kids' brains and they're getting $280,000 a year in salary. And some freak Palestinian guy buys them an $11 million seat at Boston University so that they can sit on a board for a guy who's not a citizen who's teaching kids how to do domestic terrorism in America to burn down whatever data AI centers or Elbit or our defense industry or factories in Georgia that make Black Hawk glass for their windshield. I don't care. That's they're like I watch go to Stu Studios account every video from every university. The guy out of San Diego, UC San Diego, the guy who has 2 kids that were his students are now in federal prison for life because of attacks in Northern California or Seattle, like who groomed them to be these radical. It's more than Antifa. Like this is like TILF and PSL and PAL and all these weird groups. That professor, he's currently actively at UC Riverside and one at UC San Diego. They burned down an entire residential school building there. Okay, so I've posted about it. He does these meetups to radicalize the kids. He publicly states how he's training them and recruiting them. That's what happened with the explosions in Garden Grove, with 40,000 people having to be evacuated, with the $500 million worth of toilet paper in a factory in California, with Nippon a paper mill with a chemical explosion over there. I mean, I can go on. There's a whole list. All that domestic terrorism, the egg farms being blown up and burned down. That's all CCP activity through the Neville Singham operations, through domestic terrorism that are recruited from our university students. Do you hear what I'm saying? We had university students from Colombia fly to the Philippines and join a massive terrorist group there. And then 10 of them got blown the fuck up. 2 are now hostages of that said terrorist group that has still survived. And they were recruited from Colombia, from professors, troops from South Korea, because North Korea should then remerge with South Korea, and their CCP operations out of Colombia, shipping our American students to the fucking Philippines to join terrorist groups. And then the Philippines did a counterterrorism exercise, and oopsie, these morons happen to be there. And then their handlers that are in the U.S. that are still promoting this are university professors. Are you hearing me? And we're paying them. And Linda McMahon keeps funding federally $15 billion trillion, and she hasn't stopped since the Qataris came and visited them on her first week there. Do you see my problem? So you don't want me to be anywhere near, and they keep asking me to come in house, but nobody is ready for me. So I tell people what to do, and when you're actually ready for me, which is more extreme than go woke, right, and stupid, and you don't want any Jews over there. I'm an anti-communist. I'm more America first than the fake America first people. You don't know what I would do to make sure we have complete border control. I'd fucking probably invade portions of Canada as well from the north. You don't want to know what I would. I'm sorry. We need the Chinese can have bases there. Okay, I know a lot of Americans that want like snowy weather and they love to ski and they love lakes and fishing. I'm sure we could figure out a way to figure that out. So like we have, there's a bunch of like Canadians that are very wealthy that are Amish that are looking for a place to live and they're billionaires in Canada. Let's bring them into the U.S. Let's give them farmland. Let them buy all the farmland at the CCP and take eminent domain and kick out the CCP from U.S. farmland. And I'll give it to the Amish people. They don't like vaccines like I don't like it. And they're fucking billionaires. And let's give them the whole state of Idaho and Oklahoma. So no CCP and no jihadists are going to come in. Because there's not going to be any land for them to come into because they'll buy all the farmland. See, I have plans.
And the Amish are
They're
great. They're nonviolent.
great.
They're very low impact. They don't have cars.
That's right. That's
They're
right.
great
That's
neighbors. They
right.
won't bother you unless you ask for their help. It's
That's right.
amazing.
They can build up they built up houses. They came and flew out to North Carolina and helped all the North Carolina people. A huge asset. I want to bring all the soldiers from Australia that are special forces guys that are being lambasted by the CCP backed Australian, legal government and lawfare there. Let's bring them here. We need boys, but put them up in the north, put them in the south. They like hot weather. We have plenty of places for those. Plenty of American chicks would marry them. I mean, like, this is not a problem. Bring them in with their cute little Australian families. These guys are super based. There's the guys in the UK also that are being targeted by their government. They're all white Christian men. They can't survive the lawfare done against them for whatever they did in Afghanistan. They didn't do shit. $15 million spent by the Australians to do lawfare against these, like, super soldiers. And yeah, I'm sure the Chinese and the Pakistanis that are taking over Australia have and the Iranians that are taking over Australia have a problem with those guys walking around as heroes with statues. All of them are heroes with statues and awards, like they're famous. And they don't like all this weird woke lefty Islamic stuff going on in Australia. They're not Nazis. Let's bring them here. We'll take them. We'll take more. We had such a woke army. We had trans army people doing story time on bases with transgender strippers on military bases. Okay, please spare me. I can't. And nobody fired these colonels and generals, and nobody stripped them of their pensions.
Sal, can I get a small question
Yeah,
related to this? I listen to you a lot. I love what you say. I'm sure you're so right about all of this. I'm so interested. Where is AIPAC in this whole thing? Do the people in AIPAC not understand that they have become almost the #1 target of these groups? I mean, the thing that happened in the UFC, they found the follow AIPAC. I mean, when are they gonna wake up and understand that funneling money to politicians is not the main thing? You got to funnel money into the universities to influence the minds of the young generation in the U.S. because as you speak it truthfully, we're losing them. And where are we go? Like, I mean, where is AIPAC in all of this? They have the strongest lobby and connection to money. Why are they not waking up? Is there nobody there to talk to and tell them, guys, we gotta shift the money to different places of soft power in the U.S.?
I mean, we can't compete in the universities with the budget of the Arabs. They have unlimited money.
They have unlimited money.
Objectively, AIPAC lobbies. It's not
AIPAC
controlled by
the weakest lobby in America. The weakest, Ami. The weakest.
But they do bring a lot of money into politicians specifically.
No, they don't. That's the problem. They don't, because they're split. First of all, there's the Dem and there's the Republican ones. They don't bring enough money. They just don't. The money that's brought in by the Turks, the CCP, the Pakistanis, even the Syrian lobby, the Iranian lobby, it's the Saudis, the Qataris. It's impossible.
So Stealth, what about the Taglit donors? These are multi-billionaire people that spend hundreds of millions of dollars bringing in Jewish or half Jewish kids to Israel.
I mean, let's be honest, they can't even control Taglit. Okay, there have been multiple stories about birthright trips being hijacked by anti-Israel activists.
Yes.
So we have the thing is, and this is going to be very unpopular, it's the number of bodies, warm bodies with a brain inside their head, who can convey actual positive Zionist values. That's the only solution to this. There is no spending of money that's going to change this. And unfortunately, the opinion of the institutional Jewish community organizations has been, don't argue, just say that you're empathetic and you feel for the Palestinians who have a hard life. Instead of saying these are terrorists, they're raised in a terrorist culture, their main goal in life is to kill Jews and to destroy Israel, and I'm not interested in giving them a state. They're never getting a state. Arabs, Muslims, whatever you want to call them, sandworms, were given the kingdom of Transjordan. They've turned it into a shithole where it is ruled by a king who's a manlet, who I don't even think he could get on a horse by himself. He's too short. If they want to fix their countries, they could have started in Gaza. At that point, they've lost that privilege. It's not up to me to do therapy with these people for the rest of time.
But Stealth, don't you think it's time that you get together like a YouTube channel and turn into a real influencer? I mean, I brought up this space into people high up in the Israeli government. They said if it's all anonymous, we can't talk about anything. Don't you think it's time to bring this to turn it into a channel? I mean, I understand. Yeah, I totally understand.
Let's talk about this in DMs. Let's talk about this in DMs, because this is like, I'm gonna tell you, I've tried to convince Stealth about this. She can't talk about this in public with you. I know she'll talk privately, but this is not. You're not gonna get the answer you want
Okay,
publicly.
okay, okay, okay.
I've been asked by the top people in the U.S. to do some of the most amazing things. I need men.
So,
I need men to do their job and go out there and speak in certain ways, and they can take all my content. And I
but
like to advise
Stealth,
from
but
behind.
look at Candace Owens and Megyn Kelly. They're not men, and they're doing tremendous damage to us. I don't. I mean, I don't know. You know, Queen Esther was no man. You know what I
Ami,
mean?
I sent you a DM. There's a YouTuber called Nuxtaku. I'm gonna send you his channel. If you're talking to people who are high up in the Israeli government, they need to understand that this is the model, that the meme-based model is the model for communication. And I will send you his channel. You can show it to them. He's very supportive of Israel, fairly uneducated, but that's the model for what Stealth can do, for the simple reason that people like Stealth would just get swatted. Like, what's his name? Stealth, our good reporter friend who's had SWAT teams at his house multiple times, right, with full guns, like thinking like they were ready to shoot him. If he had come to the door with a gun as he normally does, he would have been killed that night. Except for some reason he was like, I don't need my gun.
So okay,
Right.
so that's actually not the sole reason about safety, okay? Because the Chinese, the Russians, and the Muslims have already tried to kill me how many times, and I keep getting moved. And information ops on Twitter alone, like from Spaces hosts, which they're so stupid. They're so stupid because they've all like kind of course corrected. But I mean, Stacy was around. I had the former 9/11 CIA commissioner running an 15-month op against me. I don't know who funded it, and he was sitting allegedly on the board at Palantir. And he was Condoleezza Rice's lawyer. So
On the board of Planeteer?
yes, sweetheart, yes, yeah. They divided the Jewish community. Yeah. So yeah. So because they hate Trump and they hate Netanyahu, so somebody paid them to run information ops. So for 15 months straight. So and attacked anybody who tried to support. And so there's very bad people online that run information ops. Sadly,
I know. I'm aware of that.
yeah.
No, I mean, there. You know, well, I guess Charlie Kirk is the example that
Exactly.
proves your point.
Yes. But Charlie Kirk was young and he was fearless, and um and he was just, listen, I love God. I'm not afraid of dying. If God wants to take me, he's going to take me when he wants to take me, right? My mission is not complete on this planet. But I also
How about someone like Ben Shapiro? Are you in touch with him? Is he an ear that can listen to this?
I no he gets
Ben
content from,
Shapiro is already busy.
yeah.
Ben Shapiro's got his own Daily Wire to run, which is in trouble because it's constantly getting targeted by people that are trying to turn his podcast host into like woke Reich Nazis. That's like their main goal. You'll
So
notice they just try to peel them off one by one because Ben Shapiro is the Dave Portnoy of media, right? Dave Portnoy built Pat McAfee. He built the Call Her Daddy podcast. Like the thing about Jews is we're really good at spotting and incubating talent. And what they do is these people come and they just peel off the talent one by one, right? Like whether it's Brett, it doesn't matter. Like I don't need to go into names. That's their goal. So Ben's busy.
So I'll explain to you. So most of the big podcasters and most of these like breaking stories you hear on Glenn Beck and everything, MySpace or me is behind every single fucking story, every single. And I'm usually ahead, sometimes 6 months to a year to 2 years, sometimes 3 weeks, sometimes 3 days. I'm before any of those stories. So I don't take any credit for it. I give all my stuff to other people because I don't need that type of smoke. They're making a fortune and I take no income for 3 years. No, and I don't have a monetized account. So that was my commitment to America and after October 7th to the war and my support in getting president back in. So, and I haven't found any fucking guy to replace me on Twitter. Now I've got Green Beret and Tactical, but I developed talent for my spaces. So there's a lot of people that I've developed and pushed into the media. Daron, I brought him to Amphis. So like, there's a lot of people that, and Carolina does a lot of talent management with TPUSA and everything like that. The problem is like, all these big organizations want me to come and speak. In my personal life, in the medical world, I was an international speaker. But but I'm a fucking nerd, right? So, and I actually don't like talking. The only reason why I am talking, I've never been on social media before, is because it's like more of like a radio thing right now, right? But um, I just want to be a stay home wife. You need to understand that about my personality type. So I
I
have.
know, but still, doesn't it resonate? Haim la'et hazot hagat lemalchut? It's a question, you know?
Let me say this. I've never been reached out from anybody on the Israeli side. On the American side, I've been reached out in the most fantastical, amazing ways. I've worked with men mostly my whole life, 20 years working with men. Everybody's begging me to run for Congress and Senate all the time. Okay, it's like a long. It's like Gorka, his radio show. There's so many like different things. Like it's insane. Okay, what I've been offered. I have a hard time trusting certain people. First of all, that's just my nature. But secondly, I can do a lot more work from behind the scenes. When I'm busy on spaces, that means I'm not behind the scenes working, developing things that I have discovered on my own and giving it to people to do deep investigations, which most of the things that I'm involved with never make it onto my Twitter spaces because it's going straight to the FBI, the CIA, and the NSA. And it's taking down some very bad people. So I'll hear things that come out in reports, and that's all my work. And I never say anything about it or take credit because I will be killed. And then I can't do that work. And so, I mean, there's this, I love America, right? So I would have to live in Israel to do work for America in order to be safe. Do you understand how insane
Stealth,
that is, Stevenson?
a lot of people do that, Stealth.
I know, but I love America. I'm not ready to move to Israel. I love America. I don't want to leave. So I love this fucking country. Israel is beautiful and great, and I'm gonna have grandkids. My son's 20, so he's gonna get married any day now. God willing, he's gonna find a
Baruch
girl and get
Hashem.
men and have kids. And so I'll have to make a decision because he's an only child and I'm an only child. I have a very small family. They killed all of us. So I would, of course, but I love fucking America. I don't want to leave. Okay, fine. I want to be buried in Israel next to my grandparents and my great grandparents. Okay, one thing. But until then, I'm not
Stealth,
done with this country. I love this country.
I know, but you know what? You come from a shlichut background.
Yes,
You know what
okay.
shlichut
I
means.
know. I
So
know.
sometimes it's a calling. It doesn't have to even be permanent. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Okay, I've been invited to help get the president reelected and to work on elections for the president in Israel. Okay, for the US president, for Trump's future pick for 2028, right? Whoever that may, and for his midterms. And I'm even trepidatious about that because I know there's campaigns here that I need to work on. Yes, it's very important. The president needs votes. Okay, so when because the GOP has GOP International, and I speak like 6 fucking languages, and I could speak more if I wanted to, and I want to help the president, like our Trump, help with the midterms. He needs a certain amount of votes for very specific things because there's 850,000 Americans in Israel, and it was a key way of his winning certain districts in his prior election. So I'm being begged to like literally fly out probably in a month to help the ground game to get, because the DNC has ramped up their operations. Everything was like completely destroyed after October 7th, and now the DNC is trying to build back up so they can steal votes so that certain districts will lose in the US because of how many American voters are over there. And by the way, we had 700,000 Americans that are American Jews in Israel vote. Now it's like probably 850, 900,000 Jews are there now. So they had a
Wait,
nearly
you had 700 people that physically
700,000
voted.
Americans living in Israel voted for Donald J. Trump in the
Oh,
elections.
They actually voted.
Yes,
Okay, I'm surprised about that number. I thought it
yes.
was much lower, much lower.
Nope, that's the number. And every single ballot had to be flown into each individual district and state. And that's what GOP Israel does. And then you have international. I don't even know what the international work is like in the other countries because the most amount of expats live in Israel because they're American Jews. And so the DNC had 13 people working there after October 7th. They all quit, all of them. Okay. So that's when things should have been solidified. And so you need to understand when you have that many votes, and these are people that some live in America, they still have real estate here, they pay taxes here, so it's not
Yeah,
like
yeah, I know, I know,
you
I
know
know
what I'm talking
a
about, right?
lot, a lot of them. Sure.
Yeah. So now there's been a lot of people that have moved to Israel that are Americans because of what happened here in America, and it's not improving in the universities. So I don't know, maybe there's 100,000 American kids that are 18, 19, 20, 21. Well, let's fucking register them to vote, and they need to be in districts that help the president. So,
Well, I'd be happy to help in that
oh,
specific realm
okay,
if
good,
you
good.
see anything, if
Yes.
you want to talk to
Yeah,
me
yeah,
about that.
definitely. Because we need certain districts and we need those numbers for the president for his midterms. So, Stevenson,
Okay.
I wanted to say this to Stevenson. When I go into spaces and I listen anonymously and I see morons obsessing about Israel and the Jews, I laugh because we specifically know based on the data that the American Israeli votes that came out of Israel during the prior, it helped Trump get elected. I mean, it's was significant. So that kind of a turnout can there's less of a midterm, like the numbers are lower. No. I want to make it that they vote in midterms 800,000, not the just the bare minimum 50,000. No, I want to blow it like I want it to be insane numbers. So that is something that's a project that I could do, but I have to then leave America, and I love fucking America, and I'd have to go and work like a dog for 10 weeks in Israel, and I love my country and I love the president, and I want to make sure we win for 2028. And people most likely would say they know I would do it probably for free, but they're gonna have to fucking pay me to go and do what I'm gonna have to do over there because it's gonna be 100 fucking degrees, and I'm gonna have to deal with Israelis, which are difficult. No, but these are all Americans, so it's like different. But I'm just saying, like, it's
It's
a
not
lot
too
of
bad
work.
in Jerusalem still.
In Jerusalem, yeah, they're all in Jerusalem mostly, yeah. So and
No, I'm
listen,
saying the weather's not too bad.
yeah. It's cooler. It's cooler. But I'm just saying, like, and I know, like, people are waiting on me to do this, but that means that's it. That's my career for life. And I'm a medical nerd and I'm a bioweapons nerd and other stuff. But, like, once you go into that, there's a target on your back. So if I'm coming back to the US, what I'm going to have these morons, like, in Twitter spaces and other people, like these weirdo out of care in the DSA trying to target me, and how do I go back to helping patients and doing other stuff in medical world? So, like, for me, it's like a weird thing that as a Jewish person, I'm not going to get protected by my conservatives on the right when I'm trying to get the president and any future conservative candidate, hard right people to come in because I want to keep my borders closed. That's my problem, Stevenson. How do I translate that level of retardation when they run around saying dual loyalty, but all of these people that say dual loyalty are like from Iran or Pakistan or from wherever, Tazignabek or whatever. And I'm like, no, I need to secure the vote so certain districts we win for the midterms. So if I have to, like, fly my ass to Israel, even though I want to stay in California or Miami because I have a house in both places, because I like my nail guy in one place and my hair person in the other place. Like I'm like like I don't even, like, I hate coming back to California to visit my parents. I have to sometimes, but I love being in Florida because I have all the rights that I love to enjoy. But it's hard for me to leave the comforts of America. But if the president and others want me to do it, then I'll fucking do it. But then I'm
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think it's a brilliant idea.
yeah, but then we get shit from the woke right and the woke left, and then they target you to try to kill you more than they've already tried, by the way. So that's the problem. Like, you can't secure elections for the president and have brought in Vance and JD and all the and excuse me and Trump and all these people, and then also shit on the people that brought him in for you. Do you see what I mean? It's it's problematic, Stevens. It's problematic. It's problematic. And it's not that the rhetoric gets to me because I, like, really don't care, because I like winning and I want it to be conservative. So no matter what the world rate says, like, I don't care. I want to go in the government and have them all arrested and deported? Sure, I would love that. But, and denaturalize a bunch of them, yeah, I would love that too. But let's say that doesn't happen. I still want a conservative. Like, people are, like, very upset about JD Vance. Okay, I think he's too young and not experienced enough. But you think I'm going to vote for Gavin Newsom over JD Vance? No fucking way. So I'm going to make sure that there's smart people around him that train him up and teach him how to speak, because I'm not going to let fucking Gavin Newsom take this country just because I don't like JD Vance because he was friends with Tucker. I mean, that's not being an American. That's not being a conservative. You get what I'm saying? It's retarded.
Yeah,
It's
you have the perfect perspective on this, and with Vance, and he's also, Vance is hated by the woke right too. Like the Groypers and all them hate him.
yes,
So it's
I
like,
know they want Gavin Newsom.
yeah, that's their guy, because he will destroy America. But I hope he stays in the race because there's so much dirt on him. He is like the Hunter Biden of California. Like he was on that level. It's
No,
pretty
on
bad.
steroids, on
Yeah,
steroids,
it's
on
bad.
steroids, on steroids.
I
Wait
mean, he
until,
was institutionalized twice for alcoholism, but
yeah.
he's still actively drinking. So he's an addict, and he also has very bad behaviors like Hunter. He has a lot of NDAs signed by close people to his family. It's good. I hope he stays in the race, and we will be very, very successful in 2028.
Stevenson. So Dante was in here, and he gave me an intel report that was made because his Gavin Newsom's wife's family. So her money has been funneled into some 501(c) under the wife's name's family, and that has a oil company out of uh, a specific state. I'm just going to say a specific state, and it's been fined and investigated, and it's a full blown op. And I'm like, how is this not out there? Nobody's picked this up. I'm going to give it to Laura Loomer. Right. So like how is Laura Loomer this should be, Nunez should have been all over this as well. I don't even understand why before the current primaries, we didn't put that out there, because any pressure you put on Gavin Newsom, it's downstream of Mayor Bass. So it helps Spencer Pratt. You know what I'm saying? It's downstream of everybody. So when you're going after Gavin Newsom or you're going after Obama, you're going after the left wing power structure, and it's just a downstream effect. People don't see that. I'm like, it's the most simplest thing for me to see that. Why do you not see that? That's why I get so annoyed when I'm in spaces and everybody's only talking about Jews in Israel rather than how can we fuck up the Obama, Gavin Newsom regime, like anything, like state by state, the Mamdani regime, whatever you want to call it. You go state by state and figure out who are the power players in there, and look up opposition research on them. All of them, our hands are dirty. Green energy companies, violations on this, that, or the other, money that's flowed into their wife's family's account through a 501(c). Nobody's looking at this stuff. Beer Bass, okay, like alone, the guy that was supposed to be in the position to handle the fires. I have two spaces on this. Okay, was given a sweetheart plea deal. He called in and said, "Oh, I bomb threat for Palestine or whatever." And that guy is Nation of Islam, DSA, 11 years. He was the assistant mayor. He was supposed to be in charge of 7 emergency. You've been in my space when I talked about it with the fires in California. You've heard me say this, Stevenson. So there should be an investigation on who gave him that deal. Did he know that these massive fires were going to occur? I want every single communication that's ever occurred between him and any other person. That should be a full FBI investigation by the Trump administration and into Mayor Bass. I know why she was in Ghana. It's not because of what people think. The DSA and Neville Singham have massive operations in Ghana, like they do in Cuba. This is publicly known. So why do you think I keep going crazy about us taking Cuba? It's already almost end of June. I was supposed to have Cuba by the end of April. The longer that they're running ops over there and running operations, the more dangerous it is for Americans. People don't understand why. That's fine. I've talked about it a million times. Go listen to hours and hours of spaces about Cuba. But this is the deal. So we need to dismantle that infrastructure immediately. So I would be heavily, every space, I get so annoyed when people are talking about like bizarro crap when they have no concept of how to dismantle all these weird, bizarre left wing operations that are going on. And they're all backed by the CCP and the Russians and the Iranians and money from all over the world. And they clean it like aid programs, like Department of Energy, USAID, going through some weird donation through a third party out of Florida. And then they go over to the Middle East and the money comes back in and they use it to take our elections. And then we wonder why none of our Republicans have any money. And these mother flowers on the left are spending a fortune on campaigns. They're like, where are they getting this money from? It's not just from USAID and Department of Energy money. Yes, there's foreign money moving around. I get all that. Okay, that's fine. But a lot of it was done under us too. Why is Samantha Powers not in front of a congressional hearing? Okay, literally hung upside down and asked questions because she sleeps upside down. So for her, it's very comfortable, in her cave, like a
Isn't she
bat.
from Ireland also?
Yes, she is. Yes,
And
yes,
what she
yes.
did to that country, it is
She destroyed it.
disgraceful. Yeah.
Yes, yes. So she's a very powerful person. She's still a powerful person. She's a super commie lefty, Marxist, Muslim Brotherhood, loves the Palestinian stuff. She tries to destroy Hungary. There's not a single oh my God. Oh my God. Like evil empire style. Nobody talks about her. There should be 17 spaces going on every day just about her. How much money from Department of Energy was pushed out? I don't even have a full number. I don't even have a number. They even use the EPA to push out money supposedly for Palestinian events. What does the EPA have anything to do with Palestine? What does EPA in America have anything to do with sending out $327 billion? I don't even know what to say. That all this money that came out of the Obama and then, of course, the Biden administration and the Department of Energy and USAID, and there's some other funds that we don't even probably know aware of that were used. Oh my God. No wonder they have all this money for elections and they have all this money for weird stuff and to pay all these people until they can get rid of Trump. Wait until they start the impeachments on Hegseth. Wait, they're going to probably use Tucker's podcast where he goes after Hegseth as evidence during the impeachment hearings for Hegseth. Watch, Stevenson. He's like, has anybody checked out, Hegseth? Have you ever watched the podcast with Tucker going after Hegseth? He has a tattoo that says infidel on the inside of his arm. And then he has another tattoo that says God's name in Hebrew on his arm. And that's the problem you have with him, Tucker? And you're going to say that he's radical? Hegseth has done so much for the Department of Defense in terms of R&D and DARPA and our special projects and making our country a very forward thinking in R&D. He's actually been kind of brilliant, and people don't know this, Stevenson. They're not giving him the credit. They just think he's like good looking central casting. No.
Yeah,
I don't.
he's the best we've ever had. I mean, he isn't pretty incredible, and just everything. He's like what I envisioned to fix the military, and he's incredible. And they're trying to sow discord now through fake news. It's all BS.
I mean, I want Hegseth in that position for another 8 more years, and then he can go and run for VP. And I think he would be great. He could run for state. He can run for even like a Rubio position, because he doesn't have a lot of political experience, right? So you have to gain some of that. But he can do so much for the military, and afterwards he can make billions of dollars working in the private sector in military and development, because he's doing really, really good things. I spent like about 2 hours with somebody, and I'm like, can you walk me through the changes under Hexas that's going on in the military? And I don't want to talk about it too much publicly, but I'm just going to say that it's blowing people away. And that's everything. It's Air Force, Navy, R&D, drone technology, advancements, many very good things, okay? But the man needs time and he needs more staff, and you can't get people approved because they're lunatics in Congress and Senate. It's the lawfare that's being done against us again, and it's really bad, Stacey. Stacey, I know you know about this.
Yeah, actually, that's what I wanted to talk about. I have a few thoughts that I'd like to share, and I didn't want to throw you off course. Um, there are a number of problems. One, in lawfare, the left is operating in a very gray area. So they are very skilled at using the law for political advantage. And when we bemoan how, Republicans and the right wing is, outmaneuvered and outfunded and over, just taken advantage of and at a disadvantage, right? it is so real, it is so palpable, and since 2020, it has rocked the judiciary. This is something just near and dear to me, my work, my heart, like my life's work, and I'm putting everything into it right now. So it is hard to have the courage to do what is unpopular, what is potentially career dangerous, because you're going up against a regime that has criminalized the practice of law to an extent. What they did to Trump and his attorneys by Jack Smith is absolutely despicable.
Stacey, I have a question. You know how we
Yeah,
give all this
yeah.
federal money to all these psychotic universities across America? Why can't Trump do
Mm.
something where we given a federal funds to two conservative universities to have a law program so that American conservatives can apply there to an all conservative and go to law school for free, and we can have, I don't know, 200,000 lawyers in the next, I don't know, 8 to 10 years, and give them federal funds like we give to all these insane commie jihadi universities. Is that illegal to do that?
I I I don't know. I wouldn't think so, but I think that the whole idea of a Department of Education is unpopular anyway. They've stripped it down to its bare bones at this
Well,
point.
that's not
So
good because they need a counterterrorism team
yeah,
and a treasury team. And
Did where they took the best Israeli law school talent and they sent them to the United States for their degree. And then when they came back to Israel, the rule was they had to spend like 2 years working for one of the New Israel Fund NGOs, like super left-wing NGOs, right? So this is something the left has been doing where they farm talent and they understand that just like a baseball team, you have to get people who are both talented and also ideologically reliable. So, you know what? Honestly, if the Adelsons want to do it, that would be a really amazing thing to do, but it's not at all illegal.
But it doesn't have to be just for Jews. I'm saying that you can get money from the federal government to go to conservative universities, so Christian kids,
Okay,
any
so
religion
the
that
way
is
it
right
works
wing.
is this stuff. The way it works is this stuff. If you work for a government office after you graduate, for usually it is 3 or 4 years, they forgive your student debt. So people need to go into the Jewish schools or into conservative high schools, conservative whatever, like private schools, and they need to say, here's the deal. We'll give you a stipend to live, like a room and board stipend, but basically you're going to go to school, you're going to like rack up debt, it's going to be like emotionally crippling, but you can go and volunteer and work for the Department of Justice for 4 years after, right? Or there are certain charities where you can do it also, and then you'll just get your student debt forgiven and you'll be fine. And then afterwards you can come and work for one of our high priced law firms, which is what all the leftists do. But basically they go to the kids before they get into debt, before they make the decision, and they say, here's the deal, there's a way to do this and we will support you, right? You do your part, you study hard, you get the degree, whatever, you come and work for us, like in DOJ, come work for us in, like you said, whatever, I don't even care, like any government department, treasury, it doesn't matter, right? We'll forgive your debt. Same thing for like accounting students or whatever, like forensic accountants. Here's the deal, you go to school, you get your accounting degree, you get your whatever it is, other certification, fine. You come work for Treasury. We'll pay your room and board. We'll give you a small like scholarship to like keep you whatever clothed and fed, and then you can come and work for. There's got to be like large companies that need accounting staff, right? Like Andrill, all of these companies. Are they all just going to go to like EY, KPMG, all of the like whatever you want to call it, like existing accounting firms? No, like there's an opportunity, there's a gap in the market to build an actual like not woke like accounting and auditing firm to put 1789 capital Arabs who come and they say, oh, we're anti-woke, oh, we're pro-American. In reality, they're just trying to buy up the Don Jr. talent and corrupt them. So like there's a way to do this. It can be done, but you have to go to kids when they're in high school, when they're in like their honors class, and you say, here, you can do this.
Yeah, I much prefer, we're giving like 76 million to like one, lefty crazy university, for example. I don't, it's $15 billion or more than that we gave federal to university, right? For like a Liberty University or a Hoover or whatever other university that what's her face set up. We need to find a way to do this. By the way, a statement just came out right now, which I'm a little bit shocked. I guess it was 19 minutes ago. It's almost as if Trump wakes up every day and thinks to himself, how can I make John Thune's life a living hell? The president just blew up Jay Clayton's confirmation hearing for DNI. It was slated for 2 p.m. today and reiterated his demand for the Save America Act to be attached to FISA. The Republicans agreed with Democrats to remove very fair and talented William Poult from serving as acting DNI in return for getting FISA approved by the Democrats. However, the Republicans moved so fast with the hearings of the great Jay Clayton, current U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, that Poult would be gone before the Democrats would vote on FISA. Now, the Democrats are saying they will vote against FISA. So the Republicans wound up having fulfilled their commitment, but Democrats broke the deal, kind of like the Iranians are going to do. In addition, the newly nominated U.S. Attorney Jamie McDonald must be confirmed and blue slipped because of the ridiculous views of Republicans on blue slipping. What is blue slipping? Stacey? Anybody? What's blue slipping? Anybody know what that means? Okay, nobody? Okay. Democrats are often willing to nix it.
So blue slipping is if the senator from the state wants to like say no to the appointment of like an attorney, like a U.S. attorney, an AUSA in that area, or any other like local or like semi-local state level appointment, they can put in a blue slip and then they don't even vote on it. So it's like a veto. And the idea was in the 50s and 60s, before we had good internet and good data and like good records, that the idea was that they would know the people in their district and like they would know their career, they would know their history, they would know if they were whatever. And so they were trusted. But at this point, it's just a political tool because vetting is already like no longer done at the local level, right? Anyone can vet. So it was a veto, but that's what it is.
So he says now the Democrats, meaning DUM, like dummies, are saying that they will vote against FISA. So the Republicans wound up having fulfilled their commitment, but Democrats broke the deal. In addition, the newly nominated U.S. Attorney Jamie McDonald must be confirmed and blue slipped. Because of the ridiculous views of Republicans on blue slipping, Democrats are often willing to nix it. I may not be able to get the extraordinary Sullivan and Cromwell partner, Jamie, approved. And I don't want to take Jay Clayton away from the great job he is doing until Jamie is in place. Therefore, to add a slight bit of intrigue, but for the good of the nation and the people of our country, I will not approve FISA without the Save America Act going along with it. Not complicated, actually. The Republicans fell into a trap regarding the approval of our great patriot Jay Clayton. We are canceling the Senate hearing regarding DNI today and will not be going forward until Jamie McDonald is approved to be U.S. Attorney. In the meantime, Bill Poult will remain as the acting director of national intelligence. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Holy guacamoles. Is this today? June 17th. What's the date today? Anybody know? Is it the 18th or the 17th? Anybody? Let me see what the date today is.
17.
So it's today. Oh my God.
You do realize that like John Thune fully told the Democrats to pull their votes on FISA because he wants to like hold President Trump to the fire on this.
Fire
Like he
on
wanted
which
to
part?
say, "Oh, we did our part."
Explain to me. John Thune wants to hold the president feet to the fire on what topic?
Whatever the next thing he can do is. See, right now he gets to say, "Oh, Trump, I did my best." We're gonna have to make some concessions to the Democrats to get them to vote for FISA.
Why does he care to make concessions to the Democrats?
Because he thinks, what do you mean? That's what he's been doing this whole time. Whether it was the SAVE Act, whether it was any number of other things that he hasn't passed, whether it was the big beautiful bill negotiations. There's an limited number of things where he has undermined the president.
Is it because he can't get the votes?
No, once the Democrats know that the Republicans are voting for it, but they don't have enough to pass it, John Thune can go and say, we all did our part and supported you, Mr. President, but the Democrats pulled. So John Thune gets to blame the Democrats for it not passing, and even though it's his fault, right, because he didn't peel off a couple Democrats to vote, which is his job. His job is to get votes passed. His job is to whip the Republican caucus, making sure that every Republican votes for it, and then go and bribe Democrats with pork to come and peel off and vote. That's what Democrats always do to Republicans. So John Thune is not doing his job, but he gets to say, oh, I did my job. We're going to have to make some concessions to Democrats in order to get this bill passed, right?
Well,
Just like they never do bills on their own, right? He was the one that put the transgender stuff, the anti-transgender stuff into the SAVE Act, which, listen, we all agree on the transgender stuff, but it doesn't belong in a voting bill,
absolutely
right?
not. That's retarded.
So that's what he did. He puts poison pills into bills.
But do we know it's him doing it, or is somebody else
Yes, it's
applying?
him. He's the leader. He's the leader of the party. He's the one that gets to determine what is the bill the Republicans put on the floor.
Listen, there's more stuff going on behind the
No, that's
scenes.
his job. That's his job. His entire job is to get consensus in the Republican Party about what is the bill they're about to put forward, and then whip the votes to get it. That's his entire job.
So he's not a good
That's why he
whip.
gets no shit.
So why can't we replace him?
With who?
I don't know. Give me a name.
I don't know. It seems like whenever we replace somebody, we just get another retard.
Maybe we should bring George Santos in.
Maybe we should. Give him like one of those like latex bodysuits and a whip, and he can go after all the Republicans. They're into that shit.
Oh my God. Wait, who can we replace? No, honestly, who could we replace the Speaker of the House with? It doesn't have to be somebody like can we get with experience? Can we pull?
Talk to Viva. It's okay. The other thing the whip does, by the way, there's like a Republican committee that like deals with like fundraising and whatever. So their job is to divvy up that money and use it. That's part of the whip's job, to use it to get Republicans to vote. So like kind of keeping the Republican Party like with enough seats to win. So here's the deal. Talk to Viva. Viva knows this stuff. Viva knows more of the players than I do. He knows their history. It's like I know what they've done in public, but there are people that know how they behave in private, and I can't like speak with authority on who's a good up and comer. But
I should ask Carolina. She knows what they really do in private. Okay, so that's interesting. I'm trying to think anybody who's senior enough and who's smart enough. I don't know. I don't know what to. Okay, so something came out. It says also. Okay, I want to play this. Hold on. His Save America Act, right, which is a voter ID, although it has other provisions in it, to be attached to FISA. He had a Truth Social saying that the few Democrats, his word, are against FISA with or without Bill Pulte going to DNI is acting. What kind of deal is that? Besides, I'm against FISA if it doesn't come with the Save America Act. Full version, firmly attached to it. What do you say to the president on that? Well, we've had the vote on the full version twice now. So the full version is 5 components, and it's a photo ID, it's a registration or citizenship in order to register to vote, no biological boys and girls sports, bans mail-in voting, and it does away with trans surgeries for minors, which I'm for, and a lot of us are. But that only got those 5 things are fairly practical in the Republican caucus. They are. I mean, those are things that. But we only got 48 votes. We had that vote last week on all 5 components. The only way you can get, obviously, get this done is to nuke the legislative filibuster, and that is not something that we have anywhere close to the votes to do. So we've had votes, we had it on the floor, it was the pending business in the Senate for a couple of weeks. We've done everything we can for date. We'll continue to put the Democrats on record. The Democrats are voting against an issue that 80 to 85% of the American people are for, and we need to hold them accountable for that. But the president doesn't seem to understand your math. Yeah, and I get that. And on conversations with him, how does this go over? Because the way he types it in his True Social post, it's pretty aggressive. He thinks you should be doing more. And he's passionate about it, and we are doing everything that we can, but it is a function of math. I mean, we are bound by arithmetic in the United States Senate. The votes currently aren't there. We will continue to put the Democrats on the record and insist on votes on this. But if you tried to attach it, for example, to FISA, it would tank FISA. And so, we will move, once we get Clayton done, we'll move to FISA, try to get the Democrat coalition back together so we can actually pass that and put it on the president's desk. But, and we will look for votes, additional opportunities to get votes on the SAVE Act. What about housing? You've got a deal, potentially a bipartisan, bicameral bill on housing.
And there are going to be people, including the president probably, who say, put Save America on that. Well, I think he has said that. I don't think there's a bill that's come in front of us that he hasn't said that on. The housing bill, carefully negotiated, what we call four corners, bipartisan, bicameral, Democrats and Republicans in the House and the Senate. It is an issue that directly gets at the heart of the affordability question for a lot of Americans. It creates additional supply of housing in this country, makes housing more affordable. And so I'm hoping that's something, too, that we can complete, get on the president's desk, get signed into law, and that he will do that without making additional demands that on some of these bills he has been. How much do you think it hurts in the MAGA base as you head into November that you can't get that done to save America? Well, I mean, I think, again, you have to, again, it's a pure function of math, and I'm sympathetic to it. I'm for it. I voted for all that stuff. Most of my colleagues, Republican colleagues in the Senate are. We haven't gotten the Democrats have block voted against it. They haven't got a single Democrat vote, and that's where I think you make this a campaign issue and you go after Democrats. I don't think it's helpful to go after Republicans to try and get us to do something. People now know we don't have the votes to do, and we've demonstrated that now. We've had 5 votes on this. How would you say your relationship with the president is now? He seems to be working a lot with Speaker Johnson. How would you characterize it? It's strong. It's good. I mean, we have our pointed conversations. I express my views. He expresses his. Sometimes those get a little bit testy if needed, but in the end, we have a job to do, and we have an alignment of incentives. There are times when, for reasons of how the Senate functions, the answer isn't always yes to the things that he wants to do, but we do everything we can to work constructively with him and his team to ensure that we are moving the country forward in a way that achieves those objectives. Senator McConnell, we're told, was hospitalized. Have you heard any word on him? I have.
Okay, so I don't know. He's giving me the impression that
now, the
I don't know.
president is.
I don't know. There's another thing that just came out. So last April, the State Department formally told Congress that the IRGC had indeed attacked Americans with drones, adding that this is sufficient to meet the statutory criteria to bar removal of the IRGC from an FTO list for 4 years. The formal notification to Congress is linked, okay? The Trump admin might have in key elements of an Iran deal when it sent a previously unreported certification to Congress last year that bars much of the broad sanctions relief the MOU outlines. Did you hear what I just said? I did not know this. This just came out.
Yeah, there's a reason JD Vance has been like saying, "Oh, we can't release it," and this is ridiculous. But I don't know what you want me to say. Like, we're playing this, assuming that Trump is just playing out the best card he has to get through midterms, and then he's going to make more strategic decisions. Again, this comes down to Congress not backing him up. Ultimately, Congress can, after this is signed and whatever, they can just turn it down, right? Because I'm pretty sure that sanctions go through Congress. But like, this is the thing. When Congress doesn't do its job, then President Trump ends up having to do his job more desperately, using worse tools. Like, it's like a field hospital.
Well,
Trump's trying to do brain surgery in a field hospital.
So
it doesn't work.
Let me read this. Senators slipped a provision into the 2024 Ukraine supplemental that requires state to tell Congress, the State Department to tell Congress every 180 days whether the IRGC launched drone attacks on Americans. If so, the admin makes that determination. The IRGC cannot be removed from the FTO list for 4 years. The admin formalized that determination in a report to Congress last April. Lifting the IRGC's FTO designation would almost certainly be required to implement the broad sanctions relief the admin has outlined under the MOU per multiple senior Hill staffers. What the fuck? This is crazy. What is going on?
That's potentially very good.
Who wrote the 2024 bill? Trump can waive a 4-year requirement if he tells Congress it's vital for national security. But loosening IRGC sanctions by arguing they should be removed from the FTO list would be tough sell for the Republicans. Oh my God, this is
Look, from my perspective, the sanctions is the worst part of this, because sanctions are very hard to put in place.
yes.
They take a lot of time and a lot of whipping of votes, whether it's Europeans to get on board or Americans, because there's a ton of European companies like Airbus that have been lobbying very hard for exemptions and whatever to get the opportunity to sell hardware to the Iranians. So the idea of lifting sanctions overall as part of a temporary agreement that's only meant to be an interim agreement to finalize something better, to me, is insanity. Just from a like the way sanctions are put in place perspective. But like again, this is on Congress. This entire mess is on Congress.
So is this a stopgap then? I'm assuming this is. I don't understand. Like, this is very interesting. I'm gonna send it over to somebody. Hold on. I want to see their perspective because it's a no-go then, right? Because in order to do what they need to do in the MOU, my understanding is this is 60 days.
No, Trump can go to Congress and say it's vital. And he can say it's vital, I need to do it, whatever. And Congress, here's the deal. Congress is way more likely to be a bitch than to stand strong, right? Like, because okay, what's the number of votes they would need to
I
overrule
don't
the
know. I'm
president
trying to
on
find that
saying it's
out.
vital? Is it 51 or is it 60? Because if it's 51, there 100% there can be 51 votes that are like, oh, we need peace with Iran, da 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 da. If Obama was able to pass the Iran deal, then they're going to be able to do this. Unless it's a 60 vote threshold, which I don't think it is.
But
But I don't
I
know.
mean, how long it took Obama? Like 18 months, right? How long did it take for him to get the JCPOA put through? A long
But this
time.
isn't the JCPOA. This is just waiving. This is just accepting Trump's waiver of sanctions.
Hey, Stealth, real quick.
Yeah.
How did you hear about Jordan and Ryan getting arrested?
It was a story publicly posted on it. Do you want the story?
Was that one of the two outlets that is like listed on Google when you search it? You don't have like the DC courts or the DC arrests or anything, like something more legitimate than like a Rhino and a
Just look on
progressive
Pacer.
writing an article?
Josie, look on Pacer.
I'll just spell that.
PACER.
Okay.
It's like for like all federal like law like filings in federal court.
Cool, thanks.
Let me see something here.
You have to be an attorney or a law firm to access Pacer, but go to courtlistener.com and you can go to the recap. And if you have identifying information, you can get filings there.
So notable that Hexeth
Court
is
hearings,
here.
you said? Sorry. Court hearings?
Courtlistener.com.
Courtlistener.com. Got it, thanks.
So notable that Hexeth is here to push for new Pentagon funding in a reconciliation bill as Thune and other GOP leaders express deep skepticism about a third reconciliation bill. And this is Senator GOP Whip Barrasso is meeting with Hexeth right now. That was yesterday. Cornyn said Hexeth told him the Pentagon needs $350 billion in the short term, but $1.5 trillion in the long term. Interesting. This is from the Punch Bowl. So Thone also considers to pour cold water on the idea of reconciliation 3.0. You've got to have something that gets 50 and 218, and I'm not sure exactly at this point what that is. It says defense spending unites Republicans, but it certainly wouldn't be limited to just that and will implicate other committees or jurisdiction. That creates unique challenges in terms of the vote count here in the Senate. God, there's a lot going on behind the scenes right now. Here's what Thune said yesterday. He also noted it has to be paid for as an offset. I'm going to retweet this out. You guys can do a little digging on this. This is interesting. I don't, this is crazy. So, okay. So going back to, we're considering delisting the RGC as an FTO. No way this can be true. POTUS will hear from Gold Star families to be sure. Even Joe Biden wouldn't let Rob Malley do that. So that Rich Goldberg quoted that. Now is Carney with Trump.
You had Russia in, and you wouldn't have a war right now if Trump were president. Well, I look forward to that. The G7 used to be the G8. Barack Obama and a person named Trudeau didn't want to have Russia in. And I would say that was a mistake because I think you wouldn't have a war right now if you had Russia in. and you wouldn't have a war right now if Trump were president 4 years ago. But it didn't work out that way. But it used to be the G8, and now it's, I guess, what's that, 9 years ago, 8 years ago, it switched over there. They threw Russia out, which I claimed was a very big mistake. Even though I wasn't in politics then, I was very loud about it. It was a mistake in that you spend so much time talking about Russia, and he's no longer at the table. So it makes life more complicated. But you would have had the war. Other than that, I think we're going to accomplish a lot.
Sorry, is Mark Carney also transgender? Like I'm or
No,
oh
he's the villain from The Simpsons,
oh got it.
Mr. Burns,
Okay.
who just yeah, he sucks your life out of your soul and steals all your money.
Oh yeah yeah
That's his
yeah.
deal. He did ruin his kid. He experimented on his kid because he was in the UK at the time,
Oh
and
got
yeah.
it.
So maybe it's because he knew all the girls were getting raped, so he didn't want, or maybe he did. I don't know. He was just giving them all the chemicals and stuff. You know how Mark Carney is.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes much more sense.
He also lied to Trump and said they were capping the vehicles at 54,000. That's A, irrelevant, and B, like, just not an issue, because what they're going to do is it's just going to be like a pipeline where they're going to have the set up like factories in Canada that are going to be Chinese owned, and so they're going to like get around the 50 whatever the percentage requirement is to consider it like made in Canada. Because what Mark Carney's done is he's basically killed all of the American manufacturers that had plants in Canada, whether it was like Chrysler or whether it was like Ford or GM or whatever. Plus, he killed all the Japanese manufacturers like Toyota and Honda. All their plants are getting destroyed. And basically, there was this plant that was meant to make batteries in North America called Northvolt. And he basically bankrupted that by giving the Chinese permission to just import their batteries, which are way cheaper. So
Sorry, yeah. Keep going. Okay, sorry. I don't know, you cut out. Okay. Just really quickly, I want to hear this.
Frustrating to me is that you see certain people in the American media literally recirculating hardline or talking points from the IRGC instead of telling the truth about what's going on. So first of all, not a single cent of American money goes to Iran. Not $300 billion, not $24 billion, not any of the money, the dollar figures that I've seen.
Hey, G, are you there?
Yep. Good
Good
morning.
morning. For some of us, I'm not going to sleep just yet, but um, what is the word on the Hill? Have you talked to any of your friends at State or anywhere else on and I just tweeted it out about the fact that I flipped in 2024, and then Trump did something, and now they cannot actually have the MOU is essentially to get the straits open, and it's like a buying period of time, and then we're going to go back to normal stuff, is my understanding. But and then Bloomberg leaked out the MOU for those that want to go look. It's on my feed, allegedly. But what is your take from? Okay, something happened in China, okay? And I've been saying this with JD Vance's team between the Paki China meeting and then again in China. And have you heard any rumor what that could have been? Because it's no bueno. And so,
I don't know.
yeah,
I don't know what would have happened in China.
'cause-
I can tell you what's going on with them currently and what I'm hearing about the deal. So,
go
like,
ahead.
a lot of people are still mulling over the deal and seeing the details of it and how it plays out. Really, it's kind of kicking the can down the road in a way for 60 days until world events and global oil prices drop.
We have midterms.
Uh,
Mike
correct.
Duran.
Correct.
I spoke about this yesterday. Everybody was freaking out, and I told everybody needs to calm down. And this is never going to go through because of certain sanctions relief. But what I saw was most pivotal was the statements from the president at the G7, which was the Qataris, the Saudis, and the Turks and the
Yeah.
Chinese
But
through the Pakistanis.
so
Yeah,
for stealth, I want everyone to take a step back and look at the situation. Who publicly presenting the deal? Who is publicly away from the deal? Who is out to dry and who's not out to dry?
yeah.
Uh,
CIA
that
ments and Hegseth and Ruby are no go, and JD Vance was the guy who was sent again to Pakistan to negotiate, and he came home failing that exercise. And now he's running around all over media pitching the plan, and he's done better as the hours go by. But then the president said insane things at the G7 regarding bringing Al Jilani into Lebanon, probably to get the Lebanese to move their asses to help with the Hezbollah issue because they're afraid of Jilani going in. But other things were said. So it's for me, it's like what I said before everybody freaked out, which is this is going nowhere fast. The MOU. That's it. It's to open the strait, and that's it. That's the main situation. So your thoughts on, obviously we know Rubio and Hexeth are not running point, but JD Vance is. So is it an intentional thing to get Vance to fall on his face? I don't get it.
I don't know if it's to. I think it's an opportunity, and I think it's he was given uh distance to walk away from the tree, and whether or not he stays away from the tree or if he gets brought back in and grows into its own tree is yet to be seen.
Did you say tree?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. The distance to get away from the tree is so that the Tucker, Omid Malik, uh, Megyn Kelly, who by the way said horrible things about Trump just 2 weeks ago. So I thought that was very strange to go to her, going to the View. So that's it, everybody's like he's doing the he's doing. If you'll see like Tony Badron, Lee Smith, others which followed the JCA very, very closely, it's doing a lot of, some of it is how Obama spoke, and then some of it is how Romney spoke, and then some of his statements are Kerry's actual statements. Like a lot of the lines and narrative shaping are from like word for word from Obama, Kerry, and which I think is wild. And I want your thoughts on that also. But it's bizarre, like word for word. That's bizarre.
Well, yeah, I would agree, and I think it has to do with policy recommendations coming out of this place called the Quincy Institute. But
Yeah, yeah. So, was it unusual for JD Vance to do a speech at the Quincy Institute back in the day when he did it? Was that an unusual take for a conservative? I would think so, right?
so it's just very weird when you see Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey being buddy buddy and like getting joint awards together from the Quincy Institute on policy. They're talking about the same things around, the Epstein files. Your policy platforms seem very similar. Um, yeah, lot of odd things coming out of the Quincy Institute
And
still.
you have
And
Joe Kent working there now with Trita Parsi. You have Trita Parsi going on Bannon's show. You have Trita Parsi
yeah,
doing a 3-hour interview with Tucker yesterday.
look up the name Jake Werner. He is an quote unquote analyst there at the Quincy Institute. Jake Werner is a guy that goes and speaks at the World Socialist Forum and talks about why China's model of governance is not so bad. By the way, the Chinese released a white paper today on global governance.
Can you send that to me?
And I can. And so what that means for people is they're trying to effectively institute an AI-driven Orwellian-style social credit system globally.
So it's basically they've launched Golexi formally, publicly, to America essentially, and
More so, I mean, so they've been, and sorry to cut you off, Stealth. They've been since the beginning of this year very, very open in their declarations to be more involved in shaping international public opinion, conducting propaganda work, all that good stuff. Really heated up in February after the Al Jazeera forum, but more so in the recent months. And when I'm seeing what they're doing, all this good stuff, they're being a lot more aggressive with certain posturing. I Did you see the post I sent you yesterday, Sel? A lot of people, a few, relative to my account, a lot of people responded to that well.
the the one about a literal blueprint of China's strategy to export
Oh yeah,
Maoism.
yep. That's literally from like CCP archives, and it shows a map of where Mao was supporting violent revolutions across the globe. So, what Maoism deviates from other forms of communism is they view armed struggle as the only appropriate means forward to a revolution. So people have to die in order for communism to be instituted. Now, you can say that's either a realist point of view. I think that's kind of a very, very radical point of view because you're saying that violent action must be done in order for things to change, and that's those violent actions are necessary.
Okay, so I want to tell you something. I was on a call maybe yesterday or the day before. Everything's kind of fuzzy right now. Where I don't know, maybe me and you even spoke about this. But I got some more kind of background on this. That there's been a change in 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 being aggressive against the Chinese, and it's coming out of the some very interesting camps in the administration, primarily some of J.D. Vance's people, some of Tulsi's people, nothing, one person out of even Rubio's people, which I thought was interesting. Um, Something happened in China, and I am trying to get a grasp of,
So,
yeah.
um, on this note, and what I will say to people is China publicly in the West during the 2020s was pushing campaigns such as No Cold War, Pivot to Peace, Veterans for Peace. And in the backdrop of all these movements that they were propagating in the West that were, basically incentivizing, what's the word, pacifism
Yes.
and non-confrontation, they were tripling their nuclear weapons stockpile, expanding their aircraft carriers, expanding and experimenting on all their hypersonic ballistic missiles, all that good stuff. So I don't really buy it with what they're selling because to like the historical kind of track record shows that they are not necessarily the word is not their bond.
Okay, so I'm assuming that did was Tulsi Gabbard and Joe Kent responsible for collecting this information and then it entering into the PDP, which the president gets updated on? Who's the PDP for the president right now? Do we know?
It's probably a few different channels. I don't know how it is right now, given the flux that the whole Gabbard situation
Uh-huh.
is in.
And you saw that.
But he's usually the liaison between the intelligence community and the National Security Council.
Uh-huh. What I'd like us to know is an investigation of whether or not any of this was said and instructed to any of the people. Like, was there any actual China experts that went with the president on the ground to China with him? Like experts on this
Not
kind of
outside
stuff?
of Rubio that I know of.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? It's like going to the Russians and not bring a Sovietologist with you. How do you not bring a China expert? Nondescript. Nobody needs to even know who he is. He can look like a guy bringing coffee, but he's monitoring everything. I mean, what I'm assuming we had some CIA guys going there too, right? Because Radcliffe was there, I think, right? So any China experts would have been there, like because a lot of things can be picked up from trips like that. I mean, what about the two female aides that were with him that were supposed to be doing comms? Are any of them trained to be China experts that were there?
I have no idea. I'm not filled in on the details. All I
What
know
about?
is
Do we
that,
have an ambassador even to China? I've never even seen him.
yeah, Purdue.
Well, does he speak Chinese or Mandarin, and does he understand 1% of what I know, and 0.00001% of everything you know?
I don't know. I personally like Purdue. I don't know how he's, I don't have much interaction with him in his role and seeing how he's doing and how that's kind of being facilitated. But, overall, I think he's someone who is, he's got a very interesting track record still. He was, I think, if I'm not mistaken, he was former CEO of like Reebok and a few other big national food companies. Um, and that would give him. There's a lot of American businessmen, obviously, that had set up supply chains and production over there in China. I imagine Reebok was one of those companies.
And they had
Uh,
consultants, obviously. Like,
yeah, and he was formerly a senator from Georgia, if I'm not mistaken, and you know, he is someone who can uphold the role, and he's going to be conservative in that role. But I don't know the full kind of holistic materialization of him in that role, if that makes
so
sense.
there was no China experts from State Department even that traveled with them for so that they could debrief and translate what the Chinese, because that's a lot of lost signals intelligence just from how things go down. I don't know. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and obviously another thing too is when the Chinese are saying one thing in Mandarin,
Right.
and they are the people in charge of the translators, and so they're basically presenting one message in Mandarin and an entirely different message to our government in English. It kind of makes things difficult to actually make a clear takeaway from.
There's no way that our CIA didn't have people that spoke Mandarin and were not there, because if they didn't,
Obviously,
okay, okay,
obviously,
all right,
but like broadly speaking, they're not going to be talking with every single of the 50 to 100 people that went on that trip with the
right,
administration
right.
and saying, "Oh, Xi made this reference to a Thucydides trap," right? And basically, that in of itself is like hostile messaging and talking that he's looking for confrontation. But people are just like, "Oh, he didn't mean much. He was just talking about great power competition." No.
Wait, gee, you mean they don't do a debrief on the airplane after?
They do a debrief, and they also none of the people there brought their phones, brought their main personal devices. So they're obviously aware of certain risks, but they weren't holistically. The Chinese operate on a foundation of deception, and they're very good at gaslighting people and convincing them of a certain reality that's not actually true. That's what they're good at. They're very, very good at gaslighting.
Yeah, yeah. I wonder if they must have trained Tucker on his gaslighting skills, for fuck's sake. Okay, so they put out this report, and the timing of this. So they ramped up things after the initial Iran strikes. Then, right? Is that why you said in February?
Before, well before. So they were at the beginning in January of this year. They were talking about their new 5-year plan. This 15th 5-year plan is kind of a continuation of their 14th 5-year plan, and they were basically, one of the big things that they were pushing was the proliferation of, the innovative theories of the party's innovative theories, how they phrase it, and they want basically the proliferation thereof, and that's basically the most modern euphemism for brainwashing on behalf of the CCP. They're not using value reconstruction, thought reform, or anything like that. No, now it's the acceptance of the party's innovative theories.
What does that mean? Acceptance of the party's innovative theories. What does that mean?
It means new age communism, having
Ah,
and indoctrinating people with new age communism.
uh huh. What does New Age communism sound like or look like? Is it like the weird stuff that the fake Professor Jiang is doing and talking about the Book of Enoch, or I'm just I'm just wondering, like what does that look like?
It's social, what they call socialism with Chinese characteristics, and what the Marxist bloc has been characterizing over the last 15 years as "quote unquote" the synonization of Marxist theory.
Okay.
And how do we encounter it? Is it like through the DSA as presenting it
Yes,
as
frequently. Yes.
and what elements of it are kind of their new philosophy around like business and control, or like government control of business, and what parts of it are just simply rebranding of other ideas that were like pre-existing classical Marxism.
So, like on this element, and you kind of touched on it in the light of your question, it's like the state-driven capitalism or state-driven markets. I don't know if people know this, but if you were to effectively remove the ideology from the Chinese Communist Party and just accept them and look at them objectively, their economic model, they're most akin to something called known as fascism. And that's ironic given that communism around the world has used fascism and fascist as a pejorative and to label their enemies or their opponents, to discredit their opponents and all that good stuff. But it's you'll hear themes, and I apologize. It's 7:16, and I'm still waking up. I haven't had my morning coffee yet, but it's things like no justice, no peace is how it's materialized in Western constructs, by any means necessary, or phrases that you hear. These are very old Maoist catchphrases, and a lot of times, like they've kind of gained prominence in both the Palestinian and BLM movements, for which both the Chinese have tried to exacerbate and heat up and exploit the situation to effectively propel a revolution here in the West. But outside of that, it's cyber to like, because I'm kind of going off on a
Let me just
tangent.
ask you a quick question. Do they think that they're winning in America, and are they perplexed why we have done nothing to fix this problem with universities?
They think that I think they have a plan. I don't know if they consider themselves winning in America. They will always externally blame America for whether or not it's global or domestic problems. It's always America is the reason and core root of the problems, is how they basically, convey their propaganda. But outside of that, what I wanted to say is cyber, the kind of framing and the description of it, it's either socialism with Chinese characteristics, or Xi Jinping thought on socialism for the new era. Those are kind of the big
Meaning they
grand
pivoted
names.
away from communism to like socialism, which is supposed to be like a more compassionate version. And then I guess the next question is, how do they tailor it to the woke right? Because I sent you guys a link that Pat Tillman's brother ended up like bombing a post office because he wanted to like send a message to the federal government. So like you pointed out very well how they target minorities and how they target like the Arab like minorities, like whatever. How do they like promote this to the like right wing? Because the left wing is already on board.
But the Russians do a lot of this stuff with the
Yes.
woke right. The Russians, yeah.
Well,
But I'm
so
asking, what's the messaging vector? What's the catchphrases for the right?
so I don't know if you'll have themes that you can find, and most of the themes usually play around identity politics, like Christian conservatism. It's ought to be this way, and if it's not this way, it's not conservative, or it's not Christian, for example.
Or burn it, or also like kind of like we need to, like what I call the Christian Taliban guy, Joel Webben, right? So he says we need to go door to door of every church, and if they're not just like us, we need to burn it down.
Right. So it's this seemingly right coded call for radical action, and that radical action is a requirement and it's necessary in order for like a common good to be implemented, and that they are usually presenting themselves as the true arbiter of what can be defined as the common good as well.
So on the right with the data center op that's going on, because I've been monitoring like on the spaces and everything. Um, the Maha people, so the medical freedom people, right? So they're like they it's interesting how they do it, right? So it's resources and taking our land, and it's going to use our energy and our water, and it's like how Massey did it, but it's more like Ron Paul talking points, or like Joe Kent. They're all really lefties though. So when they're pushing it with the data centers on the right, it's they're going to control us. It's like the narrative around Palantir stuff.
What I've seen with Matt Walsh is like the blood and soil, like, oh, this woman was offered like $10 or $15 million for her farm, but like she lived there and so she's not gonna sell because her grandparents lived there and her great grandparents lived there, and it's better to stay on the same land than to have $16 million
That was
and
the
have
Massey.
technology.
Yeah, that ad
But like
came
I'm
out of
saying, Matt
Massey. Yeah.
Walsh, like I talked about before, how they're trying to peel talent off of the Daily Wire. Matt Walsh is the next one they've targeted, and they're going with this ridiculous idea that like we shouldn't have technology and you shouldn't have money because it's more important that you have your blood and soil, right? Like that's not an American perspective. Americans have always been about like what can we build, what like how can we take the things we have and make them into value, not just like, oh, this is my land. Like it's the most Arab tribal, like this is my land and like whatever, I'm gonna die here kind of, like I'm gonna die here penniless rather than produce something good.
So when you have conservatives and Bernie Sanders both pushing the message that the US government needs to take a sizable portion or ownership of all these various different AI companies or various different sectors, that is kind of an identifier, Cyber.
It's Catholic integralism. That's what JD Vance is pushing. So Ro Khanna, he says, "Oh, I'm a populist, capitalist on the left, socialist, whatever nonsense." So if you follow Michael O'Brien, mostly, and then James Lindsay, Michael O'Brien goes through how the Catholic integralist movement is, and on the right is for that. So when I heard that there was changes in certain key individuals under the JD Vance team that are saying China is no longer a problem, we don't have to go so aggressive against them, everything's great. I mean, that happened after the Trump meeting. What the fuck happened after they went there? And what was the messaging like? Something happened when JD Vance met with the Pakistanis, who are basically represent the Chinese, and I'm assuming they stayed there overnight, right? In Pakistan the first time, right? Right, G. So um, the narrative shaping, it could have come through the Pakis, but it's CCP terminology essentially. Something came up as, oh, we're going to build together and we're not going to be adversarial or whatever, but like I don't know, I don't understand, something happened, and I need to understand what that shift was
They
supposed.
got sold the Chinese line shared future for for humanity,
Yeah, yeah.
and they're going to look or find
And
to
JD
regret
Vance
that.
loves that. JD Vance loves that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I guess stealth a good way to and I've probably in a few different of your spaces I've recommended this book to people, but The Road to Serfdom. I believe, like, if you want to characterize the current geopolitical, sociopolitical environment or dynamics, I think that's a really good one because you have kind of Christian integralism or Catholic integralism being pushed, and Christian totalitarianism or just totalitarianism in certain forms being pushed on the right and the left. And you have people who find themselves on either side of the aisle who can identify it and still are um, you know don't have the appropriate tools in order to push back against collectivization and totalitarianism. That's ultimately what
So
we're fighting.
that description is what you're going to hear out of the Nouveau Catholic integralist and ortho bros, who are, as that author said, or investigative journalist said, was running Heritage. And I was like, what? And yeah, that's concerning, which is why I think Mike, Sovereign Michael, that's the account. He's been going. It's also like part of the UN, the movement in Portugal that what's his face Kevin Roberts attended right after the debacle at Heritage in Portugal, where there was this interesting kind of blood and soil, like let's make Europe Christian again, which is a great thought process, but it has nothing to do with what you may think about. Now the Russians are very involved in there, but in the Portugal meeting, which Portugal has a lot of influence from the Qataris and the Chinese now, the Chinese very aggressively there, and it's part of their progressive movement. A lot of these voices for peace, former military, big influencers are, and obviously there's operations there for the socialist movements and the progressive movements, and some of the stuff that goes on in Cuba goes on there as well. But during those meetings, it sounds like Catholic commies on the right. And that's what it sounds like. It's explain it, but that's what it is, and
That's exactly
that's
what it
the
is.
okay
It's collective. It's so um
collectivism.
so like theology, whether it's Catholicism, Judaism, Islam, it's a platform for further ideological indoctrination, right? Because it's if you present it as this is God's will and this comes from a religious authority, people are going to buy, and their um, kind of perspective of that religion or ideology is shaped by that authority. So it's a bad problem, and the communists understand that the church is one of these places where ideological indoctrination can occur, and where usually ideological indoctrination deviates away from communism. So it's in their goal and it's in their interests from a political warfare perspective to infiltrate these churches and reshape, unwittingly shape these people's, or these people are having their ideology unwittingly shaped by an external force.
Just so you know, the Chinese arrested and jailed an elderly Catholic bishop, cardinal, priest that's very close. I think out of Hong Kong, very close to our good friend Breeze Hart. She interviewed him, but he did not get released, and this was part of the deal when Trump went over there. And I thought JD Vance would have picked up the mantle on this to get this. I think is it. I was going to say not Jimmy Lai. What's his name? um, and it never happened, and it went radio silent. And part of the negotiation was to get this Catholic priest out who's nearly dying, and they refused to. How? Why? Gee,
I still, that's one of the big gripes I've had with the administration's policy. I think they should be pushing harder for people who are wrongly imprisoned in China to be released, such as Jimmy Lai.
yeah, and they don't do that. Pastor, I think it's Pastor Jin. Um, is it Pim? No, there's a pastor, Chinese bishop. Yeah, it was arrested after protesting communist changes. Bishop Peter Zhao Zumin. Um, updates on Pastor Wang. So there's like Catholic bishop is arrested in China, 2018. Yeah, this is this bishop. Yeah. A Chinese bishop is arrested. He's refusing to join the state's official church controlled by the communist government. Asia News reports that Bishop Peter Zhouzumin disappeared several days ago. Pope Francis appointed him in 2016, posting him to Wenzhou, a city in southeastern China with a large Christian community. Vatican correspondent Juliet Linley joins us from Rome. Yeah, Juliet, what happened to this bishop? Jason, according to Asia News, Bishop. So this is the guy that we were trying to get out, and he's like nearly dying, and he hasn't been given proper care, and it's been brutal in prison, and nothing, radio silence. And you would think JD Vance, who's a new Catholic convert, would have pushed for this, and it's nothing, quiet, silence. What are we afraid of by applying pressure on them? How come we can? I don't understand. How come we're such kid gloves with the Chinese right now, G?
I don't know, but it's the wrong approach. You don't appease a bully, and you don't appease basically someone who's going to exploit the situation, whether or not it's ultimately they're a bully in the situation. The Chinese are always looking to exploit every situation to their political advantage. So
You
understanding
could
that you have to
correct me, G.
deconstruct it and work with it and work against it. And at this moment, this is not the appropriate strategy to do so.
G,
So
you could correct me, but it seems like you should always apply a little bit of pressure on every front where you can, and then you can decide whether you want to apply more pressure or pull off pressure. But by applying a little bit of pressure everywhere, you make it clear to them that there are a lot of avenues that they could be under pressure. And then you can be magnanimous and release certain things. But to have, I'm not saying use every single tool in your toolbox, but to like make it clear that there are like avenues to everybody who's observing that like China's behaving like in an inappropriate way, like make it clear that these are things that you're aware of and that they should be aware of. Then like if you don't, let's say it's right, if you don't prime the pressure pumps, then you have like air bubbles. And when you want to go and apply pressure on any particular issue, whether it's human rights or religious rights or whatever, it doesn't work. This is why the like campaign against the Soviet Union, calling them the evil empire by Ronald Reagan, worked so well, because the refuseniks and the Jews had spent fully 10 or 12 years already priming that pump, actually since the 70s, but like priming that pump in like the social, whatever you want to call it, mind of the Americans. And then when Reagan applied that like label or moniker evil empire, it stuck. So it seems to me like in every single one of these things, America should be bringing it up, and one like at least like if you want to say like don't use every resource available to accomplish a thing, fine, because maybe you don't want to waste the resource on that, but at least make it clear that they're not doing the right thing on this particular issue. Am I wrong?
but okay, sorry, go ahead. By the way, the Egyptians just interviewed with the president, and a couple hours ago, Bloomberg released a leaked MOU copy. So I want to cover that. But go ahead, G.
What I'll say is the Chinese basically operate like they're a smart political actor. They're a cunning political actor, a Machiavellian political actor, which you know they're able to be pragmatic without having the same moral compass or kind of moral limits that we in the West have. We and I think these moral limits are a good thing. I think the way that they conduct themselves and the way what you were talking about, cyber and building up, was the concept of leverage, and the Chinese are consciously aware of this, of leverage, and exploiting it. Like their operating model across the globe is coercion, or basically, yeah, mainly coercion. But they're going to like, how should I phrase this? Um, they're what we forget to try to address, at least in a lot of the times, is the fact that um, the whole picture, because there's this idea of unrestricted warfare. Yes, I think people in the West have a concept of what that is, but like the Chinese really have a much we may be able to see things from 30,000 feet, but they're better at seeing things from 35,000 feet and seeing things from a more holistic picture. And this is me being objective and rational. I'm not saying, I've seen how they do analysis both in their academic and intelligence kind of complexes, and like how those go up the chain of commands and go through various forms of bodies. And, they have their advantages and we have our advantages. But to certain degrees, you there just needs to be a fundamental acceptance that this is a Machiavellian state, and they're ruthlessly pragmatic, and they're looking to fuck us over in
Can I
every
add
which way
another?
possible.
Can I just add another angle to that for a second?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure you mentioned this, but you were asking about the Chinese. There's a very strong, just a business strategy that I think it's not only my thinking, but also other people, that Trump basically he closed a major deal with the Chinese when he was there with that big delegation a few weeks ago. There was a major deal done regarding Taiwan, and it we've been hearing about the Chinese wanting to infiltrate Taiwan, take it over for a long time. They've been bubbling that tactic, and they did that on that was an intentional tactic to create leverage on the U.S., which they came to an agreement in Trump's last visit with all the business delegation, because Taiwan is positioned in a critical business crossroad right now regarding TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductors. Now, if you got to look into this industry, and it's basically one of the upcoming kind of new gold rush for gold, because the the semiconductors are it's what is at the core of AI, and the semiconductors is basically the bottleneck for AI. And the U.S. and Trump, wants the U.S. to be a leader of the AI in the world, and that's why they basically cut a deal with China to leave Taiwan alone, to not touch it and not get close to it. And in return, he will bring the Iranian thing to an end, because China is basically somewhat dependent on the huge amount of oil that they get from Iran. And this was a key factor in this whole situation we got to. I mean, Jonathan Hessen spoke about a lot of other really important factors earlier, but the
Yes.
issue with the semiconductors is crucial. And there is an understanding, at least from the Israeli perspective also, that the semiconductors is going to be the up and coming gold. Okay, there's a lot of there's a like a rush to reach these things, and together with lots of heads of businesses that Trump went to China, they closed multi-billion billion deals business wise, but they also secured the the safe passage for the for TSMC into the American market, and for the Chinese not to disrupt that, because in the next coming years, that's what the American AI power, that's what they want to have. They want to have that access as quickly and as high prioritized with TSMC. And that you got to understand, these guys TSMC, it's basically it's almost a world monopoly in creating the semiconductors. There's actually a new Israeli company called Next Silicon, which is really interesting. If you guys never heard about it, you could look them up. There's a very interesting podcast of a guy named Michael Eisenberg who speaks to their CEO. His name is Elad Raz, and they're actually trying to revolutionize the whole concept of semiconductors with silicon. It's very interesting, very high tech. If you wanna, if anybody wants to hear that podcast, just DM me. I'll send you the link. It's very interesting to understand the dynamic of that upcoming industry and how that is intertwining with this global American interest that Trump is leading. And obviously, there's definitely the ideological factor, like G explained so well. But there was also, and I don't know what pulls here more. It might even be the business, the business and the economic side might have pulled Trump, knowing Trump as a businessman. It might have pulled him more than any ideological, and that could be the factor that brought him to decide that he needs to put a I don't know if it's a permanent stop, but definitely a halt, and open up the Straits of Hormuz, because that's what the Chinese wanted. So that's just another angle to this.
G, your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, it's part of it. It's obviously a massive part of it. And understanding the gravity that the Chinese give to this concept of computing power, which chips are inherently tied to, um, it's plausible. But um, I want to, so just so we're aware and we're oriented, and Ami reminded me because I wanted to talk about the data centers protests, because there's been a lot of assertions and not necessarily like rigid um, information on this topic, but I can give you a name and I can give you the network and what this person's responsible with, and how United Frontwork actually diffuses out. So a few years ago, I wrote about Progressive International. And as part of that, they were basically Elbit Systems, an Israeli defense contractor They were going around the globe and targeting facilities and production sites of Elbit systems. This resulted in, in various different places being vandalized, destroyed. And in the UK, there was a police officer who was hit by a sledgehammer and had her hip broken. I don't know if she is able to walk. I still,
She's disabled for life. She's in a wheelchair. Yeah.
yeah. So this is
Run by
what
PAL Action with Fergie
PAL
Chambers
action,
and
but
Kala Walsh.
yep, they were basically. You see a recurring pattern stealth with this operating network on the left, where Palestine Action will be the responsible party for one mobilization campaign. Honor of the Earth will be the other organization responsible and taking the forefront at a separate campaign. The Palestine Youth Movement is taking the forefront at the arms embargo in Oakland, and beyond that, the Mask Off Merce campaign. For each of these campaigns, they had a very sophisticated target map where they set out various different locations to effectively go and protest. Now, what you find when you see who's actually passing these local data center moratoriums, who's filing petitions, well, it's the DSA, Sunrise, Code Pink, and PSL. And they're going around the country throughout all their various different local chapters, and each of their local chapters is petitioning their local city council or their municipal government, and effectively pushing for a pause on development. Wouldn't you know, the person who is responsible for all these target maps is one person, and it's one of the key organizers of Palestine Youth Movement still?
Yep.
A woman named Nadia Tanous.
Yep.
And wouldn't you know that she is one of the main organizers of the People's Conference for Palestine? She is speaking with Manila de los Santos. She's speaking with Vijay Prashad. And this diffuses straight out from a pipeline, which leads to a guy named Wei Gwen and a report from back in the fall named Colonization of the Mind. So why am I off on this tangent away from Ami's question of chips? Well, there's a few different forms of quote unquote hegemony, or sectors which the Chinese view themselves in an existential competition with the West in. One of which is like people's cognitive biases, the ways people's ideology, and the way that people think. And separately, another one is AI. And then separately, you also have the physical infrastructure for the digital economy. As part of this concept of computing power, the Chinese have effectively, they've incentivized the Maoist bloc around the world to target data centers to effectively try to, in their eyes, level the field. And because it's at this moment in time, I think it's 3-to-1 data centers in the United States, if not 10-to-1. And they're trying to level the playing field, and they're trying to very much so with things like Taiwan. I don't know if you saw this on me, but for the first time in I think probably ever, they were conducting drills on the east side of Taiwan, and they have been in recent weeks very, very aggressive at Scarborough Shoal.
Exactly, G.
So,
Exactly. That was definitely noted. That was part of their tactic to draw the Americans in.
So there's a lot going on, and hopefully, off on my tangent, people got some valuable information. But at the core of why you're seeing a massive push in America on data centers, and why you're seeing a circling of Taiwan, it's about digital power. Taiwan, just so we know, things like Metcalfe's law and things like that. Metcalfe's law is basically a natural phenomenon where you can fit so many transistors on a certain surface area, and every so and forth, the amount of transistors that you can fit on that surface area doubles. And we're kind of approaching a threshold of the limits of physics. We've literally with ultraviolet lithography, we're pushing the literal bounds of physics and what we can actually produce. And at this moment, Taiwan produces a higher density chip than anywhere else in the world. and those chips are more energy efficient. They are more computationally powerful, and they underpin a variety of just everything has a chip in it. Every bit of electronics has a chip in it, and the most advanced chips are made in Taiwan. And when you're talking about complex calculations, specifically at the military level, decision-making advantage is a real thing, and faster computations lead to real decision-making advantages and time to decisions. So these are real considerations, both in a political and military sense. And Ami, your point for raising it, I thank you, and I apologize also in the same light for going off on a very long tangent. So
Okay, quickly.
I'll just
Yeah.
add one point there, Stealth. It's important. It's not only that the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing, not TSMC. It's not only that they know how to create the most advanced semiconductors. They hold like almost 70% of the global share, like manufacturing capacity for these high tech pieces, which is an incredible monopoly if you think about it. The other 30% are kind of dispersed between American companies, Intel, Nvidia, but it's incredible to understand the power of this specific company and why it's also so important for the for Trump and the American decision makers.
So a couple things. So so if you listen to some of the interviews that went on yesterday, and if you listen to Mike Duran's interview with Gadi Tob, the MOU is to open up the Strait of Hormuz. It's going to buy time. We go into midterms, and then after that, we go back to striking. So I'm going to read to you what's the Bloomberg link that leak I posted in my feed a couple hours ago when it first came out. So the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States, together with their allies in the current war, declare upon the signing of this memorandum of understanding an immediate end and permanent end to the war on all fronts, including Lebanon, and undertake that from now on, they will not launch any hostile action against each other and will refrain from the threat or use of force against each other. The final agreement will confirm the provisions of this article and remaining articles. 2, the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States undertake to respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity and to refrain from interfering in each other's internal affairs. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States undertake to negotiate and reach a final agreement within a maximum period of 60 days, extendable by mutual consent. 4, immediately upon the signing of this memorandum of understanding, the United States lift the naval blockade and prevent any interference or obstruction against the Islamic Republic of Iran and restore traffic within a maximum of 30 days to its full capacity. The traffic of ships shall be proportional to the pre-war volume of traffic on the part of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States also undertakes to withdraw its forces from the surrounding areas within 30 days after the final agreement. Interesting. 5, upon signing the memorandum of understanding, the Islamic Republic of Iran will immediately take steps to ensure that the movement of merchant ships from the Persian Gulf to the Sea of Oman and vice versa is resumed within 30 days to the pre-war volume, taking into account the need for the removal of technical obstacles and by the neutralization of mines by Iran. 6, the United States undertakes together with its regional partners to create a comprehensive plan agreed upon by both parties for the rehabilitation and economic development of the Islamic Republic of Iran, while ensuring financing of at least $300 billion. The implementation mechanism of this plan as part of the final agreement will be formulated within 60 days. 7, the United States commits to ending, on a schedule to be agreed upon as part of the final agreement, all types of sanctions currently facing the Islamic Republic of Iran, including resolutions of the UN Security Council and the Board of Governors of the International Atomic Energy Agency, and all unilateral U.S. sanctions, both primary and secondary. The Islamic Republic of Iran reiterates that it will never produce nuclear weapons. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States have agreed that the fate of enriched, well, they didn't say we'll never purchase, so that's not been included. Okay, the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States have agreed that the fate of enriched material and the fate of all other mutually agreed nuclear-related issues, including Iran's nuclear needs, will be adequately addressed in a final agreement. The final agreement will confirm the provisions of this article. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States agree that pending a final agreement, they will maintain the status quo. Iran will maintain the status quo on its nuclear program, and the United States will not impose new sanctions on Iran or strengthen its forces in the region. 10. The United States undertakes that immediately after the signing of this memorandum of understanding and until the date of the lifting of sanctions, the United States Treasury Department will issue waivers for exports of Iranian crude oil, petrochemical products, and their derivatives, and all related services, including banking, insurance, transportation, and the like. 11. The United States undertakes that in light of the progress of negotiations towards a final agreement, frozen or restricted funds and assets of the Islamic Republic of Iran will be released and made fully available. These funds, whether held in the master account or transferred, will be used for any final beneficiary payments determined by the Central Public of the Islamic Republic of Iran and will be fully available for use. The United States undertakes to issue all necessary permits and licenses on this basis. 12, the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States agree that an implementation mechanism will be established to oversee the successful implementation of and future commitment to the final agreement. 13, following the signing of this memorandum of understanding and upon receipt of assurances regarding the commencement of implementation of Articles 4, 5, 10, and 11 of this memorandum of understanding and the continued implementation of these steps, the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States will enter into negotiations for a final agreement solely with respect to the remaining articles. 14, the final agreement will be approved through a binding resolution of the UN Security Council. Now, a few things. It's been brought up 3 hours ago now that there's certain FTO designations on the Iranians that were put in the 2024 Ukraine. It was slipped into 2024 Ukraine, which could prevent Trump from doing anything related to the sanctions with the Iranians, and would have to run special operations or run to Congress in order to say that this is due to national security and needs to be lifted, and then Congress has to be willing to agree to that. Okay. Then on top of that, you have statements, for example, that uh, they want all the money that's ever been sanctioned released. Well, there are reparations that need to be paid to the Israelis, and there's going to be lawsuits, right? Because of October 7th. I think there is some now. Uh, I've been hearing behind the scenes that there was a request because of the damage that the Iranians have done, and it's been a huge cost to us as well, by the way, since October 7th in terms of America, but that there needs to be some type of transferring sanctioned money to the Israelis, actually. So that is no way going to occur in writing anywhere, apparently. But there's other things based on U.S. officials reporting that there's things that are behind the scenes that are not included in the MOU, that are promises that have been made by the Iranians, and they're not even going to be written down in any kind of formal way. It's kind of like a behind the scenes thing. Okay. Anything behind the scenes thing that's not written down formally and held to account will never get implemented. Okay, because the president will be out by the time this thing has to go through Congress. They have to agree to it. They might have the numbers because of the left in the U.S., but it still has to get approved, and then it's going to go through the UN Security Council. I don't know who's on rotation in the council, but if it can get vetoed there, which it might, depending on who's on that. I don't know if India's coming. I don't know who's involved with that, but on the rotation. But that would be interesting in and of itself. What happens now? I have a problem with it going through the UN Security Council because we understand the problem with the UN in general, and the Israelis do not sit on the UN Security Council, so that's problematic in and of itself. So, anyways, more to come on this. I don't know. I don't think it's going to go to fruition. So, and then there was comments by Albright, the nuclear scientist, about the nuclear material and downgrading and all sorts of interesting things that he brought up, which basically says that the Iranians are are being very smart in their negotiations because they're trying to keep certain things so that when they go under inspection, that they will have enough there to pretend like whatever's being picked up is due to some type of remnants. There's a lot of issues with this in terms of that aspect, and I hope that there's somebody who's monitoring that portion as well from our side. Now you've seen rumors about Radcliffe and Hegseth and others, and people getting fired, and statements about all this stuff. I cannot confirm any of that stuff. I don't know, but I know that they're not happy about it. So that's where we're at. Go ahead, G.
So, China announced today that they're trying to establish the World AI Cooperation Organization.
Yep.
They previously in March established a World Data Organization,
Yep.
and beyond that, like in between this period, they've been a little bit more strict. So, like obviously, they kind of locked down on their AI engineers, but furthermore, um, like during the Iran war, one of the things that China did was they established this bureau for foreign asset control, basically to establish more control over infrastructure on the BRI, or just like Chinese interest in foreign companies, and lock down and make sure that that's being controlled first and foremost from China. Um, Secondly, uh, I don't have much to add on what you're talking about, but I just wanted to highlight this, and it goes to what they're pushing today on social governance and global governance, and what I was saying about a global Orwellian social credit system that is basically AI driven. And
So
hopefully, this should be one of the first and foremost policy pushes of the United States, is to push against this very system that China is trying to implement.
so the Chinese are doing this also, by the way, with the Vatican and with that Anthropic. This is why they had that bizarre meeting at the Vatican with the Pope on this. So I want to see what other. So who's buying onto it is my question.
Well, a few different countries, but it's not. It's really they're trying to leverage the UN, but furthermore, they do depth trap diplomacy, and they also bribe politicians around the globe, and they have their own kind of
Speaking
coordination with
fees, events,
yes,
positions.
but they also have coordination with the other ideological or ideologically aligned countries around the globe that are communists, such as Cuba, and yeah, they leverage them.
But Cuba is not going to be Cuba as we know it after a certain period of time, right?
God willing, inshallah.
Okay, so the straits are open, and Egyptian President El Sisi, he was in a hotel and I met him. We fell in love, deeply in love. We didn't know each other before that. We had great chemistry, and I stayed twice as long as I was supposed to. I don't know. It's the best relationship with Sisi. Iran and Russia signed an MOU for 20 new helicopters for Iran's air support fleet. That just happened
That's what I
today.
said. Everyone wants to sell them hardware.
Yep. You know what the Iranians did? They laughed at Obama and they said he's a stupid son of a bitch. That's what he just said right now, Trump publicly at the G7. Okay.
But Trump is the one writing these smut novels about the Egyptian president, so I don't know. He's a dumb son of a bitch.
Hold on.
Funded by Gulf allies. That's false. And people, you can invest if you want. I mean, what am I going to do? Say nobody's ever allowed to invest? No, we're not investing. We're not putting up 10 cents. And people can decide to do that, but that's up to them. I mean, do you want me to say nobody's ever allowed to invest in a country? I'll say it with Egypt. Nobody's allowed to invest in Egypt. Am I supposed to say that? I'm asking whether we are not investing in it, and we do not have a fund. Are you asking Gulf countries? No, I'm not. I'm not. If they do it, fine. But I would say they won't be doing it for a while until they find out the behavior It's a behavior thing, but we are not inventing. That's a false story that got picked up incorrectly from a statement that was pretty well made, I think, maybe a little bit, could have been a little more accurate, frankly, but it's a story. We are not investing 10 cents. Don't forget, there's never been anybody that's been so tough on Iran. This should have been done by Clinton and Barack Hussein Obama. It should have been done by Biden. It should have been. Okay, so there's that. I love that he calls him Hussein in front of. Just to add to it, the Iranians came out. CBS News reporting this. Hold on one second. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard, which is in charge now. It added more color. It says immediate and permanent cessation of the war on all fronts, including in Lebanon. No more battling between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. A U.S. commitment not to interfere in Iran's internal affairs. Again, not confirmed by Trump. This is via CBS citing the Iranian side. Full lifting of the naval blockade. U.S. commitment to withdraw forces from the region around Iran. Not sure what that means. Reopening of the strait within 30 days under Iranian arrangements. Don't know what that last qualifier means. Suspension of sanctions on the sale of Iranian oil, petrochemical products, and derivatives, and full Iranian access to revenues. So that's going to be very lucrative to the Iranians. The U.S. and its allies required to present reconstruction plans for Iran worth at least $300 billion. Now, just to add to it, the Iranians came out, CBS News reporting this. Okay, that was to Glenn Greenwald, so of course he
I
was very
sent you
excited.
the text that was leaked for all the points, and
Yeah, I just
it
read it in
does
the space.
right. So Megyn Kelly's like adding a little bit of color. It seems like from the actual text that it's just that these things have to be discussed about how they'll be done after the final agreement is made,
Yeah,
and
so
that there's
that
nothing.
was before the recent leak, right? So there's the behind the scenes conversations, then there's the leaks, then now the administration decided to put this one out because they needed to give some meat to the to the people that were freaking out over it. And oh boy, oh boy, Tony Badron just put out an article. Oh boy, I
Stealth,
am
I have some good
yeah.
news.
Tell me.
So, one of the big economic policy pushes that the CCP has been trying to have for like the last 3 or 4 years is trying to boost consumer spending. You know, they've been their economy's really been focused on state investment in something called gross fixed capital formation, which is basically the state owns all these massive factories, industrial equipment, machines, whatnot, and they've largely been an export economy for the longest time, and they've also thrown out loans and exported labor to build out the BRI. And the Chinese economists and the high level like financial officials been looking at their policy over the last few years relative to other economies around the world, like developed economies, and they said, they've been talking about self sufficiency and basically boosting consumer spending to get in line with other developed economies around the world. And there was a report today that came out talking about like how consumer spending is actually dropping. And this is like this shouldn't make me happy, but it kind of does because the CCP has been throwing out massive subsidies over like the last 3 years, and their currency is going to be yo-yo because you can't during COVID when we did all the PPP loans and all that good stuff, we did 40% of all money ever created and all dollars ever issued. Granted, the dollars is a much larger system. There's a lot more dollars in circulation, but like the Chinese, they basically, to some degree, they have a little bit more control over their currency and being able to like basically do quantitative tampering or quantitative easing, whether that's fiscal or monetary policy. But anyway, for like the last 2 years, they've been again trying to boost consumer spending, and there are reports now that they are not being successful in that. And in terms of like having a prosperous economy, you do need a fair share. Like you need domestic consumer spending to be a fair or a sizable share of GDP in order for that to occur. And I don't get joy in the fact that the Chinese people are less prosperous. I get joy in the CCP failing when they think they're doing the right thing. So,
How does that affect their ability to buy up assets in Canada?
well, so another interesting thing that's been happening over the last few years is there's been a lot of capital flight, a lot of money that has been trying to move out of China, and manufacturers are trying to move manufacturing to other places in Asia. But theoretically, if the trend continues, it should reduce their capability to do so. But cyber, a lot of the people who are buying up land in Canada are not or don't necessarily have formal money. If you catch my drift, they're usually
Yeah.
affiliated
So
with.
I'm less concerned maybe about people trying to exfiltrate their personal funds, and more concerned, maybe I'm wrong about this, but more concerned about like state level agreements for mining assets and things like that, which the Chinese have been pushing very heavy. That, as well as like them buying either homes or buying pipelines or investing in that sort of way, because that seems to be what Mark Carney's pushing. So, like, to be totally honest, Canadian bank stocks will continue to do well, and the Canadian housing market will continue to do well as long as the Chinese are still smuggling their money out of China into Canadian real estate. But I don't really want more formal influence, and I kind of also want to see Mark Carney choke on his own economic plan. So is that likely to slow down, or are we actually in for the results of whatever they're planning?
Well, Canada's a separate issue. Hopefully, to your point, and to Americans' concern, we can all look at a company named Canadian Royalties, which is a pretty big mining company out there in Alberta. And basically, since 2009, I think, or 2016, it's been owned by the Chinese. And they've been lobbying the DoD to effectively supply rare earth minerals for the F-35 program. So that needs to end. And that's something, just one anecdotal example of the Chinese using Canada to undermine American national security, and also just exploiting the various holes in Canada's porous uh, financial and criminal enforcement policy. So I don't have much. Canada is basically it's an issue that needs to be addressed, and I don't know. I'm not. I'm just not gonna. I'm just going to leave it there. Cyber. We can talk in DMs. We're on a phone call. I don't need to go on a
Yeah,
Canada
we'll talk. We'll
spiel.
talk. All good. I
Yeah,
appreciate. I
because I
appreciate your.
could. Yeah, I could shit on Canada and for their relationship with China all day long, and I don't think the space could use that, and Canadians could use that, and that fire under their ass. But I don't know if stealth space needs that. So we'll talk later.
G, can I just ask you one thing about that?
Yep.
Go ahead.
G, what do you think the Chinese, like as you said, the 35,000, 40,000 foot macro strategy is? I mean, do they want? Is it only like world dominance in the economic sense, or do you sense like a similar to Islam, like a yearning to kind of lead also ideologically?
It's very holistic and total, like Islam.
Yep. So, by the way, the MOU does not discuss any regional terror activity or the Houthis. and also their threats around the Red Sea and closing that down, and nothing about financing and support and to the terror militias in Iraq or in Lebanon. So that's not included in that, but it'll have to be included in future statements, or else it's a no go for everybody. Lindsay met with Secretary of War, and they're talking about getting the 355 billion in for Department of War initially, and then they need the rest. So that meeting went good. I don't know why people are so shocked. Listen, I know they treated you badly, but oh wow, this is really retarded. Okay, I gotta send you something, G. You're gonna. This is exactly what I was talking about in regards to the whole. They're using unbelievable. Mel Gibson, who's a Sedevacantist Catholic, as a response to Pete Hegseth. Go look at what I just sent you on DMs. Very interesting. And then the $12 billion is not being discussed, and the money that's already been given to the Iranians was not being publicly discussed.
Stealth, by the way, Trump just said at his meeting with Sisi that the substitute for this deal was world recession, meaning
Yes.
that definitely leads to the understanding that there was a major economic deal that was done with China and probably with the Gulf states as well.
No, world recession meaning about oil. That's what they're concerned with.
Yeah. Exactly. That was that, but that was the that was why, it was all these countries, China, the Gulf, all these countries came together, and that's the pressure point. That I guess it was a pressure point in both directions, right? That's what happened.
No. We know what the pressure point. It was leaked out by J.D. Vance, and then later by Trump. He had to acknowledge it. Was that the Qataris with the Saudis and Turkey, and then Pakistan, which was backing up China's statements, applied insane pressure to the administration, and that's why it had to be done.
Exactly.
That's it.
I was just adding the Chinese story on the side. That was the thing.
Yeah, but the Chinese story with the chips and all that has nothing to do with anything. The Chinese has to do with their oil supply.
Yeah. I know.
And
I
they're not
agree.
going to get cheaper oil.
Of course.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that was. I think that was what they gave Trump for him to finally push this deal. That was it.
But the Chinese were getting their oil anyways. That's my point. The Iranians were letting the Chinese get their.
No, not with the blockade, and they have a big
Yeah.
portion of their oil is getting blocked.
My understanding is they were still getting.
Yeah.
They have enough oil and they were still getting oil, but anyways, it's okay. I have here.
Now final, or are you still? No, it's not final. It's a memorandum of understanding, and if I don't like it, we'll go back to.
Yeah, so he said it's a memorandum of understanding. If we don't like it, we're going to go back to hitting the Iranians. I mean, I don't know. It can't be any clearer than that. That's why I told everybody when they were freaking out 48 hours ago to calm down. I went after Yanon Magal. There's all these Israeli influencers. I went after even some of of the Jewish American pundits in DMs, and I'm like, you guys are like harming us on the American right, like in this. And how many times has nothing manifested from this? The Gaza Board of Peace is sitting there, and nothing is going to happen. The Turks are very interested in coming into Lebanon. That is why you hear freakish statements. But Jonathan Hessen came in and gave us a beautiful summary about what's going on behind the scenes inside of Lebanon. And I'm waiting for Zigos to wake the fuck up already and come to the space. But the entire Lebanese government was in a sheer panic, and it was insane, including the ambassador to Lebanon from the US, Issa. And so, yeah. So, I don't.
Stealth, by the way, I can just confirm another point there. There is talk between Israeli officials and the Mount Lebanon organization. So Israel is very worried about the future of Lebanon. There is one hand back into Hezbollah and in another hand into chaos. And the idea of bringing the Julani into Lebanon was really, really a weird idea where that came from.
Well, I'll tell you this much: the Mount Lebanon thing doesn't really have enough. I don't know if it has any money behind it or any support from any of the Gulf countries, meaning like the UAE or the Saudis. But without a tremendous amount of money behind that, they really have no say in the game. Really,
True.
they have zero say. It's like bullshit. So there's billionaires that are Lebanese in the diaspora, and they should pony up $5 billion to put some backing behind Mount Lebanon. If they don't, they're full of shit and corrupt. That's all I have to say, and we know why.
Exactly.
Okay, so I'll talk in no walk. So nobody cares about Mount Lebanon. Nobody cares unless you have billionaires behind it. So and there's so much corruption in Lebanon. But the main issue has to do with the Syrian Golan and then the regular Golan, right? And the Turks really wanting to be inside. Turkey wants to be at the border of Egypt with the Israelis. They want to be. I mean, they want to be inside of the Judea Samaria region if they could, but and they want to be in the north with Lebanon, and they even want to be as close, let's say, as where near the Druze are. So we'll see. We'll see.
May I say
They for they
something?
for
May I say something quickly?
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, I would like to say two things. First of all, in Lebanon, it would happen because they would have to have the billions to invest, and they know very well if they go forward with that
Who?
crazy
Who? Who?
uh, who, in order
Who?
to
Who to invest? Who?
I heard it from people who know what they're talking about.
No, no,
Okay.
no, no. That you didn't understand. I'm not understanding who to invest in Lebanon because the Qataris are the ones that are bringing the money, which is why you heard that rhetoric out of Trump.
Yeah, but they would, but there would be a pushback
From who?
from experts from Israel, from the Saudis, from Israel, and from
The
others.
Saudis are in bed with the Qataris inside of Syria on the Jalani project with the
He
Turks.
will not bring. He will not bring the Al Julani and Turkey into Lebanon. That's it. It will not happen. That's it.
Who's going to block Turkey from being a governing force, protective force in southern Lebanon? Who's going to stop
The
it? Tell
Jews.
me.
Okay.
How?
Well, they don't have to share with everyone their plans. It will not happen. The concern is exactly that if you let him go inside, you will have to pay him with the Jabal Druze, with the Syrian Golan and the top of the mountain there. And then the first thing he will do, he is going to massacre all the Druze there. So, and this will not happen. This will absolutely will not happen. That's it.
I don't know if
And the
we'll say absolutely
Turks,
not
we
happen because the
Israel,
Turks brought in a
right,
whole military into Syria
just a
already.
minute still. Israel is very well aware of what the Turks are trying to do. They have been trying for years now to buy land and houses and buildings in Jerusalem, in the eastern part of Jerusalem.
Yeah, yeah, they're trying to get in there as well. Yes, this
Yes,
we know. With
yes,
the whole Jordanian
yeah,
file, they're
and
trying to
this
take
is
over from
part of the
Jordan.
plan as well. It won't happen. That's it. It won't happen. And what I wanted, I'm sorry, I was able to listen to Jonathan. I could not speak because I was on the road. I'm not at home now. You can't imagine where I am. I'm at 3,400 meters here above in the French part of Switzerland. I was on the road, but when Jonathan was talking about the so-called fear or concern about regime change because of chaos, Iran falling into chaos and all these things. There is another theory. And the other theory is that all these countries, yes, bad actors like Turkey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, even and even Pakistan wouldn't like to see a liberated, uh, so to say, hello, so to say, liberated democratic Iran because they fear that somehow their own population might come of these ideas as well, and not because of Iran falling into chaos. That's not correct. So there are also interpretations from the Israeli side in that direction. And I can tell you one thing, I tend to believe more of that because I can't imagine that Premier Minister Benjamin Netanyahu would have gone that far and he wouldn't consider Iran falling into chaos unless they had a different plan. Okay? I don't think so. He is a person who thinks of every single detail. Of every single detail.
Okay, so here's
Somehow President Trump was convinced by those who sold him the version which we were told about by Jonathan. I don't think Jonathan was sounded very convinced of that version either. And
what do you mean?
I
I don't understand. What do you mean?
that the only reason why the president was convinced to stop, the operation, etc., it's because he was convinced by this group of people in the administration who warned him the Iran would fall into chaos, and because they were not all of them, including the minorities which they have
No, no, no,
minorities,
no, no, no.
were behind one solution. And he also praised
No, this
Pahlavi.
is a major issue. I mean, this is a major issue. The reason why the Americans and the Europeans and the Israelis, they looked at what was going on the ground in Iran, and there is no one group issue. There's not a centralized group based on other interests in that region. There's too much balkanization. That is not true, Lillian. That is factual. That has been a major concern with the Iran file. We've talked about it for over 2 years.
I got into an argument with Jonathan about this like almost a year ago, so it's been a long running issue that we don't have an answer to.
So there is no cohesive understanding on the ground regarding the balkanization of different groups, and that influence operations that have happened for over 4 years on this is what is causing a problem. So when they didn't see what they needed to see on the ground, this is why you cannot allow it to go into chaos.
But Stealth, I cannot understand why Trump came out with that message that help is on the way. Like, was that a total mistake or what? Because that was totally misleading.
Well, things
What do you mean?
change.
Help was there. He sent 2 aircraft carriers or 3 aircraft carriers. The people in
3 or
Iran
4,
didn't
total of 4.
exactly they didn't exactly, contribute in equal measure. So if there had been mobilization, there might have been escalating, whatever you want to call it, level of assistance. But there were airstrikes after that. There were plenty of airstrikes. There's a
Yep.
limit to what Trump can
On
do.
the
Again,
Basij,
I
on
go
all these,
back to
yeah.
Congress. Congress never gave Trump the authority to do a long haul, like intensive, whatever you want to call it, intervention. No, I'm not saying boots on the ground, but like if you want to have a full scale intervention, you have to have full scale permission.
Yeah.
Okay, I think there was a lot, like, I think there was much more space between what he said and then what happened. But yeah, I guess he didn't mean exactly what people expected, and that's what went wrong there.
Help is coming, meaning we're going to try to strike as much of the IRGC and besiege across the country that we can. There was 2 more weeks of operations that Cooper wanted. There was 2 more weeks of operations the Israelis wanted. They have a ton of targets that they want to go after to help the people, but they did not see from the ground game that the people were doing what they need to do in order to then go more kinetic on other parts. That this is like it's an issue. I don't think we have all the information, but
That's always true. Did you, by the way, see most of Hassan Yusuf's post against Trump brought up some valid
No,
points.
you can send it to me. No, I didn't see it.
I'll send it to you.
Attacking GOP senators and leaking against Secretary of State, Secretary of War, and DCI. GOP voters are right to ask, where is the discipline? Attacking GOP senators and leaking against Secretary of State, Secretary of War, and DCI. GOP voters are right to ask, where is the discipline? Okay, wait, let me see this. Hold on.
Clear program to eliminate. I think that fundamentally, if you look at what they're proposing an endless conflict. They want this to go on until every bomb has been dropped or until every Iranian is dead. That is not what the president of the United States wants. What he said is, I said about this to end their nuclear program, to eliminate their ability to threaten their neighbors and project power, and to fundamentally make sure that no future child would have to deal with a terrorist regime with an atomic bomb. That's why the president set out to do this. He feels, and he's right, that he's accomplished that goal, and now we can get to the negotiation to see what are the other benefits that we can get from this, and frankly, what are the benefits the Iranians could get from this if they behave. I just don't think that people who are criticizing this, one, they're not actually dealing with the reality of what's in it, and number two, they don't have an alternative. If your alternative is just to drop bombs without any clear goal or any clear American interest implicated, then you're not making the wise decisions on behalf of the American people. The president is, and that's why we're in this position. I had a liberal heckler.
Okay, so attacking GOP senators, leaking against Secretary of State, leaking against Secretary of War, and DCI. GOP voters are right to ask, where is the discipline? Okay, so if this deal blows up in 2 months, what is JD Vance going to say about all these unhedged comments? Look, his statements are, I don't know who's giving him these talking points, because nobody said there's certain military targets, and the Department of War knows that. So I don't know if they did not coordinate their talking points with each other, because it's retarded. So Senator Kennedy was pulled aside, and this was his statement on the Iran. Hold on.
Are you confident that Iran is going to give up its nuclear ambitions, or do you have any sort of skepticism? Well, what? If you, how can I put this? Unless you were homeschooled by a day drinker, no one to hold anyone to that standard. So, if you want to go print a headline, Kennedy's not confident, knock yourself out, but that's misleading. And I suggested.
Okay,
I
so
love
I know
Senator Kennedy.
I
Just
love
have to
him.
say it.
I know he's married, but I want to give him a wet sloppy kiss on his cheek, because he just makes me laugh. And whenever I get depressed, I just listen to him, just with his statements like, unless you were homeschooled by a day drinker, no one's confident that Iran is going to do anything. Oh my God, he's so good. He's so good. Oh God,
Like
he's so fucking funny.
I'm going to pull
Yeah.
one of
Such a
his
good
old
shot at
lines.
Tucker Carlson there.
I'm going to
Sorry.
pull one of Senator Kennedy's old lines for how I feel about the Iran deal, or the the memorandum of understanding. So he once said, I trust it like I trust a rest stop bathroom, and I forget what he was specifically mentioning, but I remember hearing that and just like dying laughing.
Say that again one more time.
He said, I trust that like I trust a rest stop bathroom.
Oh yeah, it's the best. Oh, it's the best. He's so good. We should look
Or
up.
a gas station sushi.
Sushi, yeah.
Okay, so the Israelis 4 minutes ago just released 1701 UN Security Council resolution violation by the Hezbollah. This footage was recorded in Majd al-Zun, south of the Litani River, where Hezbollah weapons were discovered. UNSC Resolution 1701 explicitly prohibits Hezbollah's military presence in this area. These are the facts on the ground. So I think that people need to retweet these visuals out, because Rapid Response doesn't have them, Mario doesn't have them. So it's POTUS needs to, Witkoff needs to be tagged. Post those videos underneath their feed and timeline. It's very important. And Tom Barrack needs to be tagged. It's We put it under Megyn Kelly's videos. We put it under JD Vance's feed, the video. So because these guys are always online, and so is their staff. So it's very important that they see those violations. Try to find a post with less people. Like here's one from Rapid Response right now. Sorry, and the Israelis are working their underground to go after this stuff. Hold on. Very strong person for a long time, and we're working together. We're helping him with a little dam project that I think was very. I think you were very unfairly treated, if you want to know the truth, in Ethiopia. But we'll discuss many things, including trade. And we do a lot of business with Egypt, and we'll be discussing that. We'll be discussing the Nile, because the Nile's getting a little emptier than it should be, and that's what we're here to talk about, right? A dam was built in Ethiopia, and it's causing tremendous problems for Egypt, and I'm very aware. I had that deal settled, and then we had a rigged election, and somebody came in, and they didn't know too much about that deal. They were not going to settle anything, but we'll get back into it, and we'll see if we can settle it, okay? What is the deal with this Ethiopian dam? Does anybody remember under the Biden administration? This is important. I know this was like a big deal. I forgot, but that's interesting that, okay.
Complete bullshit. Like I was telling you, this is complete bullshit. Egypt has basically been keeping all of the African countries from Lake Victoria north because that's the way the water flows. It flows from Lake Victoria out the Nile River Delta into the Mediterranean. They've been basically keeping them poor by not allowing them to use any of the water either for agriculture or for power generation. It's complete bullshit. Egypt's
Well, it's
like,
cyber. Ethiopia built a huge dam there, and that's why there's tension between them and Egypt, because the
Right.
Ethiopians built the dam. And you got to remember, the Egyptians are very, very scarce with water, and their population lives around the Nile. So
yeah,
it's
I mean,
no, but what the
100%.
Ethiopians, yeah. So there's a lot of tension there. I don't know what I mean. This is again,
But
why would Trump be taking the Egyptians? I mean, I don't know.
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying Ethiopia built a dam. That didn't happen like secretly. There were agreements in place. Believe me, this didn't happen overnight. So Egypt has, for literally for 70 years, like not allowed anyone to use that water. It's complete bullshit. They can come up with whatever reasons. Oh, this is terrible for our economy, whatever. The reason their economy is shit is because they run their economy like shit and because they're Arabs, and that's how they behave, and they treat everyone like shit, including all the Christians. Maybe if they treated Christians better, they'd have an economy that wasn't shit. But to blame it on the Ethiopians building a dam, no, that is not the reason that they're having trouble with their water. I'm sorry. They
By the way,
like
Cyber,
what water?
The Ethiopians have rights to that water as well. I mean, why is that
Yeah, it's
unclear?
not Egypt's water just because they're the last man in the gangbang. They get all the water. No, they don't do any water recycling. You show me all the responsible things they do to maintain their water and to be careful with it, and then we could talk about like what Ethiopia can do to work together. But Egypt is, being a classic Arab, blaming everyone else.
Hi, Stel.
Hi, mommy. How are you?
Listen, you guys, trust Trump. Trust him. I know him.
Yeah, we're fine. I'm good.
If he fooled the Israeli, it's mean he fooled the Iranian. He's good. I trust him. His brain works differently from everybody. This is the reason he's a billionaire and the rest of the population not. So give him a little credit. He's not stupid and he's not dumb and he's not moron. Trust him. He know the end game.
Habibi, that's what Stealth is saying here.
Yeah, I was yelling at everybody. Were you in the space last night? I was yelling at poor Noam. I made him cry, poor kid. I mean, everybody. I went after Yinon Magal. I tweeted at Amit Segal. All of them have blocked me now. Everybody's pissed off at me because I'm like, like right now, Mario's posting videos from Ben Gvir. He's posting videos from Israel Katz. Like it's like nonstop, like Israeli pundits coming out and making statements. Here's John Kirby's messaging legacy lives on. Can we please avoid Obama and Biden talking points? It's not helping. Okay, so this is Richard Goldberg right now. All we're simply doing is moving this money to Qatar, the Qatari National Bank, so that it can be accessible to them for, again, very discrete, targeted purposes. Important to remember, this is not U.S. taxpayer dollars. It's not ransom. Oh boy. These were Iranian funds that had been frozen in a.
Hey,
Yes.
Stealth.
Yes.
The
Yes.
gentleman before the previous gentleman said that the last guy in the gangbang gets all the water, but he also gets all the diseases. So I just want to clarify. Good
Well, I
morning.
was going to say next that Ethiopia has actually pointed out that not only is this the biggest hydroelectric dam in Africa, which provides electricity that is clean and eco-friendly to people in Africa, but also what it does is it doesn't limit the flow overall of water, but what it does do is it prevents massive devastating floods that have notoriously destroyed all of the homes and everything around the Nile in Egypt because they get flooded all the time. And so for Egypt to be complaining about regulating the flow without being able to point to any specific concerns is, like I said, classic Arab, whatever. If they
Cyber.
wanted to,
I agree 100% with you. I just wanted to throw in the little tag on to your wonderful analogy, metaphorical analogy. Thank you.
So Huckabee said that Hezbollah and Hamas and PIJ should be sent back to the mothership in Iran, and that way we can give peace a chance. That's Ambassador Huckabee's thought process. Yeah. There are now over 200 strikes deemed as killing only civilians that are actually traced back directly to Hamas and PIJ martyr notices. Attacks on schools, homes, tents, hospitals, aid seekers and nurses, sheiks, aid workers, etc., all now proven to have killed terrorists. And so that's from Eisenberg. His stuff needs to be put into a major report and delivered. Anyways, go ahead, Kadima.
And anyone, it sounds like Huckabee is the only person I've heard come up at this time with the kind of proactive, forward-moving way of coming to a general resolution of the issues with along the river. Did Huckabee's suggestion about deporting them to the
Mothership, which is Iran.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Did that pick up? Did anyone respond? Is anyone thinking of them as actually a problem other than Huckabee?
I don't know. We're gonna see. We'll see. He put out that statement. Now, right now, we have Ben Gvir just said. להמשיך לפעול גם בניגוד לעמדה של ארצות הברית, כי אנחנו מדינה עצמאית, ואנחנו לא יכולים להפסיק להרוס בתים בדרום לבנון, לא יכולים להפסיק לא לתת לאוכלוסייה בדרום לבנון לחזור, זה מסכן את החיילים שלנו, זה מסכן את התושבים שלנו. אסור לנו לתת להם לחזור לגבולות, לחזור למה שהיה לפני השביעי לעשירי, ואנחנו חייבים להמשיך לשלוט בשטח, גם בניגוד לדעתו של הנשיא טראמפ. So Ben Gvir said, because the Hezbollah's come back into the south and they're repopulating, I guess, the houses, but
Ambassador Yechiel later, or you reposted actually, that there's like videos that the IDF has taken showing that all of those houses that they're going into are like being used to violate the UN Resolution 1701,
yeah,
which
I
is a
just
Security
posted it.
Council resolution. So everyone should go look at that video that Stealth posted.
Yeah. Okay.
But Stealth,
So
don't you think that on that case, Ben-Gvir is correct? I mean, the issue of Lebanon is, as Jonathan Hessen pointed out before, is the most troubling here, because the Iranians are trying to resurrect the resistance, and connecting Iran and Lebanon, that's their point. It creates a wedge also between Israel and the U.S.
okay, President Aoun just made a statement. Hold on.
Stealth, can I say something?
Hold on 1 second. We are in favor of a ceasefire and in favor of any country that will help us achieve it, including Iran. That's Lebanese President Aoun. So now what do you guys want to say about that? How do you respond to something like that? So we're going to let Jolani go in?
Absolutely not.
They're gonna kill all the Christian, all the non-Muslim. They're gonna slaughter them.
And the Druze, they're going to kill?
Yeah, they're Daesh. What's wrong with
Stealth,
these people?
can I say something? we both know this to be true, that feint and deception are hallmarks of both the Israeli and the American government. What I think Trump is doing here is, I think he saw that his hands were tied and he had to kind of go into a good cop, bad cop routine, whereby he distances himself from Israel. But Israel is tied into a technology agreement that was buried into one of the latest bills. So that's good to know, number one, with an agency duty. And number two, basically just says, Bibi, just go and fucking do your shit. We're pretend like we're, kind of cold-ish. Let me finish. And meanwhile, Bibi just goes and fucking bombs the shit out of Lebanon, out of Iran. It just does the dirty work, so to speak, for lack of a better word. And then kind of we wait for everything to smooth over, wait to see that this deal is not happening. There's no chance in hell. But on like you say, Stealth, the 10%, the 90% chance or whatever, I don't want to put percentages in my mouth, but it's not happening. So I think that we're just going to distance and let Israel go in and bomb and take care of Lebanon, independent of the Strait of Hormuz and in a peace agreement with Iran and nuclear dust. I'll end.
Yeah.
Faith and deception is the main key there,
Yeah,
and I think that's
Israel's
what's
not
happening.
Israel's not going to strike inside of Lebanon unless Lebanon, excuse me, they're not going to strike inside of Iran unless Iran strikes in Israel. So that's number one.
They will
Number,
preemptive against a nuclear possibility, though.
well, right now there's no nuclear manufacturing of anything, and the centrifuges are not back online. So that's not happening.
Research, though, at this point. But that's fine. I
No,
won't
there's
interrupt you.
nothing. No, everything's buried underground. So
No,
nothing is.
research. There's laboratories. They're still working on it, but that's fine. I'll end.
The researchers
No,
dead
they're
too.
not.
The people that's
What'd
supposed
you
to
say?
research, we kill them.
Yeah,
No
that's not
research,
happening
no
right
no
now.
scientist.
That's
Nobody,
what
There's
I'm saying.
nothing.
nothing.
If
They're all
research is
dead.
being done, it'll be bombed. It'll be sniped. But that's
Yeah,
fine.
but right now nothing is happening on
I
on
understand.
the nuclear profile. 1 year they haven't been working on it since they got struck last June. So since last June, there's been no nuclear enrichment because they took out all their centrifuges. So that
I'm talking
is
about
not happening.
research, though. Research is more important than really manufacturing at this
What
point.
research? They're already at 70%. They needed one cycle. Within 2 weeks, they have a bomb. There's no research needed. They're done.
Well, research to 90% is what I'm talking about.
No. They don't need research to 90%. At 70%, one cycle, and they're ready to go.
Okay.
They don't. It's done. It's 2 weeks, and
My
it's.
point is that Israel will have a strike in Iran if they need to preempt something that they don't like, and being distanced from the U.S., they'll be able to
No.
do
But the
that.
U.S. already said that. No, the U.S. said they will strike if Iran does anything with their nuclear program. The U.S. said they will strike.
Right, but
Whether
the
it's
red
taken.
line of Israel about their program and the red line of America are two different red lines, vastly different.
No. That's in the MOU. That's in the agreement. That's in Trump's statements. Trump says, "I reserve the right to strike
Okay.
if there's any nuclear enrichment or anything like that." But there's nothing going on because everything is fucking underground.
Yeah, of
That's my point.
course.
So that's why Trump added, you can't buy a nuclear weapon either. So he says that in the hearing. So
the
you have to listen to everything that's being said at
the
page
point is
7.
more of the good cop, bad cop, and letting Israel kind of be unfeathered and unleashed or unhinged,
It's
as the
not.
Americans
That's the
want to call
problem.
it.
So if it's not unfeathered because we have this situation with CENTCOM in Lebanon. So I was
Right.
trying to get clarity from Hessen. Is it actually true that every strike has to be approved by CENTCOM before they strike? And when you have a specific target package. Now, we knew that they were approving it anyways because they're sitting next to each other. But that means that CENTCOM has to then call to the president and notify them things. And there's a time lag, right? The CIA would be notified as well because a specific target is in the Dahi or wherever it may be, and it's an important target, and the Israelis don't want to lose it when they have intelligence on it. So they don't have the amount of time to wait if they know that somebody's going to go and see their mistress in Lebanon and they want to take out the guy. Now, if the building is old and it happens to fall, and there's other residents in there. That's not the Israelis' fault. This guy wants to go see his mistress. He's Hezbollah. He's renting an apartment in a Christian building and he has a Christian mistress. So this is what happened in Beirut like 2 months ago. And this was a big guy that they had to take out. So when you have that kind of intelligence, you need to take the strike because you don't know when you're going to get the guy again. But if then they need to, through CENTCOM, go and call the president and the CIA needs to clear it and this and that, then they could lose the target because he could be,
CIA doesn't really need to clear it, but of course, CENTCOM needs to be advised.
CIA has to clear it because these guys are on CIA lists as well, and they have assets in Lebanon, and the CIA are on the ground in Lebanon,
Yeah, but
and we
he
have the base
he would
there,
already be
so they do
designated a
have to
high
clear
value
it.
target. You
No, no,
know,
no. The CIA does have to clear it because they could be a target that the CIA are using for other operations for counterintelligence. So it does matter, right? If he's on the State Department watch list and they've got a price on his head, we know that they can take him out. CIA, that needs to be coordinated.
you say potato, I say Porsche.
I don't know. That doesn't mean anything to me. But anyways, okay.
Just
The
could
last guy we killed is wanted by America and they have a
Yes.
price on his head. He killed 5
Yes.
Americans.
did you give any further thought
So
to
I
our
don't
first
know.
date, Stealth?
No, it's never happening. But thank you. Ever. So Lee Smith wrote to Mark Thiessen, Late Being, I love you, Late Being. I love you. I just love you, Late Being.
It's not that funny. Light being. It's not that funny.
It's very funny.
It is very
So
funny.
if getting Lebanon included in the Vance peace deal was an Iranian objective, not the U.S., and one the U.S. initially resisted when the ceasefire was announced. To spin this as an American achievement is Orwellian. Okay, so Adam Credo had stated the signed agreement ends military operations on every front for the first time that explicitly includes Lebanon, with a commitment to both Israel and Lebanon's sovereignty and territorial integrity. The Israel Hezbollah fight has been the region's most dangerous flashpoint. President Trump brought it inside the peace instead of leaving it to reignite the war. And it has teeth. The ceasefire has to hold before anything else moves forward. The end of the fighting is not a hope, it's a precondition. So then, okay, getting Lebanon included in the Vance peace deal was an Iranian objective, not the U.S., and one the U.S. initially resisted when the ceasefire was announced. To spin this as an American achievement is Orwellian. Okay, so that's Mark Thiessen. Vance wanted Lebanon in the deal precisely to restrain Israel, so that's interesting.
Just calling it the Vance peace deal is kind of fascinating. I mean, didn't they just include Israel in the commitments of the agreement without even seeking Israel's counsel or point of view?
Yeah, Israelis. Yeah, did not see the MOU until I guess they must have got it late last night or this morning.
Stealth, what's your
Yes.
handicap on the deal getting done, if I may ask?
It's never
60,
happening.
the 60-day deal. Okay.
Oh no, we're gonna have 60 days. Yeah, we're gonna go through this and we're gonna go all the way to midterms, and after that we'll go back to normal. But this is not a deal. This is a memorandum of understanding, so it's not a deal.
Of course.
Yeah. And it's a memorandum of understanding which we didn't understand or consent to.
It's like
It's a piece of paper. It's nothing. It's
it's
literally
before the
nothing.
engagement. It's before the engagement, so there's nothing there.
I think it was just for G7.
No, it was for the birthday and the UFC event in the
Yeah.
250
Well, of
years.
course that too, but also G7 tied in, of course, and the market and Warsh being on the stand today for his first Fed meeting. A lot of moving
I
parts
don't
right now.
I don't know what Warsh is about, but I do know
Fed
the
chair. I
fact
mean,
that
he's Fed chair. Is basically, it's we're borrowing money
yeah,
for the war. Warsh is, gonna, if he signals lowering interest rates, then we're back in business.
I don't think he's going to lower interest rates.
I
That's
don't
what I
think
was
so either.
told.
But
To
he is
Patrick.
Trump's man. So and all he has to do is signal that he doesn't necessarily have to do it. Keep that in mind. Deception.
Light being, what's up, honey? What say you?
Hey, Stove. Good to see you here. And by the way, Malibu, not a chance, my man. You haven't got a chance. So thank
Wait,
you for the
what
space.
has a greater chance? The peace deal working or me getting a first date with Stealth? And are they both
Peace deal.
0.0?
Peace deal.
Oh, the peace
Peace
deal. Okay.
deal.
Okay. Well, she listen.
That's like zero.
Just like they
Okay.
say,
So
everything looks different on paper, and everything looks different in person. I'm coming to Israel in a couple months. If Stealth wants to meet me and make her
I
decisions at
don't
that
live in
point,
fucking Israel. I live in
she
well,
doesn't
Miami.
live there.
I live in Miami.
you can meet me in Israel then. Okay, back to you, Lightning. Sorry,
I'm fine, thank you.
pleasure to meet you, Lightning. Also,
Everybody, just leave me alone, and I just want to talk
Exactly.
about
Stick to
I'll
the
get you
topic, my
pregnant on the
the
man.
first
topic.
date, though. Stealth, come on.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, for fuck's sake, thank you. Go ahead, Lightning. Go ahead.
Okay. So, you know what, Stealth? I'm wondering a couple of things. Trump turned around and he said, when we get to read the details of the deal, and something in my mind is saying to me, I'm not sure that he's actually read it. He's saying, if when we read it, I don't like it, then I'll go and make it, or I'll go back to war, whatever. Something in me is saying that that Trump hasn't actually read it. Number one. Number two, there are plans put in place that apparently the G7 members believe that the MOU will actually include the Houthis, disarming the Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas. So there's almost like there's a buffer in place.
Who mentioned the Houthis at the G7? Can you send me source material on that?
Yes, I'm going to find the source for you. 100% I'll send it to you. And that tells me that when Trump reads it out, and this is what I'm hoping for, is that there's going to be egg all over Vance's face, because that will give the impetus to say, we're not standing by a deal where you're not disarming. And I think that's the reason that they're trying to push this through, why Vance is trying to push this, Vance, how you say it, why he's trying to push this through, so that people are none the wiser to this. Also, the other thing is that Amachai Chikli was speaking about Article 51 of international law, and that says that under no circumstances can a sovereign nation be put under the military control of another nation. So I thought I'll add that to.
Okay, give me a second. Something just came out. Oh my God, dozens of Palestinians who infiltrated into Israel were caught hiding inside of a building in Jerusalem and arrested by police. This is insane. I do not understand this. This is.
Is there a minefield around Gaza yet? Because I've been waiting. I've been tweeting it out every once in a while.
It's actually the best idea, Saba.
No, it's not allowed by law. So this is prevented by the fucking UN Security Council and all these international law stuff. So they won't allow them to mine it. This is something that I think happened under the Obama administration and maybe under the Clintons. Look it up, but this was a thing, and they forced them to not allow to be put mines over there. It's like a big, big issue.
And what about electric fences?
I don't think it worked because they were able to just mow down the fences. I think they had that before in some of them, but it's not going to work. By the way, so Hassan Khomeini, a senior Iranian Shiite cleric this morning, and the grandson of Ruhollah Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic Republic, said that the Ramadan War, which is the Iran war with US and Israel, was lesser jihad. From today, the greater jihad shall begin. Now, he's in Iran, right? He's not in Iraq, right? Or in Lebanon? دو هرچه بیشتر تلاش کنیم از امروز اون جهاد اکبر شروع میشه تمام آن 39 روز به فرموده پیامبر جهاد اصغره. He's got the black turban instead of like the white. از امروز جهاد اکبره برای اینکه حفظ بکنیم این نتیجه پیروزی رو. So I have a question. We know when they're going live and they're streaming this, and we know that the mosque that they're in, why don't we hit those locations? I'm confused. Because that would eliminate a lot of problems, because these are all the extremist Shiite clerics and all their big IRGC followers are all there in the mosque. I know that the whole world would go crazy. It would probably be better if like the Saudis or the UAE does it. Maybe the Israelis should not do it, or the Americans, but somebody should do that, right, from the Arab world, because all these guys are basically saying they want to do jihad against us, and they're still talking. So my opinion is if jihadists are still talking, that means we didn't kill enough jihadists. In other words, if they feel so bold to say these things, we just didn't kill enough terrorists, because then terrorists get smart and they stop talking so much, and then they get real quiet, and then they don't say crazy shit like this anymore. But because,
well, and if people are unhappy that we do it, then they probably should have included us in the discussions of the peace deal. That might have been a way of getting us influencing our behavior rather than just writing us into it, you know?
The other thing is, I don't understand the Iranians on the street there, that they don't surround this mosque and kill all the extremist clerics in there. See, this is another thing I don't understand. Their own Iranian people should do that too, right?
Yeah, if
Literally in Pakistan, every day they're blowing up each other's mosques from one extremist group to the other extremist group. They keep like blowing up like, you know, all
It's
of their
very
mosques.
sad.
It's crazy.
Very sad.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, this guy feels very bold to talk like this.
Yeah.
They're not telling their own clerics to not to de-escalate the rhetoric. That's my problem.
Agreed.
That's my problem. Okay, go ahead, Nifty. Nifty. Okay, Nifty's gone.
Stealth, a quick question.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you have covered this, but something that really seems to be happening is this kind of divide about Americans and Israelis who have Jewish heritage. And there seems to be I don't want to say a divide, but there's a wedge that's being created, standing for Netanyahu and the Israeli US alliance. And I'm just wondering if there isn't a possibility that this whole thing is to get the Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens woke right to buy into that, oh, Trump's the good guy, we're going to vote for him.
Well, they can't vote for
And you
Trump
see,
because Trump is done. So that what they're saying is to bring back in the voters that we lost for the midterms. That's the idea. Yes, but
yes,
yeah.
yes.
Okay, 3
Okay.
minutes ago, David Albright writes only one main paragraph on nuclear in the MOU text that is circulating and has been published by both Bloomberg and CNN. These versions agree on a very dangerous, leaky opening sentence. Iran reiterates that it will never produce nuclear weapons. This commitment is incomplete from normal standards and experience, since it has giant loopholes that could allow an ever devious Iranian regime to continue working on developing nuclear weapons and building components while insisting it is not producing nuclear weapons.
So
Perhaps, hold on. Perhaps there is more, either in a newer version or a secret side deal, but at face value, the sentence needs serious amendment. It should immediately be changed to never develop, test, produce, and manufacture, otherwise acquire, possess nuclear weapons. This language would also include a ban on buying a nuclear weapon, something which Trump reportedly has pushed for, and as reported to be there in some German media. The rest of the paragraph does not provide confidence that robust IAEA inspections will be established that allow the inspectors to verify the end of Iran's nuclear weapons program, albeit greatly reduced in size and scope by the two wars. Iran has never agreed to the level of needed access to military sites and personnel. This is why the IAEA board has found Iran in noncompliance with its obligations. So does the phraseology of the rest of the paragraph, promising to address all other mutually agreed nuclear related issues, exclude this highly contentious issue from further negotiations. As a result, mutually agreed, in quotes, should be dropped from the paragraph, since the issues are well defined by UN Security Council resolutions, IAEA Board of Governors resolutions, and IAEA safeguard reports. Full paragraph in the MOU, we have the Islamic Republic of Iran reiterates that it will never produce nuclear weapons. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States have agreed that the fate of enriched material and the fate of all of other mutually agreed nuclear related issues, including Iran's nuclear needs, will be adequately addressed in a final agreement. The final agreement will confirm the provisions of this article. A second paragraph of the MOU mentions nuclear. Reportedly, the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States agree that pending a final agreement, they will maintain the status quo. Iran will maintain the status quo on its nuclear program, and the United States will not impose new sanctions on Iran or strengthen its forces in the region. What is the status quo of Iran's program? Given it has undeclared nuclear material, it refuses to admit it. It refuses to admit to and has worked on nuclear weapons. Moreover, who will verify it? David Albright is like one of the best in the world. So I'm going to put. Everyone needs to share this. So, oh God, it's when does he have a check mark? Oh, he does. Okay, I don't know why it's not fully coming up in length. So I'm going to post it this way. Give me a second, everybody. This does need to be shared and it needs to be pinned and the administration needs to address this. Um, And I want to know what think tank he's working for, actually, as well. Okay, Nifty.
Stealth, if I may add to this as well, there are varying degrees of this document going round, from different sources, but they all seem to deal with a similar kind of content. And if you look at it, there's clause number 8, which says something, as you read earlier, about, I don't have it in front of me, but it says something like, we will allow each other's countries to do their own thing,
Yeah.
and that we won't interfere in each other's matters, and that we will allow this document is an agreement to discuss a nuclear proliferation removal. The clause 9 then says what you read earlier, which is something, it completely negates clause 8, and it says that we will be allowed to have and not be interfered with our nuclear program from now onwards. And so it's very duplicitous, as Albright has just said.
Hey guys, how you doing? Sorry, I had some tech issues before. But if you can hear me, I've got a couple of thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
The first one, I don't know if any of you guys have noticed, but one of the nuclear guys got shot in Iran, I think just yesterday. So clearly there are still people operating. So
Do you have
this
a link to
was,
that? Do you have a link to that, Nifty?
yeah, I do. It says Dr. Medrad Parviz was killed by an unknown gunman in Iraq yesterday.
Oh, in Iraq, not in Iran. So in
Sorry,
Iraq,
no,
yeah.
sorry, in Iraq, which is a city or a town in Iran.
Okay, got it. I see here. So big blow to the Iranian nuclear dream. Looks like Mossad is still working in Iran. As per Iranian opposition news, one of the key faces of Iran's nuclear weapons development program, Dr. Mehrdad Parviz, was killed by an unknown gunman in Iraq, Iran, last evening. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's,
So
yeah.
he's gone. So with Trump, I'm in agreement with you guys. I think a lot of people would say he's either very clever or very stupid. And personally, I think he's very clever. So that'll be interesting. And my last idea, which is probably more of a little dream, but I think the part of Gaza that's currently occupied, like 66%, would maybe be a fantastic homeland for the Kurds.
The Kurds have their own land and they don't want to leave their own land. So the land that
No, but maybe a little colony for them, possibly.
so
You know,
they have their big areas in Iraq and they have their big area inside, well, no longer anymore, that was in Syria and they were moved, but they have their areas that they designate that theirs, and they don't want like different land. They want the land that is theirs for hundreds and hundreds of years. So that's the
well, the
only.
Palestinians would say the same, though, right? But it would be nice to have someone friendly and with that
Yeah, but
same warrior mindset.
there's been no Palestinians for hundreds and hundreds of years. They came in after 48 from Jordan and Egypt,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
they
for
have their
sure.
land,
But
right? But the Kurds have been on their lands for hundreds and hundreds of years. So that's, I think, the difference, in specific. So they're in Iran, they're in Iraq, they're in some other places. So it's it's not going to
or
happen.
even
But
the Druze, right? But I
the
think that
Druze
the
also
cards
have
are.
their particular land, and they don't want
Yeah,
to leave their little enclaves either, which is a problem. So yeah, they have their
sure, but at
areas.
least you've got Druze and Kurds in Israel.
Yes, yes,
So it would be nice to kind of set them up with an autonomous zone. Get lots of Kurdish investment there, or lots of Druze investment, and both. The Kurds particularly, they tend to build and invest like Jews, right?
yeah.
Like if you go to that part of Iraq, it's like it looks like Tel Aviv, right?
So they can't bring in okay, Druze that are actively on the land that are in Israel can be there. We have Christians from Lebanon, but they're not able to bring in. Obviously, if there's a refugee situation or whatever, but Jews are Muslim. I mean, Druze are not Druze, but Kurds are Muslim, and so there is a restriction because there are some Kurds that are commies, right? That don't operate like other Kurds. Do you know what I'm saying? Some are designated terrorist organizations. So the Israelis cannot bring in just like there's Kurds that are Jewish that are in Israel, but they can't just bring in um, different types of people. That's just it's not allowed, right? But the Druze that are already there, like the Druze will not move from Lebanon and will not move from what we know from southern Syria into Israel for different reasons, right? There was a time that there were Druze that were communists in Lebanon and were aligned with the communist movement. So it's very complex, and there's different tribes and different leaders. Okay, so there's Druze that some of them were aligning sadly with Al Shara
The
in
Druze tend
Syria.
to align with wherever they live, right?
N-
You
n-
know, unless they're living with complete idiots, they tend.
yes. But then there's also inter fighting amongst the different Kurds communities and leadership. So that's another whole crazy issue with the Kurds. So it's complex, like because there's different, like there's Barzani, and then there's opposition to Barzani, and there's ones that are more closely aligned with Turkey, ones that are more closely aligned with the Iranians. It's like a whole effing thing. So Israel has enough problems. At this point, like
Yeah, it just seems you either need a buffer or you need to relocate them to the other side of Jordan, you know, and then just move the Jews in because, like
move the Jews
I
back into Gaza where they were there this whole time, and they were moved out in 2005, right? Because they lived there.
yeah,
Yeah, it
sure,
was
but I
crazy.
mean,
Yeah,
you know, if you move them to
yeah.
because obviously Jordan is Palestine, right? So if you just move them to the other side, the bit that sticks out the other side of Jordan, and you know, made it Jordan's problem to keep them from attacking Israel.
As a
Yeah.
wise man once said, they must go.
Yeah, I think they can't remain if peace is to be the goal without denouncing them the same way the Germans were.
By
I
the
mean, if
way,
you
JD Vance just took a picture, I guess, with Galibaf, and he just set the American flag on fire in the Iranian parliament, the U.S. flag on fire. Live on camera. I JD Vance just took a picture with him.
Steels, did
Yeah.
you know that they changed the venue? It's
It,
not in Geneva.
no, where?
No, it's in Lucerne by us, where I live, on the Bürgerstock. It's called Bürgerstock. It's above the Vierwaldstättensee, the Lake of Lucerne. It used to be a swanky place. It still is, where Elizabeth Taylor was residing and so. And this is where they are going to sign it, at the Bürgerstock in
But
Lucerne,
why?
where I
Because
live.
Geneva has like history as a center for like peace negotiations. Why'd they move it to Luzerne?
I don't know, maybe because it's more secured and secluded there.
Maybe for security reasons, because the president's going to go. So that's
I
probably
don't
why.
know. We haven't been informed. I just have learned that it's we are going to have a traffic issues in town, downtown Lucerne, on Friday already from tomorrow. Yeah, it's in on the Bürgerstock in Lucerne. Yeah.
So Eli David, which is what I said, is that the version of the agreement published yesterday is the accurate one. The only substantive thing is the only substantive thing in. Okay, sorry. There's a lot of background noise, guys. Okay, the only substantive thing in it is the opening of the Strait of Hormuz for free navigation for 60 days. Everything else is nice words that depend on a final agreement, the chances of which being signed are lower than the chances of Elvis arriving for the dead or from somebody in this space getting a date from me ever. A bottom line is this is an agreement of quiet and cheap oil until the midterms. That's it. That's what I said. Okay, so I'm in agreement with this 1,000,000%. And all the Israeli pundits and everybody going crazy, and everybody needs to STFU in America and Israel and just be quiet, like I said, and be patient. Be patient. Okay, so okay, what is this? Benchmarks for crude. Thank you for my White House friend. What did you send me here? So let me see. Benchmarks for price. Disarmament. Oh, he put a whole thing about the Armenian genocide and different benchmarks. Crude 76.50 a barrel. What is it this morning? Front month futures. Recent quotes range $75 a barrel with modest intraday gains. Oh, great. The Ukrainians are going to be developing long range missiles and air defense systems in Ukraine now. Oh my God, this is never going to stop. As part of the new G7 agreement with Western licenses, the deal covers deep strike capabilities with U.S. companies granting production licenses to European and Ukrainian manufacturers. Le Parisien. So we're selling more stuff. I don't know. I don't know. This stuff is getting a little bit crazy. I feel like the Ukrainians are doing quite a bit of heavy lifting. It's interesting. After being exposed, Iran continued using the same IRGC linked Boeing 747, flying at least 7 confirmed weapons missions to Port Sudan. Bloomberg reports that Sudan's military, which has ties to the Muslim Brotherhood and the IRGC, claims it is now scaling back Iranian arms purchases to improve relations with the Trump administration. Iranian drones help the Sudanese armed forces regain territory, but Khartoum now sees its ties to Tehran and Iran linked Islamist factions as a growing liability. Oh, so this has to do with the UAE and Saudis, so that's good. Meanwhile, the IDF struck in southern Lebanon in Tabnit, inside of the side of a mountain, with where there was underground tunnels or something. A wave of airstrikes have just occurred in southern Lebanon. I'm laughing because the statements was that nothing is going to happen there. So I told you guys that they're striking, and that's it. And they're also in Nabatea. And was there any strikes from Lebanon or drones or rockets? Does anybody know overnight? By the way, Canada's Carney was given the MOU to review it. Israel still hasn't reviewed it. In fact, the new reporting says all members of the G7 have now seen the document. If you guys think that the Israelis did not see
It
this
was Channel
document,
12 that reported that stealth. Channel 12 said Israel didn't see it. I don't know if that's actually true.
okay. Are you sure it's Channel 12?
That's what I saw.
Okay. That's stupid. Why is open source code?
Also, here's the thing though, like if you don't know what the rules are, you can't be expected to abide by them. So if they didn't show them to Israel, then I guess Israel doesn't have to follow them.
That's a very good point. Um,
By the way, Stealth, I
I mean,
need to be
sure.
selfish and ask you to retweet that reply I made to the moderate case, because like it's getting no views. It got like 60 views.
did you DM it to me also?
Yeah, I sent it in
Okay.
the blue app.
Surely Trump has to be trolling, right? Like I can imagine Trump's there with Hezkev and Mario, and they go like, "What should I tweet next?" And it's like, "Why don't you tweet that Jelani should go into Lebanon and sort them out because he'll do a better job than Bibi?" I can imagine them trying to say like, "What's the most ridiculous thing you can tweet out that people will actually fall for?" And not be against, because like some of the stuff he's coming out with is
It's
just
wild.
like
It's wild.
so ludicrous,
It's
right?
it's so wild. You have no idea. It's so
Like
wild.
I reckon they've got like a bet on. It's like say this, and like like surely it has to be that.
There's no way. Another day. IDF will not stop artillery and bombings in the Nabatea area. So somebody filmed it. God, I'm gonna wake up Z Ghost. Fuck it. Let me see where he is. He's got to wake up. He's like, I'm on my run. I don't care because I want to know what's going on in Lebanon. I'm calling him. Hold on, guys. Wake up, wake up. Maybe he's sleeping. You better not be asleep. Why are you not coming to the space to discuss what's going on with Lebanon right now? Oh, are you going to sleep right now? Because I'm on the space live and everybody can not hear you though. You're not on speaker. So can you come for 2 minutes? I have some questions. Okay, bye. Okay. I okay, Zigos is coming in. Okay. So I love that you can call people on Twitter phone. Okay, so here's the G7 just backed Trump's Iran deal in writing, and the Lebanon section says nothing about Israel leaving. The leader's statement calls for an immediate and robust ceasefire and supports disarming Hezbollah, protecting Lebanon's territorial integrity and sovereignty. No line about an IDF withdrawal. That's the exact point Iran says the whole framework rests on, and the one Smotrich just rolled out. Tehran reads the deal as Israel out of Lebanon. The G7 reads it as Hezbollah disarmed. Friday is going to be awkward. I love this. This is yummy for me. Hold on. What does Smotrich say? Hold on. Why is it so low? The sound. Hold on. Let me see. Why is it so quiet? I can't even hear the audio. That's a bummer. Okay, do we see Zigos? Where is he? Oh, there he is. Okay. Zigos,
I
did
just
you
added
hear?
him.
What'd you say?
I just added him.
Okay. Zigos, did you hear that the narrative is different at the G7 about, and they just hit in Nabatea. Do you know what they hit? Because see it's on the side of the mountain. Is it underground tunnels, Zigos? Zigos? What happened with Zigos? Okay. I can't get the audio
I
to
still
work.
see the request, but I've added him 3 times. I'm sending him a mic. One sec.
Oh my God. Okay. For some reason, I'm not getting all my audio coming through the phone. Zigos, are you there? Zigos, can you unmic? Yeah, Allah. What's going on with your with the? Maybe leave the space and come back in and out. Zigos. I called up my. I'll tell him when he comes back in the space. Okay, let me see what the heck is going on. Why is my audio on this phone? I'm not getting another new phone. It's not happening, people. President Trump's strikes on Iran have been wildly successful. I hate being wrong, and I was so freaking wrong about this. I still love him and support him, but he's kind of in a fugue state right now. Like, there's just no sugarcoating this Iran deal. It's a memorandum of understanding. Thank you. Thank you. $300 billion for Iran. This is worse than the JCPOA. It is absolutely worse than the JCPOA. No. The greatest superpower to exist in human history. No, you're all wrong. Okay. Sorry, you're all wrong. Come to my space. Zigos, are you there? This man is killing me.
Just FYI, I found that deleting the Twitter app from scratch and then re-downloading it all at once did fix some problems.
Yeah, no, I'm good now. The audio suddenly is working. Yeah, everybody's is really Zoom dooming whatever. It's crazy. It's wild. I don't know why I don't. Has just been brought down by a country that has no economy and no name. Yeah, I can. I truly hope that the totally unnecessary Iran war that is not a war is truly over. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene, Manhands, double bag the face Marjorie Taylor Greene, because she's that atrocious. It says it's been incredible that we beat Iran dozens of times and nearly made peace almost 40 times. It's only cost us 50 billion and probably more. Oh God, it's a very long post. She did not write this. You did not write this. You didn't write this. Okay. You know how like it's too long to read kind of a thing? Go look at her post. She hasn't written this much in her entire life or career as a congresswoman. And so that's all I have to say. Zigos, what's in Nabatea? Is it an underground tunnel system? And what's up?
It's a big city, kind of mini city. It's in Lebanon, very strategic, and it's now encircled. So they're just gonna take it eventually as well. So there's nothing new. It's the war's still going on. Like today, there's a lot of fighting already. I have no idea what's going on besides the ceasefire in Lebanon. There's no ceasefire whatsoever.
So that town is the Hezbollah stronghold town?
Yeah. The whole south of Lebanon is a stronghold. Like, and the fort, they discovered not only weapons depots and places for the fighters to live in, they discovered even medical operating rooms underground.
Really? Do you have
Yeah.
pictures? Do you have those pictures?
I don't save them. Yeah, of course. I can dig it out for you.
Yeah, just send it to me. I want to send it to somebody.
Stealth.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Did you go to sleep and
Hey,
wake up, princess?
yeah, I apologize for interrupting. I just got thrown out of the room, and when I came back in, it shows like 6 people. Oh my gosh, this is weird. Okay, I'm here. Thank you. Sorry.
Sure, no problem. Welcome back to the party. Um there's oh god, Zigos. There's an account Zigos, are you able to take co-host for a minute? Or no? There's an Arabic account I wanted you to look at. It's okay. It's okay.
Sure. I can do it.
Angela, can I let Zigos take co-host for a
Of
minute?
course.
Thank you. Just for a minute. Okay. I just want him to check sometimes certain accounts. It's not. Hold on. Let me step you down. I'll bring you back up as speaker if you'd like. So so go look at the one that's requesting. I want your opinion, Zigos. So are you there? Okay, perfect. Okay. So we had Jonathan Hessen in here, Zigos, and he said that internally in Lebanon, it was an insane shit show over Trump's statements about bringing Jelani into the country. Like insane. But then Aoun just came out this morning and said he's welcome to anybody that's willing to help make a ceasefire, even Iran in Lebanon. What do you think about that?
No, it was twisted. Okay, so I did write an article yesterday about the Jolani moving back into Lebanon and letting him go and massacre everybody, not only Hezbollah. He's gonna massacre Christians, gonna massacre all the Alawites, he's gonna massacre all the Druze. He's not gonna leave anybody standing because he doesn't have a regular army. He has a bunch of gangs, right? So I did write my opinion. It was not pretty, but it's my opinion because the scars in Lebanon, they have not forgotten what Syria did from 1975 all the way. It's not going to happen again. We fought them as the Assad Alawites guy, but in the Alawites army of Assad, there was lots of Sunnis as well, and you have to understand how they used to operate in Lebanon. So if you are a Christian officer or a Sunni officer, in order to get promoted, you have to be actually more brutal than the Alawite guys, and prove your total loyalty. And now we replaced those guys with the Islamic fundamentalists who are super extremists, and they want to kill everybody that is a dhimmi, that is an infidel. So if they come to Lebanon, and they won't, like, regardless what President Trump says, this is not possible. And if they come to Lebanon, these guys will be murderers. And you've seen what they did in Sueda. You've seen how they cut out people's hearts and how they cut out people's heads. So this is not gonna happen.
No, I don't have the pictures of them cutting out hearts and heads. Do you have any of that stuff so I can post it to our friends?
I don't save it. Yeah, the picture of the guy holding the two heads in
Oh, yeah,
Sueda is
That
all
was in
over.
Sueda. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Have they gotten back? Okay, so what have you watched any Lebanese media or any news from Lebanon in Arabic overnight or no?
Oh, I get, I don't know, 50 to 70 every single day. I wake up and my phone will be like blowing up with reports, and they come from both sides. So right now there is fighting. Like right this minute there is fighting.
Interesting.
Stealth. I think it was written super over the top because, somebody's smart and knew it was never going to be reached.
Yeah. Um JD Vance said something in an interview. You might have missed it. Something about the Lebanese armed forces. Has there been any statements that the Lebanese armed forces are going to start doing their job? Zigos?
Impossible.
Okay. Okay, he's back on the news right now again. This is, I think, the most work that I've seen him do since he's been in office. I just want you guys to.
Well, he's selling it hard. Like he's selling it really, really hard. Nobody knows all the details yet, like accurately all the details. Even Mark Carney yesterday was speaking to CNN, and he said he's read it and he's seen it, but it was all an illusion because when she asked him a specific question about the length of the memorandum, she said it's only a page and a half. He did not comment on that. He went into another of his illusionist speeches that yeah we have our sources, but he did not specify what's in it or how. He just said it's a game changer, blah blah blah.
Okay, so let me.
Just a
This is
point
this.
on JD.
Who have been helpful in mediating this agreement with the Iranians. They've asked us not to release the full text for a little while. That it'll come out at the latest on Friday. We're actually trying to push them to get it out today because we want to tell the American people what's in this deal. It's fundamentally a good deal for the American people, but it's also very simple, and I've also seen some misrepresentations about it. So in short, what it does is it opens the Strait of Hormuz immediately. This is why you see oil prices down in the 70s from a high in the 120s, is because you're seeing the strait already.
When the fuck has oil ever been in the 120s, Zghost? The most
It
I've
was
seen is not.
120 for like one evening after hours trading 2 months ago. It was like 86 like last week.
Why is he saying this stuff? Who is giving him this information? Who?
He was on TV yesterday and they asked him if he was gonna run for president and he's like, "Oh, I don't plan things." Motherfucker, what do you mean you don't plan things? You just do whatever you want to do when you wake up in the morning. That's not how the president and the vice president are supposed to. You're supposed to have a vision. You're responsible for America for the next 4 years. You gotta take out your planner, motherfucker, and write some things down.
So when you write a book that is titled Hillbilly, the expectations are already very low. He managed to underwhelm even the expectations that I had of him. At the beginning, I thought he was intelligent, he was articulate, all that stuff, but then he showed his naivete of the international relations and on the global stage. I don't think he has the skills yet, and he needs a lot of learning compared to Rubio, who is so clear-eyed and so direct in his answers and explanations. They don't even compare. Like, I don't know when people start saying, is it JD Vance or Rubio? Actually, if there is, the Republicans are smart, will not even consider it. It's clear who is the most skilled and the most articulate guy who is ready for the next step.
Okay, if JD Vance was smart, his team would call me up and be like, "So Chaya's gonna live with you guys for 3 months, and she's gonna make sure you don't fuck and say anything wrong, and she's gonna train you on everything you need to know." And then we'll call Zigos and we'll have him on the phone about the
And borrow
Lebanese.
Hassan's like electric collar. Every time he says something stupid, just
Okay, now so people are listening to me anonymously and are sending me messages on WhatsApp. I'm not going to say what they sent to me, but it's funny because they like you should those people that are saying now there's 3 people. Okay, there's 4 people now DMing me that are listening anonymously, but like one I just got signal and I got 2 WhatsApp messages. Okay. So you should be calling me daily because I have been right before you had your meetings with other people and before certain things at the G7, and it's all coming out this way. However, let me explain something. Again, he needs so I don't know, like I'm going to go under the auspice of like whoever's giving him his talking points is a retard. So I'm not going to put it on him because there's no way he's an expert after we've spent 5 million hours and I have people like Zigos and other people like G and all these people who are experts in different countries. He's not going to be an expert on Somaliland or Ethiopia either. Like Trump had a conversation with Sisi. Have you seen the audio with Sisi and Trump, Zigos, yet? Have you listened?
I did. I thought.
Oh, so you were up and about doing things and listening. You just weren't in the space, even though
Yeah, I'm just not a good multitasker. Like, you know that. So I was, when you're waiting for something, you just go a little bit on
Okay, I understand.
the things.
At current oil prices, if Iran reverts to pre-war exports, that's my assumption, Tehran would make 60 to 70 billion a year in crude and other oil liquids revenue. With the MOU waivers on offer, Iran could be able to repatriate that money, pallets and pallets of oil money.
Well, oil prices are going to fall, and they still have to pay for everything. They have to pay for all their soldiers. Like, yeah, they get money, but like, they were getting that money beforehand also. The MOU doesn't waive the sanctions. This is what I read from the Raylan Givens one, which I'm pretty sure is the accurate one. It says that the United States will, in a reasonable time, endeavor to lift the sanctions. That doesn't mean that the sanctions disappear now.
Okay. By the way, escrow, please. Oh yeah. Rich Goldberg saying it needs to be an escrow. Like the money has to go in escrow. It's
I have
Again,
no
that's
idea unless there's just so much internal pressure ahead of the midterms why we rushed into this memorandum because time.
the midterms and oil
Yeah,
prices. It's just to
yeah,
open up the strait. That's all it is. We're just opening up
yeah,
the strait.
absolutely. Because time was not on the Iranian side. The blockade was being successful, and time was not on their side. The real was going down like falling from a plane without a parachute, and it's gone up 15% since they announced the MOU.
What has gone up 15%?
The Iranian real.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, it was almost at one time was 1.9 million real for $1, and now I think it's hovering around 1.5 million.
Okay.
Supporting Hamas, the Brotherhood, the Taliban, Al Qaeda, ISIS, and engaging in corruption schemes. And what we're trying to do right now is to shed light on exactly where that money is. And I think at some point, we really do need to figure out how to filter it. Not every one of these investments is buying influence. Not every one of these investments would be considered malign. I think the country itself is absolutely corrupt and awash in they've got blood on their hands. They are dirty.
Okay, that's Jonathan Shanzer on Qatar.
Well, the word genocide requires a specific intent to destroy the Palestinian people in whole or in part as such. In other words, as we've seen from real genocides in history, think the Holocaust that part of my family had to go through. Think about the Hutus against the Tutsis in Rwanda, the Armenian genocide. You have a top-down architecture from the governing regime to destroy, eliminate from the face of the earth the people in question. You see this in the Holocaust, right? There were 12 million Jews remaining after the 6 or 7 years of the Holocaust. Before the Holocaust, there were 18 million Jews. That's 6 million missing Jews in 6 or 7 years. Here in Gaza, it's important to remember that the proponents of the genocide myth don't believe that there's only been one genocide since October 7th. They have claimed on 5 separate occasions that Israel has perpetrated 5 separate genocides against the Palestinians of Gaza. That is 5 separate attempts to wipe them off the face of the earth since Israel withdrew in 2005. Some of these involve situations where Hamas attacked Israel, killed a few Jews. Israel did a reprisal. Maybe a few Palestinians were killed. That was called a genocide. But here's the number discrepancy. When Israel withdrew from Gaza in 2005, there were 1 million Palestinians there. Despite having 5 separate genocides perpetrated against them in the 20 years since, I think most of the numbers from the CIA, the Israelis, and even the Gaza Health Ministry agree the population has more than doubles, such that there's over 2.2 million Gazans in the area today. Either Israel hasn't committed any genocide, or we're to believe that the country with F-35s, nuclear weapons, and one of the most sophisticated armies and air forces the world has ever known has been the most inept genocidal regime in the history of the planet. The reality is that's well stated. That's well stated. That is conclusory.
This is Roy Altman. He's a judge down in Florida, and he's
Well,
Let me. I'm going to repost this for those that want it. And he's with Brett Hugh Hewitt, actually. Excuse me. Oh my God. Okay, there's an interview that just came out. Let's check it out. For a Muslim, this is not a contradiction. For a Muslim, this is belief. The science says sperm is made elsewhere. And Quran tells us it's made between the rib and the spine. It is made between the rib and the spine. I just watched this and all I can think is like this is a reality warping level of dogma. This is the core of Islam and its arguments. And it's simply put like this. The Quran says so. And so no matter what, no matter how much evidence you present, they're going to believe the Quran over the truth. If you don't believe me, let's just keep watching the clip. Even if we see with our eyes something to be in a certain way, and Quran tells us it's not this way, we will say it is the way Quran says it is. That is belief. That is Islam. He is correct on one thing. That is Islam. The obvious problem is that sperm is not created between the backbone and the rib cage, yet the Quran says it is, while the Quran also claims to be the direct word from God. Well, God would never make a mistake like this, so we can confirm that the Quran is not the word of God. On top of that, we actually know why the Quran says this. You see, during that time period, they believed in something called the two semen theory, that one semen came from the loins of the man and one came from the woman of the rib cage, and that's how children are conceived. And what is behind me is Ibn Kathir, a scholar on the Quran, saying this exact thing about these verses. And that's why it was written in the Quran, because human beings wrote the Quran, and they put in the Quran what they understood about the world, including in that time and place, their misconception on human biology and how a child is conceived. But I will say this, as kind of discouraging as that guy's position is, there are myriads of now ex-Muslims who are leaving Islam and coming to Christ. And so much of it is because of the internet and our ability to expose the falsehoods of Islam and show the truths of Christianity. And so that's what I'm going to keep doing. God bless. I did not know this, Zigos. I'm.
You didn't know? You didn't know that, Stealth?
Good
The
morning.
semen
Good
story?
morning, Key. Did you also just wake
Oh,
up? Is
I was
every
just dreaming. Yeah, I was just dreaming about something, and then I woke up to this story about Islam, and I was like, "Oh, this is amazing! Some more low IQ nonsense from the cave culture." I don't know. Did you see I-24 is reporting JD Vance said Pakistan has asked for the full text of the U.S.-Iran MOU not to be published?
no,
Why is
no.
anyone
Send.
talking to...
What is? Wait. Can you send me that? Because
Yeah, I'm
that's
sending it to you. Like, either they made a mistake or JD Vance is just... Maybe he needs to go do some meth in West Virginia and get his head straight.
And Stealth, while we're popping, I just want to tell you, story narrative switch. You remember how we heard the UFC fight? People that set up the, I don't know, the attempt to bomb it were
yes.
having narratives of being conservative. Well, apparently they're Marjorie Taylor Greene and other type conservative, because Zero Hour just posted, father of 5 is heading to prison for life. Christ is king dipshit made his wife a single mother to play terrorist in Washington, D.C. Let that sink in.
Oh, they're the guy posted.
Apparently so.
Okay, so 0 hour, he's on top of this. Okay, what's going on with 0? I thought he like something happened with him, something strange. So I'm kind of.
He's being attacked. He's definitely being attacked. I would talk with him. They're doxing him. He's had to move out of his home
Oh,
and flee for safety. You would know a little bit about that. So yeah, it's not good.
so who's Shane and Carrie? Oh, okay, that's something else. Okay, he okay, so Trump says something. What? How are you? Well, hello. I'm the boss. How are you? Trump came in there all waiting and he said, I'm the boss and I'm here now. He's like running every single meeting at the G7. Okay. Life in prison.
On the White House UFC Freedom 250 event. Investigators say the plot called for drones to drop explosives on the crowd, which would then force people to flee toward pre-staged snipers. Then a second wave of attackers was going to breach the White House gates. The mother of one of the alleged suspects, Tyson Proper, allegedly contacted authorities over concerns about his recent behavior and firearm purchases, which ultimately led to his arrest and helped foil this plot. Former FBI special agent and Fox News contributor Nicole Parker was at that UFC event, and she joins us now. Nicole, what level of carnage are we possibly talking about if this plot was carried out? Todd, it would have been horrific. I can tell you it was a very epic event. It was one of a kind. It was symbolic. It was patriotic. The location itself, trust me, these offenders, that was highly targeted. The White House is the symbol of America, freedom, celebration of America's birthday. It happened to fall on President Trump's birthday. There's nothing more that these individuals wanted than to wreak havoc, to create fear and chaos and death and destruction. And that will not be tolerated. We will not live in fear. But I have to give credit to the parents of Tyson Proper. They are the ones that blew the lid off of this plot. They knew that their son was up to something nefarious. They were looking at things that he was, chatting about online. They were listening to conversations and it didn't sound right. And they contacted their local law enforcement. I read the 9-page criminal complaint out of the Southern District of Ohio for Proper. There are 4 federal counts to include attempted murder of a federal officer or employee of the United States, firearms charges.
Wow. Okay. So all the suspects arrested yesterday at the UFC terrorist plot all have the same beliefs as Rep. Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Others have been parroting the same ideology for over a year. So I guess he's to be to say this to a stranger.
I sent you his TikTok page. You can just look at the 5 that he posted. It's very interesting what.
Sorry, say it again.
I sent you in DMs his TikTok page was found, and it's very interesting to look at the TikToks that he posted.
There's candy distributed in Lebanon on the street, Zigos, by the way, for the ceasefire. Is that true?
What I have no understanding. You know what? I don't know. I'm just talking. What ceasefire are they talking about? I just don't understand it. 2 minutes ago, there were more bombings and more fight. I don't get the ceasefire. I don't get who all the G7 participants have seen the memorandum of understanding, and Israel, that is actually a party. There's conditions on all fronts. It says that Israel has to refrain from had to abide by the ceasefire, and they don't get to see it.
Well, Zigos, I'll tell you my theory on this. Number one, if they haven't seen it, then they can't be expected to abide by it. But the wording from Raylan Givens doesn't actually say Israel's bound by it. It says that they're going to endeavor to, they're going to respect the sovereignty, whatever, and they're going to endeavor to bring about a resolution. But it doesn't say that they're actually, not going to do a particular thing.
Okay.
It doesn't say they're barred from striking.
Wait, I want you to hear this, Zigos. Listen. Listen.
ماشي هيدول بس شو المناسبة؟ شو المناسبة معلش؟ وقفة إطلاق نار معالي الوزير شو الخطوات بعد وقف إطلاق النار؟ شو هي الخطوات؟ شو الخطوات يلي لازم تتاخذ بعد وقف إطلاق النار اليوم؟ اسألوا السفارة الإيرانية. I think this deal. Okay, so he says So by the way, I love it. They're speaking in Lebanese and then in French, and then he speaks in Farsi for a second. He goes, so this is Lebanon's industry minister throwing out candy to reporters, and he says it's for the ceasefire. And next, ask the Iranian embassy. We don't know. A Lebanese minister defers to Iran in Beirut. Go to the Iranian embassy in Beirut, governed from the Iranian embassy, not the presidential palace. It's crazy, Zigos. It's wow. It's crazy, dude.
Listen, Hezbollah is not a Lebanese party. It's a forward base of the IRGC. And yesterday you saw I posted a picture of all the foreign fighters that got killed in Lebanon, and none of them was Lebanese. They were Yemenis and Iranians. So they're importing fighters. Their leadership is run by IRGC. And Iran spent billions of dollars over 20 some years to build this forward fighting force. So when they negotiate and they try to put the word Lebanon into any agreement, it's basically saying Hezbollah, our kind of other state. They think that Lebanon is their state now. So it's not gonna make sense. Israel's not gonna abide by the ceasefire because their security. When you are threatened, when your security is threatened, you're gonna have to act, and it's not gonna happen. This ceasefire is gonna last as long as it takes me to fry two eggs.
Did you close your microphone?
No.
Okay. Oh, I thought it cut off
You
there.
got
Sorry.
cut off. Yeah, we lost you.
You just used your thumb and hung up too soon.
By the way, FIFA told the Israelis they have to remove the Israeli flag, but the Palestinian flag was allowed to be there. Which
They
stadium
also
is?
attacked the Persian women that had the rising sun flag, and they started taking those away. It's worth noting that FIFA is owned by Arabs and run by Arabs,
Yep.
and yeah, so.
Yep. This seems like a really important story that we're not actually paying attention to. The FBI stopped a terrorist attack. Yes, is drones capitalist. Okay, yes, this we know. The U.S. deal with Iran is a total.
As a former government spokesperson for Israel, listening to what Dan says,
Elon Levy.
gathering your own thoughts, knowing what's been reported versus what we know. What's your perspective on this agreement, such as it stands? The perspective from Israel is exactly what Dan said. This is a capitulation to the Islamic Republic of Iran at a time that America had the upper hand and America still has options. We're going to see Iran being pumped full of oil money up front before it dismantles a single centrifuge. That money is going to get pumped into Iran's ballistic missiles, back into its proxy armies, back into the forces of repression, and Iran will be more dangerous than ever. There is concern in the Israeli intelligence community. The Iranian regime has absolutely no intention of stopping the nuclear program or even reaching a final agreement after 60 days. I believe it's been reported the CIA also suspects Iran is not serious about ending the nuclear program. Right. And in fact, we haven't heard anything from Secretaries Rubio or Hegseth, either administration, that America had all the cards in its hand and it's throwing them away. Yeah, the Axios reporting that Dan Ratcliffe, who is the CIA director, has his doubts about whether Iran would live up to doing without us, without the United States. They're killing the
So just
Iranian
a
people
note
systematically.
on Elon Levy. He's a anti-Netanyahu
Yes, he worked.
terrible
He got
person.
fired. He got fired.
Yeah, there's a reason he got fired, but he's continued to be like avidly anti-Netanyahu since. So I just think that he's doing all this positioning for the next election to make Netanyahu look like he's getting thrown under the bus by America and try to get people to whatever you want to call it, like basically bail on Bibi, which is just silly and childish. But he is both a cuck and a twink, so hitting all the scores.
Check. Okay, so said this is a lie. This is a complete straw man. There is no one on the right.
Send boots on the ground. They want Donald Trump to send hundreds of thousands of ground troops into Iran.
Yeah, nobody said that. Mark Thiessen, so he was lying there too, JD Vance, so that's not good. Why we know the MOU. Okay, so let me see. President Trump needs to follow his own advice from 2017. Iran was on its last legs and ready to collapse, and the U.S. came along and gave it a lifeline in the form of an Iran deal, $150 billion. Okay, let me see here.
Unfortunately, has historically been a funder of terrorism at a very high. The nation of Qatar, unfortunately, has historically been a funder of terrorism at a very high level. Qatar is going to be investing much more than $1 trillion in the United States. But, we set a record. There's never been anything like it. No country in history has had that kind of investment. We'll be having almost $19.2 trillion invested in the United States. Nations came together and spoke to me about confronting Qatar over its behavior. So we had a decision to make. Do we take the easy road or do we finally take a hard but necessary action? We have to stop the funding of terrorism. The time had come to call on Qatar to end its funding. They have to end that funding and its extremist ideology in terms of funding. But Qatar's been a great investor. We really rekindled ourselves when I met with you last year ago, probably 13, 14 months. That was a good trip. We established. We've been friends for a long time. We've known each other for a long time. But Qatar is investing tremendous amounts of money in our country, and we appreciate that. I want to call on all of the nations to stop immediately supporting terrorism. Stop teaching people to kill other people. Stop filling their minds with hate and intolerance. For Qatar, we want you back among the unity of responsible nations. We ask Qatar and other nations in the region to do more and do it faster. Is the mafia still around? The nation. Okay, so that was a split that people put together. This is Trita Parsi. Everything. You can't do something like that and get away with it. They will not get away with it. In the end, they will be punished for what they've done. Everyone knows what they've done. And anyone who defends it will be diminished at best, punished at worst, as anyone who defended the Nazis was in the end. And their memory is soiled for all time. Because whatever else you did, you defended the Nazis. And no normal person thinks that's good. It's awful. It's absolutely terrible. And defending the genocide in Gaza is not different from that, no matter what they say. I do think Gaza changes everything. You can't do something like that and get away with it. They will not get away with it in the end. Okay, so Tucker Carlson, a show with Trita Parsi, is saying this about Israel and comparing it to the Nazis in regards to Gaza. He clearly has no idea what Assad did and what the Jordanians and what the Kuwaitis did and what the Lebanese did to the Palestinians, does he? Somebody has to give me all the images of what Assad did to the Palestinians. I
You know
have
what's funny, Phil?
I have all those
The
pictures
Arabs
where
don't leave Israel.
1 second.
If they were being genocided, you'd think that they would go and they would flee to other Arab countries, and other Arab countries would take them in. But they don't want to leave. Well, some of them kind of want to leave, but they don't really want to leave because they love getting all the medical care and the aid. And none of the Arab countries will take them in. So that's how I know it's not a genocide.
Well, what I do know.
Let me pivot. Yeah. Let me pivot for 1 second, okay? And this is data. It's not something that I just came up with because I woke up too early. It's data. During World War II, the Americans had a 7-to-1 ratio, 7 civilians killed against every fighter. During this Gaza, it's 2.2-to-1 ratio because they moved the population from one area to the next prior to the fighting. Even though